Good morning, everyone. I was urged by Roger just to start, and which I will. I'm Don Botstein. I'm the president of BARD, and the most important thing I have to say is to welcome all of you. The conference began yesterday, as I understand it, and I always like, if I can, to welcome all of you to this conference and to belabor the obvious, which is to say that the Hannah Arendt Center has been a terrific and outstanding aspect of what BARD does, and I want to pay tribute to Roger and all his colleagues. And I want to say that I've said this before as sort of the one of the still living survivors of having been a student of Hannah Arendt's, that when she died, I don't think many of us expected that she would assume the prominence that she has, not only in the United States, but throughout the world, as a kind of touchstone of the way we talk about politics, particularly. It is one of the erasures of history to assume after a person's death that they were always viewed with such prominence or such respect or such interest. And it wasn't the case in her lifetime. And it is, it's extraordinary, actually, to look back and to see how influential and how important her works have been. On this subject, which is, as I understand it, in the title has the words rage, reason, and tyranny, in no particular order, but those three words are words which do have a place in her work and are obviously concerns that we have in our own time. I want to apologize. I just got off a plane. I have to go three things, none of them entirely well connected, but just food for thought. I just landed from Jerusalem, and where we had, after the pandemic hiatus of 3 years, a little more than 2 years, a graduation of our joint program with Al-Quds University on the West Bank. And that program has an honors college, a liberal arts college, and a master's degree program where we train teachers for the Palestinian Authority. And we've trained well over 1,000 teachers of middle and high school students throughout Palestine, and have a very lively and remarkable student body. And we gave out degrees, and both master's and BA degrees. And the event took place, it was scheduled long in advance, but took place a day late because there was a shooting of an Israeli soldier at the checkpoint before one of the remaining Palestinian refugee camps, which is in the municipality of Jerusalem. It's a walled-off area, extremely poor, and a kind of desperate, intense area in which well over 100,000 people live. And as a result, the West Bank called a general strike for Wednesday, which was the day in which our meetings with our Al-Quds partners, the university, and we had a meeting with the ministry, the Education Ministry of Palestine, and that was all shifted to yesterday. I was struck in the graduation ceremony, which has Palestinian families and the graduates and faculty and residents of the West Bank, that there were many speeches. And we met earlier in the day with the Palestinian Minister of Education. These speeches were unusual because you could tell that the student speakers spoke not only to the existing crowd, but you could tell one of them in particular spoke with the, I think, understanding that what she said was less important in the event that was taking place with the people there than its extract or its whole or part distribution through social media. That it wasn't really about what we were witnessing was not the whole impact of that speech, but for the first time, anything anybody says is recorded and can be distributed. And if one speaks with that in mind, apart from the fact that there's a kind of reduction of any kind of real private speech, there are practically fewer opportunities to think aloud, so that what one says is assumed to be declarative, not speculative, that there's no way to do something which actually Hannah Arendt was expert at, which is to think on her feet. And so that what she said wasn't necessarily what she ended up thinking was right, but she was very interested in the response that she got in real time from the people whom she was speaking to. That we have a belief that what comes out of one's mouth is the result of kind of closed deliberation, the way a politician might edit everything that that person says, with the understanding that it's dispositive about their beliefs. And that's not the case, and that should not be the case in university. That we should be permitted to be able to speculate, to think aloud, and think aloud with participants, and then see what that response is and hear what that response is. In this case, in the ceremony, every speaker was conscious of something that is different from our own circumstances. These are young people living with obvious reasons for rage and under a tyranny of an occupation, and a severe and not always predictable restriction on their freedom of movement and their freedom of speech. And their theme was the importance of the freedom to speak, the freedom to reason, the freedom to find a political process in which they could participate that is not only one of violence, but of thought and persuasion, and how difficult that has become. And that has become more difficult with the presence of social media. What is missing when we see our politics driven by social media exchange are things that are not always obvious. So I'm going to say things that are absolutely walking through open doors, so I apologize for the simplicity of what I have to say. One of the things that's missing is not only the give and take, not only the speculative nature of public speaking and the speculative nature of putting forth ideas, interpretations, and claims, and then being able to retract them, to amend them, to change them. But you don't have the sound of the voice in real time. We know this in the world of music, and also this was the case when television first appeared in the political arena, that what people look like, I'll come to that in a moment, but certainly what they sound like is very different in the acoustic space that we live with and the recorded space, even if it's a video. That the meaning of what one says has a kind of musical, sonic aspect to it, the way one speaks and the way one is heard, and the emotional overtone that is not strictly linguistic. And that's lost in the distribution, let's say, of one of these speeches that was at the graduation. The second is the visual element, that there is a dynamic in the response of the crowd. So it is in a way, stripping our ability to reason with language from the human, sensual, real presence of being with other people. So, having gone through this long day and getting on a plane, I looked at the video options, movies, things like that, and I stumbled on what must be a 1950s production of Shakespeare's Julius Caesar with Marlon Brando, John Gielgud, and James Mason. In the scene, the way this movie was made, of the two orations that come after the murder of Julius Caesar, the one by Brutus and the one by Mark Antony, the more famous one, when the filmmakers made the recording for the viewer of the response of the crowd, the citizens of Rome, to the murder of Caesar, one could see the reaction of the speaker rhetorically to the reaction of the crowd, and members of the crowd seeing and hearing the interjections of people in the same space. What was remarkable is that the film managed to capture the rapidity with which groups change their views, the facility of the ability to manipulate a crowd, not only to give it rise to anger, but also to turn it from one position to another. And the brilliance of the Shakespearean juxtaposition of these two rhetorical strategies, that of Brutus and that of Mark Antony, that these rhetorical strategies had their power in their impact in real time and real place with the crowd to whom they were speaking, and that he was able to replicate the shift in tone and manner. In the negotiation of politics, it is that fluidity of response which allows people to think, react, change, and alter that was captured in the film. In the media that we deal with, whether it's a video or a photograph or a quote, in the distribution in social media, the anonymity and impersonality of the claims and their fragmentation, therefore taking them out of the context of the moment or the political context, it can be devastating. So she obviously wrote before these opportunities existed, beyond television, I would say. And her idealized public space always took into account this human interaction of sound, the visual, and the ability to negotiate in real time a transformation, an adaptation, the reaching of consensus, or the breaking up of consensus. The third point I want to make is that all of this, the presence of social media, has, whether we like it or not, undercut any confidence by the individual that they can ascertain what might be true, what might not be true, and that there is no amount of compensation for the argument that would undercut or diminish an impression that is false. The ability for lies, distortions, and for the defamation of individuals to run like wildfire through a crowd that never sees one another, that never interacts. So I might think that person is not only wrong, but criminal. That person is truly a bad person. That's a bad actor. That's a dangerous view. And that I'm not in the position of seeing what other people might think in real time and real place, which would allow me to even reconsider my initial reaction. I might be disturbed by something someone says, and then as being part of that real-time, real-place community, I might actually find myself changing my views. And we're in the business of trying to find out how we can change people's views or get some agreement of where ambiguity lies, some ability to compromise, some ability to contextualize, some ability to forgive, some ability to provide an empathetic understanding for that which we don't agree with. The terrifying aspect of a real mob in a real place cannot be underestimated. But the impersonal, fragmented, isolated mob that doesn't interact and with which we cannot interact as a participant has its own actually terrifying aspect. And one of its terrifying aspects is actually to deepen rage, to connect the personal and the political in an isolated circumstance, and without any recourse in the act of speaking, so in which speaking is action, to come to terms with that rage and find a way to channel it, to diminish it, to make it constructive. So in fact, we have an ideal public space through social media for the fragmentation which is the precondition of tyranny, especially given our predilection to believe the worst of our fellow human being. The idea that in the aftermath of genocide, especially in the Second World War, to still believe in a residual shared humanity is one of the redeeming features of Hannah Arendt's work. And to believe in that shared humanity, despite all the evidence, to return to the possibility that we can find ways to live together with all differences and work together and reason, and which language isn't distorted by its extraction from the moment and from the community to which that speech has been addressed. That fragmentation deepens the inability to find common ground. So it's a dangerous moment, and a dangerous moment in which the ability to come to some agreement about what is true, what is the circumstances, and to think aloud, speculatively, in the effort to come to an agreement or compromise about circumstances which, about which there can be legitimate disagreements, and about things that deeply affect our future issues of inequality, of justice. The social media as it is now lived with by individuals, especially in the post-pandemic environment, that ability is deeply eroded, which is, I suspect, what this conference is trying to deal with. What was very encouraging is despite all the reasons for rage and for a sense of the oppressive might of occupation and tyranny, how optimistic, how generous, and how idealistic our Palestinian colleagues and students showed themselves to be. So I landed in my naturalized home with a renewed sense of the possibility. But that possibility wasn't underscored by any participation in social media, which I'm pleased never to have been part of. So I wish you very well, and thank you, Roger. Thank you all for participating, and have a very good day. I especially want to welcome the students from the Bard High Schools. Thank you.
So can the speakers for the next panel, and Renata Salecl, come up? Mike, Allison, Thomas? Yeah, and a reminder as well, because we are live streaming this on YouTube, YouTube has very strict rules, and if a phone goes off and they think it's some music, or some sort of music, they will cut the live stream because of copyright issues. So please turn your phone ringers off, because otherwise the live stream will be cut. All right, I turn it over to Renata. Thank you.
Thank you, Rogers, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to speak at this conference and to moderate a very important theme: is social media compatible with democracy? I'm Renata Salecl. I'm a philosopher and sociologist, and I come from the Institute of Criminology at the Faculty of Law in Slovenia and Birkbeck College, University of London. Now, just before the pandemic, when I was finishing my book on A Passion for Ignorance, which was kind of questioning why in times when we have so many possibilities to get information, we are more and more closing our eyes. And I was, kind of dealing with the issue, people who feel that they are ignored quite often, appear to even more ignore facts and reason, or, kind of, let's say, rational explanations. And quite a lot of them are finding certain kind of enjoyment online, especially by spreading fake news and conspiracy theories. So when I was dealing with these questions, I came across a very interesting study done among Twitter users. The authors are coming from American and Danish background, and their names are, one of them is Michael Ben Peterson, the other one is Professor Arsenos, and the third one is Matthias Osmundsen. They analyzed 6,000 Twitter users who have been spreading passionately fake news and conspiracy theories. What they found was that majority of these people did not believe in what they were spreading. So they knew what they were spreading was a lie. They knew it was a fake news. So the question for me became, what was the enjoyment in this activity? And in a strange way, it was anger. Now, first, these people got response when the other group, the other people who had different beliefs from them, responded to their news. Usually they got angry response. Now, the same people, these passionate spreaders of fake news, were also quite often angry individuals, angry at the society in which they lived, and they got recognition also from their own group, through likes, through sharing. Their status in some way kind of was elevated in the online community. Now, the interesting part of this research was also that about a quarter of these people believed that the world as we know it should be torn down. They wanted that kind of we start anew, that there is a reset in society. Some even said, we want everything to burn down. Now, it's interesting when you know a little bit about psychoanalysis that from Freud's on, there have been discussion that this kind of a desire for annihilation and sometimes even self-annihilation has a kind of an underside, which is a desire for a new, like creatio ex nihilo, as Jacques Lacan says. So in some way, these people also did not probably imagine that they themselves would die, but had a kind of a fantasy of an utopian future where we will kind of start with a smaller group of people in a kind of on a clear slate, and they would be alive too. Now, just before inviting my participants, I would like to share with you an important kind of news which I hope will steer our discussion, which is that when we are speaking about fake news and conspiracy theories, quite significant changes are now happening around the world in regard to legislation. Now, just yesterday, Turkish parliament introduced a new law which will punish with a prison sentence up to 3 years those people who are spreading fake news on their social media. Now, this is happening 1 year before elections, and a lot of newspaper editors are up in the air, which means that criticism could also very easily be named that it is fake news. However, one step further that this legislation goes is also that it introduces a new demands towards the providers of social media, those providers who will have at least 1 million participants on their platforms from Turkey will need to have a Turkish representative somehow mediating between, let's say, usually American providers and Turkey. They will also need to expose to the Turkish government the logic of how their algorithms are working. They will need to also provide the information about the users. Now, WhatsApp, for example, WhatsApp's users' identities will be, available to Turkish government. And if you are having a fake identity on the social media, you might get, 50% higher sentence than this kind of proposed sentence of 3 years. Now, so I hope when we come to the discussion that we kind of maybe reflect a little bit on this kind of, let's say, new turns that are happening in regard to the regulation of social media. Our question is social media compatible with democracy? We have 3 participants. We will hear 10 minutes expose from each of one, and then we will have a discussion. So our first speaker is Thomas Chatterton Williamson. The title of his talk is Can Twitter Be Rational? Thomas is the author of Losing My Cool and Self-Portrait in Black and White, and he's a contributing writer of The Atlantic. I would kindly ask Thomas.
Morning. When I was asked to talk briefly about whether Twitter could be rational, my immediate response was absolutely not. It's a jungle out there. But on further reflection, that's clearly not true. The platform, by and large, is ruthlessly rational, as a matter of fact. Some of you are probably familiar with Shirley Jackson's devastating 1948 short story, The Lottery. It takes place in what might be a provincial corner of America, in which an annual compulsory lottery lends a degree of adventure and meaning to otherwise uneventful lives. One summer morning, a man named Bill Hutchinson draws a winning ticket, Bill's wife, Tessie, whose demeanor has been calm until that point, shifts and she pleads for a redo. Instead, a second round determines which of the 5 members of their family will be the ultimate winner. This time, Tessie pulls the marked slip. It isn't fair, she screams, but no one is listening. The townspeople, including her husband and children, close in and stone her to death. In subtle, ruthlessly efficient prose, Jackson portrays the tendency, which is surely as old as humankind itself, to create scapegoats, ostracizing, penalizing, punishing, and humiliating individuals in the process. Mid-century New Yorker readers, Mid-century New Yorker readers were apparently unprepared to find such bleakness in their mailboxes, and many canceled their subscriptions in response, and some even sent hate mail to the magazine and to Jackson herself. The story was even later banned in South Africa. Throughout the summer of 2020, as the coronavirus contagion and sustained protest against racial injustice frayed our nerves, and debate around so-called cancel culture erupted in the nation's op-ed pages, I thought often of Jackson's allegory. And I must not have been the only one, because the New Yorker reprinted the story in its July 27th issue that same year. Mercifully, we don't obliterate each other with rocks, nor do we burn each other at the stake for heresy. But it would be naive to conclude that these impulses simply wither from disuse, rather than find alternative and more subtle outlets to express themselves now. The horrific attack on Salman Rushdie is an urgent reminder that physical violence can still horrifically occur, but the penalty for transgression has in most cases decreased from any kind of bodily harm to symbolic maiming and death, reputational destruction, and the stigmatizing of certain people and views. At the same time, the public square has also expanded from one small town to the global surveillance state, a kind of wicked noosphere, to borrow Teilhard de Chardin's phrase, of near total attention and observation. Until recently, it was possible simply to relocate and start from scratch were one to lose one's good name, which is to say that a reputation once damaged somewhere might be restored easily enough somewhere else. In the social media era, however, such rebirth can no longer be taken for granted. Each day on Twitter, there is one main character, reads a very viral tweet from 2019. The goal is to never be it. Or, as another user elaborated, we're now all caught up in a third-grade recess game, but with celebrities, the president, and the potential to permanently ruin your life. Recall the case of Justine Sacco back in 2013, perhaps the cancellation of the Twitter age. Sacco was an unknown public relations director who, before boarding a flight from London to Cape Town, tweeted a tasteless joke. "Going to Africa, hope I don't get AIDS, just kidding, I'm white." She had only 170 followers. But by the time her plane landed, her insensitive and inconsequential tweet had gone viral and her life was in tatters. She had become a world-famous racist and lost her job back home. A common paradox of any debate around cancel culture is that those who insist it is not a problem oscillate between dismissing it as a made-up phenomenon and asserting that anyone who is canceled deserves the cancellation. If Sacco was in fact canceled, the feeling was she had it coming after all. But consider the lesser-known and far less clear-cut case of Rebecca Tuvel. In 2017, in the feminist philosophy journal Hypatia, Tuvel published a paper titled "In Defense of Transracialism," in which she compared the male-to-female transition of Caitlyn Jenner to the white-to-black transformation of Rachel Dolezal. Even though challenging comparisons and unnerving thought experiments are supposed to be the coin of the realm in the world of philosophy, there was no chance for a good-faith conversation here. The text was immediately denounced as both racist and transphobic. One philosopher claimed that it not only perpetuates harm in numerous ways, but also enacts violence, a writer observed in the New York Times. As in other cases of internet shaming, people who apparently had not read the offending article were eager to condemn it. Once the article was criticized widely on social media, scholars associated with the journal also piled on, and a group of associate editors issued a spineless apology on Facebook. An open letter with more than 800 signatories, including 2 members of Tuvel's own dissertation committee, demanded the article's retraction. Though many academics rushed to her defense, Hypatia suffered waves of resignations and a subsequent restructuring in which editors and board members who supported Tuvel were removed. And Tuvel remains to this day tarred as a bigot, which she clearly is not. A certain amount of stigma, no matter how unjustly received, cannot be removed. Much has been said about the benefits of democratizing our national and international discourse and allowing a variety of voices the chance to object to offensive speech and behavior. Much has also been said about the possible chilling effect that accompanies the vigilant policing of rapidly shifting norms. And yet, curiously, short shrift has been given to one of the most fundamental aspects of this old culture rendered terrifyingly new by technology. The sadistic, gleeful spectacle of punishment for its own sake, the self-righteousness and solidarity that derives from not being it, produces an obscene joy in many people who lose themselves in the mob as it exacts its furious revenge. The French critic and philosopher René Girard's mimetic theory and his notion of the scapegoat as a mechanism of social control provide one framework to make sense of the brave new collision of human nature and technology, as well as the ramifications of this unprecedented global psychological experiment we have willfully subjected ourselves to in the form of social media, where so many of our debates now inevitably take place. Girard's argument, while somewhat abstract, is worth outlining. It starts with a literary treatment of desire rooted in insights gleaned from the Western tradition's great novels and dramas. For Girard, desire is not linear. I want, in a volitional vacuum, an overpriced pair of sneakers. Rather it is formed in the context of other people's desires. That clunky footwear is desirable to me because it is desired by others. This is basic marketing, of course. In other words, it is through mediators that our own desires disclose themselves to us, and this can spur competition and rivalry. According to a group of scholars of mimetic theory called the Colloquium on Violence and Religion, mimetic desire leads to escalation as our shared desire reinforces and inflames our belief in the value of the object. Such escalation holds the potential of a war of all against all. For Girard, that escalation is diffused by means of the scapegoat mechanism. The community unites against a single, arbitrarily defined target and avoids a chaotic, broader conflict as a result. Crucially, a social order achieved in this way is only possible if the excluding parties unanimously believe that the person or group expelled is truly guilty or dangerous. And if that sounds religious, it's supposed to. As Shirley Jackson understood so well, finding someone to blame, someone whom all potential rivals can unite against, does not depend on whether that unfortunate person is actually guilty of anything. What is crucial is the group's agreement on the question of her guilt, so that when she is expelled from the circle of acceptance, whether literally or figuratively, her objections will go unheard. Anyone who has endured hundreds, thousands, or if extraordinarily unlucky, millions of tossed-off blows on Twitter can easily put themselves in Tessie Hutchinson's shoes. Digital cancellation operates with the logic, the rationality, and the velocity of a sucker punch. You can't protect yourself and don't even know where the attack is coming from until it's already landed. It is not, as is often maintained, merely a matter of accountability. Being held to account implies an opportunity to explain and thus defend oneself. The scapegoat's guilt is proven as a result of the peace that is won by the group's unity against her. This seemingly virtuous peace is necessarily blinding, as the colloquium explains. When a community in the throes of conflict obtains peace through the violent expulsion of a scapegoat, they cannot perceive that it is their own unanimous violence which produced the peace. This blindness on the part of participants with respect to what they are really doing, killing an innocent victim, is the one essential element required for the scapegoating mechanism to work. Girard points out that to have a scapegoat is not to know you have one. In other words, participants in the scapegoating mechanism hold an authentic and rational belief in the guilt of the victim, a guilt seemingly demonstrated by the restoration of peace. Every day online, outraged, mimetically desiring, and heretofore atomized enforcers on both sides of the political spectrum coalesce to designate enemies, heretics, main characters who are to be tagged it and duly shamed and punished. Girard's theory is observable in real time as the mob swarms and delights in the destruction of some hapless target. And most importantly, in terms of the implications for whether or not social media can be rational, all of the rest of us onlookers most certainly watch what happens and can't help but make shrewd calculations about how to avoid the same sad fate. Thank you.
Thank you. We will first have all the speeches and then the discussion. Our second speaker is Mike Cosper. Mike is a writer and producer, podcaster, author of a forthcoming book, Christian Reading of the Work of Hannah Arendt. Please.
Can't let technology fail you. So I'm here to talk a little bit about how social media has affected our spirituality. And for me, this is particularly relevant. I've spent the past 2.5 years producing a podcast called The Rise and Fall of Mars Hill. And the story was the account of a Seattle megachurch that was planted in 1996. By 2013, it had 15,000 people in 15 locations in 5 states. About a year after that, there was some decline over that year because of controversy. The pastor resigned in October of 2014, and December 31st, that same year, the church closed its doors. The damage that this church did in terms of cult-like spiritual abuse, the reckoning that happened in people's souls as a result, was brutal, and that was the story we wanted to tell in the podcast. I'm not going to try to sum up 16 hours of story here, but what I want to talk about, though, is the way that this church, this platform, and the story itself was really a social media story in a lot of ways. When the church was planted, this is Seattle, and a big coalition inside this church that helped to lead the church were people involved in the tech industry. So they were ahead of the curve on all kinds of stuff. They had a church website before hardly anyone else did. They built a forum online, a chat forum in the late 90s. They built their own social media platform inside the church for sort of creating community online, which they sold for millions of dollars in the mid-2000s. And then probably most significantly, they had this creative team. They had a creative director who came in. He had all kinds of experience as a documentary filmmaker for huge rock bands that he wanted to keep off the record, and a couple of big brands that he also wanted to keep off the record. Trust me, it was a big deal. What's significant about that individual in particular is that when the church closed its doors, or before that, when he kind of got fed up and left, he went and started a creative agency that today serves Apple, Pixar, Google, Amazon. So it tells you a little bit about the level at which these guys were operating. There's a significant piece of this story as well that speaks to something that William Davies spoke a little bit about yesterday, which is just the pace of innovation, the pace of modernity in general, this idea that innovation is always good, hit the gas, that infamous comment from that kind of drove Facebook's development, move fast and break things. That was very much at the spirit of the way this church plant was developed. And there was a guy who was a part of the church. His name was Brian Zugg. He's now an exec at Zillow. And the way he talked about it with me, he talked about, we were fooling around. We'd put these things online and just see what the reaction was. And then you were constantly kind of tailoring towards the reactivity. And the next thing you know, this church had a larger platform online than it did in person. They were first to all these different social media platforms. They were #1 in iTunes, #1 in YouTube, had massive followings on Twitter and Facebook. And largely because they had the insight to know if we go there, we're going to be able to move much more quickly. Of course, the problem was that when you have a narcissistic, spiritually abusive, maybe sociopathic leader behind all of this, you can't quite predict what the consequences are. It's kind of like that Ian Malcolm quote from Jurassic Park. You're so focused on what you could do, you never stop to ask what you should do. Zugg now, when he meets people in Seattle, and it's a religious context, he always says, yeah, I'm the guy that put the first MP3 of Mark Driscoll on the internet. I'm sorry. The fall of the church was a social media phenomenon as well. There was a plagiarism controversy that erupted at the end of 2013, and it was kind of a moment where the dam broke. A couple of bloggers got a hold of the story, began to account for serial plagiarism in this pastor's books going back for years. And then people began to gather around hashtags online, sharing their stories of spiritual abuse, sharing their stories of burnout from inside of the church. two specific instances I find most interesting. One was that in the summer of 2014, Driscoll, this pastor, he released a video talking about all of the controversy, and the insiders at the church referred to it as the hostage video. It kind of looks like he's been imprisoned and kept hostage for a bit. He doesn't look good. And one of the things he says is, you know, we would respond to all of this if we just knew who these people were, but they're all attacking us anonymously. Instantly, there was a hashtag, "We are not anonymous," where all of these people began to gather and publish their stories online. The second one was these rumors that were being published in blogs about this horrible stuff that he'd once said on a chat forum back in the 1990s. And he more or less said, look, they're overblowing the story. It really wasn't that bad. And then this sort of hacker-inspired group that started sending out bits and pieces of this old archive that they had gone in and hunted down and put together. They referred to themselves as YFWTWN, which stands for You Fucked with the Wrong Nerds. They rebuilt this entire thing, and it was horrendous what they uncovered. The misogynistic and homophobic and just abusive things that he said on this platform. And that really brought him down in particular. For me, coming to this story, and coming to this story as someone who was kind of a Hannah Arendt obsessive, I felt like her voice was in the back of my head the whole time. And there were three ideas from Arendt that I feel like permeated this entire story. They're the ideas of mass loneliness, thoughtlessness, and this idea of appearances. When Arendt talks about mass loneliness, she talks about how modernity weakened these bonds, weakened these connections that gave people an identity, gave them a sense of purpose. Charles Taylor talks about this as well. He refers to it as the unbundling of identity, that when you were born into a set of identities, your nation, your race, your vocation, your religion, oftentimes who you were going to marry. All of this stuff was given. And what modernity does is it sort of unbundles all of that. Those all become choices. Those all become options that you're going to identify with, which creates a tremendous amount of anxiety. And so when somebody who comes along with this sense of authority and clarity and certainty and wants to give you purpose in your life, it's incredibly compelling. And that was the case in Mars Hill. The second thing regarding thoughtlessness that I think is so significant, it comes back to that move fast and break things. Again, there wasn't a ton of consideration for what's going to happen. What are the onset results of this kind of work? And as a result, the damage was, there was no way to sort of predict the damage, but there was also no effort to predict the damage. There were no considerations about the fact that the work that they were doing, the things that they were putting out into the world had this potential. One guy accounted for me. He was like, we went to a conference in like 2007, and we saw all these people flocking to Driscoll like a celebrity, and we realized, oh no, like they take him seriously. We don't. He's just this guy that we knew, The third and final category, and I think this is where it gets, most important for the implications for spirituality today, is this idea of appearances. And what I mean by that, Hannah Arendt gave this amazing speech when she won the Sonning Prize. I think it was 1975. And when you read the speech, you get a really deep insight into kind of the workings of her mind. She understood herself as someone who was called to a contemplative life and didn't think of herself as a public figure and was very uncomfortable with the way the Sonning Prize kind of put her into the public view. And in the speech, she just sort of honestly unpacks that, that her world is a world of thinking, and thinking to Arendt was dialogue with the self. So she likened, the acceptance of the prize and the appearance as putting on a persona. And persona, she references the term as a mask, the Greek masks that they wore in the theater. And she goes on to sort of talk through all of our public appearances, all of the roles that we play in the world are essentially this kind of persona. We're putting on masks, whether we're a doctor, we're a professor, we're a journalist, we're a parent, we're a spouse. And the fact that we wear these masks, that we have these personas, isn't a bad thing. But what she emphasizes at the end is that there is meant to be in the contemplative life, in a worthy life, a withdrawal from the mask, a return to this sort of, I can't remember the phrase that she uses, a naked thisness, I think is what she refers to. She says it's not definable. She is not definable, and we don't want to be seduced by this temptation of recognition. In other words, we have to know that there's something deeper, there's something more essential to us that can't be performed or presented. I think that resonates with pretty much every religious tradition that I am familiar with. And what social media does is it incentivizes the opposite. It incentivizes a religious life that is on display at all times. And so for Christianity in particular, it's a massive contrast. I mean, if you look at Jesus in the Gospels, he rejects performance for the crowd. He distrusts the mobs. He's regularly withdrawing into this kind of life. And you see examples of this all through the Christian and the Hebrew scriptures. The life of Elijah when he retreats to the cave. It's not the spectacular in which he has this intimate encounter with the whisper of God. It's in silence. When I think about spirituality and social media, and I think about this story, I think there are these two essential dynamics. One is that there was a great good and important thing that happened on social media in this story because it democratized people's voices. It enabled the people who were victims of abuse in this community to have a voice and to come together. But it has this terrible effect. It reveals this terrible effect in the way that it disincentivizes inner life and that it emphasizes appearances. It allows us to be seduced by abusive, narcissistic leaders who can be edited for consumption in ways that invite us in, that compel us. The medium itself can hide the worst parts of people, and we believe that the appearance is the real thing. I think this is not just true of religion, of course. This is true of our issues with democracy in general. That if we believe in the appearances of things, we suspend our judgment, as Arendt talks about a lot. We suspend our willingness to think what we are doing. In Christian terms, when we think about how do we fix this, how do we resolve this, I do think there's a necessary restoration of our institutions, a necessary restoration of our practices. A restoration of the inner life. And in broader terms, there's something similar that needs to happen in terms of reinvigorating civic responsibility and reinvigorating our institutions. I'm hopeful to a certain extent because of this avalanche of stories. The reason we told the Mars Hill story is it was one of dozens that have taken place in the last few years. The question, though, I think in both religious and democratic terms is whether or not there's a will to withdraw, a will to return to thinking and judging and coming face to face with ourselves in that sort of silence. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Our last speaker is Allison Stanger. Allison is professor of international politics and economics at Middlebury College, and she is the author of Whistleblowers, Honesty in America, From Washington to Trump, and her talk is Who Elected Big Tech?
Thanks, Renata. Yeah, so I see in the title of this talk that autocorrect has struck again. I'm Allison Stanger, not Allison Stranger. I wanted to begin with a quote, and the reasons why will become apparent, I hope. AI could theoretically make it possible to centrally control an entire economy. It is no coincidence that AI is the favorite technology of the Communist Party of China. Strong cryptography, on the other pole, holds out the prospect of a decentralized and individualized world. If AI is communist, crypto is libertarian. That's Peter Thiel, writing in the preface to The Sovereign Individual, which is kind of the Bible of the libertarians. And I just wanted to start with that quote because we've been debating here problems with social media, that is, problems with a Web 2 social media world. But Silicon Valley is racing forward into a Web 3 or metaverse world. So all the questions we have addressed in this conference are further complicated by this move to companies built upon the blockchain. I'm writing a book currently titled Who Elected Big Tech? And I'm simultaneously thinking about Web3 ethics. That's not our topic today, but I wanted to assure you that thinking about these social media Web 2 problems are absolutely a necessary condition for averting catastrophe catalyzed by blockchain innovation. That is the world of cryptocurrencies and decentralized finance. That's racing forward. From the vantage point of fall 22, there's growing awareness, I think, in both the scientific community and the public at large that technology is delivering unprecedented opportunities while simultaneously undermining privacy, individual autonomy, and democratic values. Less well known, however, is that an unprecedented shift in the balance of power between multinational industry and national governments has been a necessary condition for these new challenges. Just think about it. How else could a freely elected American president be silenced by Google, Twitter, and Facebook, to be effectively deplatformed? How else could Facebook's Instagram be exposed as knowingly causing harm to the teenagers that use it without government penalty? So this transformation has taken place. The question is, why? My working hypothesis is that Larry Lessig, writing decades ago in his book, Code and Other Laws of Cyberspace, he's been vindicated. Code is or has become law, as Lessig claimed, yet law has lagged behind technological change to the point where we've got this imbalance of power that has become dangerous to democracy, an imbalance of power between government and these large technology companies. In the United States, social media continues to be regulated by the Telecommunications Act of 1996. That's an act that was designed to break up Ma Bell so the government could encourage innovation and free market competition with telephones. Yet in the past 25 years, obviously telecommunications have been transformed dramatically, and with the advent of the internet, they're now global in scope. But this same law is still the basis of government regulation. So I think you can see that on the one hand, the Telecommunications Act of 1996, that really displayed the power of the US government to change the rule of the games. They broke up AT&T and these large telephone companies. But Trump's deplatforming in 2021, I think, symbolizes another change. That is the triumph of corporate power over government. This is not just a free speech issue, although there are many free speech issues at work here. It's ultimately, I would argue, a power issue. The large American tech companies have repeatedly expressed apprehension about the lack of leadership from Washington. It's really quite odd. I mean, I saw this spectacle in last year when Mark Zuckerberg was advertising in a well-known Washington Post newsletter to Inside the Beltway folks, basically begging for the government to regulate them. In other words, Facebook was advertising that please help us update the Telecommunications Act of 1996. 5 days later, after I read this, on Wednesday, May 5th, 2021, the Facebook Oversight Board announced its verdict on Donald Trump's account. Remember, they shut him down. And so what the Facebook Oversight Board did was they said, it's okay that you shut him down, but you have 6 months to come up with the reasons why you shut him down, because according to your terms of service, there is no connection between your actions and the rules on the books. And indeed, it's true. We have a whistleblower from Twitter, a Black American woman, who basically has told us that he was repeatedly violating the terms of service, but because Facebook had a special exception rule for prominent individuals, he was not shut down until the Capitol was burning. Okay, so they're supposed to come up with new rules. Has anybody seen those new rules? 18 months have passed, and to the best of my knowledge, Facebook and the Oversight Board have not bothered to answer. It's interesting because if you read that ruling, it really sounded like what Facebook was being tasked to do was work of government. It wasn't work of a private corporation. Now, some of you might not know what the Facebook Oversight Board is, so I want to say a little bit about that, because it's an interesting institutional development as we think about global governance of technology in a world of autonomous weapons and all sorts of other dangerous things. It's a board on content moderation that was announced in September 2019, and it's funded by an independent trust. The original 40-member board was devised after months of public consultation with experts and institutions all around the world. It's a global board. In terms of design, it's something wholly new. It is a paragovernmental organization with no government or legal regulation that floats above individual countries and renders judgments with local ramifications. That is, its composition circumvents nation states entirely, and it's not the European Union, nor the United States, nor the World Trade Organization. It looks like a court, but Facebook is not a country. It also doesn't aspire to serve law in any way, either domestic or international. It exists, I would say, as a body of ultimate appeal, and in that sense, it resembles something very old: the private government of the king's court. Yet Zuckerberg insists that Facebook will abide by its decisions, which is not how monarchs typically behave. He insisted that, but they haven't done what they were supposed to do, and Donald Trump is still deplatformed. I personally am not upset about that, but I think it does set a dangerous precedent. Well, where do things presently stand on Donald Trump's assorted megaphones? Twitter's ban is permanent, YouTube's ban is indefinite, and Facebook's, as I've already told you, is currently in a state of suspended animation. Well, why has big tech become so powerful? That's really the topic of my book, and I wanted to give you a little flavor of what I'm trying to grapple with there. It's important to realize that today's corporations, unlike their imperial antecedents, are not national enterprise. The East India Company, for example, in the British Empire, was a wholly national enterprise. It served the interests of the British Empire. These companies are multinational in scope, which means that much like today's working class, these corporations have no country. This in part accounts for their disproportionate power vis-a-vis national governments, because they can do all sorts of things to circumvent national rules and regulations. But this is not the whole story. There are at least 3 other reasons why big tech has such disproportionate power, and I'll conclude with these, just to get you thinking a little bit for our discussion. Why? Why this disproportionate power? Well, first, the big 5, that is Alphabet, Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and Microsoft, they control the platforms we use, and those platforms are the infrastructure, the working infrastructure of both business and government. That's phenomenal power. Second, the power of big tech is concentrated, whereas government power is diffuse due to both federalism, say within the United States, and the degree to which government functions have been privatized. So there's a big movement now to break up big tech. Very interesting book, if you're interested in this issue, by Zephyr Teachout, who is a senior fellow of the Hannah Arendt Center, called Break 'em Up. That's worth reading. But the power is concentrated in a manner unseen previously. Third reason why big tech has such power is they have strong incentives to engage politically. They have large lobbying wings, both because their customers and their employees do not want to be partners in social injustice and are using their voice to influence corporate as well as government policy. So that's another way of saying that there's a very real possibility that you can influence corporate behavior through the employees who are increasingly organizing because they don't want to work for companies that have tools that perpetuate racial bias and so forth. So that's something to watch in the future, is the whistleblowers and the working organizations. So in conclusion, who elected big tech? We, as American consumers, have done so. The challenge before us is what we, as American citizens, have to say about where we go from here. So thank you for your attention. I hope we'll have some good discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. And thank you, all speakers. And I think that we really covered a vast array of questions. And when I was listening to all three of you, a certain kind of, let's say, similarity appeared in the problems that you touched. And one would be, in some way, the word damage. I heard a lot the term kind of damage and enjoyment in ruining something, and certain kind of a search for voice, voice for someone to hear us, like sometimes this ruining and damage that is happening, especially with the stories that Thomas was talking about, is a search for, definitely for this kind of a recognition, which I was mentioning at the beginning. Now, Thomas, when you were talking about the need to have a scapegoat, I was kind of thinking in some way about this kind of the enjoyment, I would say, the enjoyment in first creating a scapegoat. Then the next step would be, kind of, let's say, torturing verbally, mostly, the scapegoat. You were talking through many examples. But then I was questioning whether it is not maybe possible that quite a lot of people who find enjoyment in this torture in some way nonetheless know that the story might not be true, or that, sort of like this kind of, let's say, presumed crime that they are going after might not have happened. So what I'm opening up is the question, really the question about truth. And, let's say, in the past, when we were talking about how we will fight against government, there was always the idea we will expose truth. Let's say Václav Havel, his idea was if only people would kind of speak in truth and they will see truth, then communism will collapse. The idea was if people were bluffing, for example, to put a communist flag in their shops, innerly they did not believe in communism, but they were just putting, this is like his story of the greengrocer. If they were to say truth, the system would collapse. Now, we live in completely different times, I think, from Havel, where our leaders are, excelling in muddling up issues of what is truth and what is fact, especially if you look authoritarian leaders, sort of, let's say, Putin, Erdogan, Trump here, and our populism very much relies now on distrust of people into the very question of what is fact and what isn't, what is truth and what is not. So I wonder if we can push your analysis a little bit further and imagine that, even the readers of these stories kind of don't really care whether the story is true or not, but they're finding a kind of another enjoyment, let's say, in what they're doing, sharing or commenting or, ostracizing someone.
That's a really good point, and one I've thought about recently in my own experience, which doesn't rise to the level of dealing with authoritarianism, but it does really make me question the degree to which people care whether something is true or not, or whether they have a kind of preordained understanding of who is a legitimate or worthy target of derision, and kind of the unifying energy that comes with being in solidarity with a group of people who designate somebody their enemy. Over the summer, I mean, this is kind of silly, but it actually got serious enough to the point where like a major New York law firm stepped in and pro bono represented me. Over the summer, I was visiting New York for a couple of days from France, and I was photographed in a t-shirt that relates to a podcast called Red Scare. And on Instagram, this image was shared, and one of the hosts of the Red Scare podcast, Anna Kachian, shared it on her stories in the middle of sharing stories of herself being in Texas with Alex Jones. And a very diligent reporter at Gawker was reading her stories and then wrote an entire story on Gawker about me being in Texas with Alex Jones. And the hatred on social media started, I'm a hypocrite, I'm not a liberal, I'm a conspiracy theorist, these are the people I pal around with. And the hate came fast, hundreds of people commenting on this thing that I was nowhere near Texas, it was completely false. And when it, first I said something and Gawker said, oh, unfortunately it turns out he wasn't there, but they left the story up. And then several hours later, they took the whole story down. And I saw with the type of people that were rejoicing in me socializing with Alex Jones that when the truth came out that I wasn't there, they kind of said, that's really disappointing, but anyway. And it really did give me pause to your point about, it wasn't about whether I was with Alex Jones or not, it was about, there was like that, you're allowed to rage right now at this person. And the reason might be that they were with Alex Jones, but that's besides the point actually. And that's a very minor example of something that happens, I think, on a much more severe level when you're talking about, do Russians believe what is going on in Ukraine? No, they actually, from my friends who report out there, they don't actually really believe, but they kind of live in this space between belief and non-belief. And it's all confused with the propaganda that people halfway know is false. But I think that actually gets to something that Leon was saying in his opening remarks, and it's really dangerous about the kind of the falsity that spreads like wildfire through crowds. And I don't know what the answer is, but it made me think when you raised that you're absolutely right. There's a level of detachment from whether or not something is legit that just, it defines the nature of the problem as well as people being actually outraged.
Yeah, thank you for sharing your story. And exactly this, on a more broad, let's say, level, this question of, whether someone has been somewhere or done something, is played out everywhere. Literally you are guilty by association. Either you have been someone with someone or someone create a fake image of you, or how the interpretation happened. You probably remembered when the war in Ukraine started, Osianikova, the journalist, the Russian journalist, put this banner, in the studio. She ran into, stop war. And, this was like a really first kind of a public criticism in the sort of like their dominant media. However, very quickly, stories started circulating on the social media that all was fake. That she has not, this was staged, that the state actually staged it because they wanted to show that they are actually not prosecuting, the oppositional, because at the start she got a kind of a lenient sentence. So I think that's like the power nowadays to analyze in really, how the power today relies, and not only I would say the state powers or the political power, but also sort of the powers on the internet, the power which relies on, kind of muddling the question what is true or not, and, gets the enjoyment in this aggression violence, in sort of spreading those fake stories. Now, Mike, your fascinating story about this church made me think about, sort of like where we are heading, really. Now, as you probably know, there is a whole new field of studies emerging, collapsology. And the idea is that from the studies of how previous civilizations collapsed, we might maybe figure out where we are heading. And one of the ideas of those who are studying collapsology is that we are really coming to the point where churches like the one you're talking about will be, kind of really having, an extraordinary life, that we can imagine an increase of cults in the future, let's say with climate change, political tension, war, insecurities, anxieties that people are facing. The turn to religion is supposed to get stronger, and not necessarily classical religion, but the type of a cult religion, because it, in a strange way, what also you nicely pointed out, with the leaders and the kind of the authorities around them, they created a certain point of identification for a person who is anxious. Because quite often these leaders, and populist leaders too, appear, to kind of know or offer false hope. You have also probably followed the Japanese story of the Moonies, the Unitarian Church, which is quite, extraordinary. What a movement it had, which kind of led to the killing of Shinzo Abe, and President Trump actually gave a speech at one of their meetings when he was not the president anymore. He gave a keynote at this, kind of a church, which also looks quite a kind of a cult-like. So I wonder whether you share my pessimism, I would say, that the type of churches that you're talking are actually going to be on the increase, and that the new social media is offering really a new platform to spreading even more this kind of a cult-like.
Yeah, no, I do share your pessimism largely. Barna Research, they've followed sort of all kinds of church growth and transition statistics for years, and consistently the sort of population movement inside churches is away from sort of smaller, denominationally rooted, tradition-rooted congregations. Those churches are dying really fast. The churches that are growing are non-denominational megachurches, and so Christians are sort of flocking into these communities that have no denominational anchoring, so there's no external accountability whatsoever. And generally speaking, the thing that attracts people to the church is a combination of, very excellent music, in certain terms, like depending on your tastes, and a charismatic leader, a compelling leader. A friend of mine, the philosopher Jamie Smith, the way he always describes it is, contemporary church is, the experience of the contemporary church is a Coldplay concert followed by a TED Talk, And so I mean, that's definitely the direction of it. And when these churches get, they reach a certain threshold where the authority concentrates so much, it's hard not to believe this, the axiom that absolute power corrupts, absolutely. Because you just see it again and again. I mean, Bill Hybels at Willow Creek, James McDonald at Harvest Bible Chapel, and I mean, I could do it all day. Inside Mars Hill in particular, I mean, when you look at kind of the classic markers of a cult in the way that life is controlled, in the way that sort of vocational demands are placed on people. Women in the home, they're supposed to have lots of children. Men in the marketplace, they're supposed to buy property. We're going to take over Seattle. I mean, this is literally language inside the community. And it was pretty normalized, There's a pastor named Douglas Wilson in Moscow, Idaho right now, extremely influential leader. And, he's a theonomist. He's an apologist for Southern slavery. And this is fairly mainstream evangelical right now. And he's a classic example of somebody who was part of part of a Presbyterian denomination and then broke off to start his own, right? And you create these cult-like atmospheres. So yeah, the examples of this are manifold. And then the fact that you have denominations like the SBC erupting in sexual abuse scandals right now, and then incredibly divisive stuff happening in other denominations like the PCA and all that. At the same time these phenomena are happening, the long-standing Christian institutions, largely because of social media in many ways, are having their own scandals unearthed in ways that are eroding their credibility. So the trajectory is, not good.
Thank you. Allison, when you were speaking, I kind of continued thinking about this Turkish example, which I started in the morning with, a big country starting to sort of kind of creating demands to the social media. You have to expose us, your algorithms. We want to have one person of us, kind of in direct communication with you, all the identity of our users, and so on. So, when this legislation was passed yesterday, one of their legislators who opposed, the law, Barack Erbay is the name, actually brought to the parliament her telephone and hammer, and she sort of tore her telephone in front of other members of the parliament, saying, actually, you only have one freedom, phone in your pocket. Now, we usually perceive phone in our pocket, the surveillance mechanism, the limitation of our freedom. However, a person whose only way to oppose a regime, let's say, is maybe through anonymous, or maybe not even anonymous if she's courageous, Twitter accounts or whatever, to the social media, perceives it differently. So what is your comment on this, that we're actually the communist China, as you start with, actually somehow taking over and creating more and more, their own, let's say, links with these big tech companies, their own negotiations, and also imposing laws which, for example, other countries have not been capable to kind of, let's say, limit the power of the social media, but they're imposing this law to their benefit to kind of stay in power.
Thanks. Yeah, that's a great question, and I think I would just link it back to your earlier quote of Václav Havel and living in truth. And to me, what living in truth means today in this particular moment in time is to expose what the real power imbalances are. And these big tech companies, it's not just that they affect us, they profoundly affect elections in other countries. I received a note from a member of the Open Society University Network in Bangladesh talking about shadow censorship before the elections there. That's also happening in India. That's going to influence the course of the election. So these companies can collude with dictatorships and authoritarian regimes if it's going to increase their profit margins, because you need stability to make money. So in my view, this is a moment where we've got to examine power at multiple levels simultaneously. And our existing political philosophy, political theory is ill-equipped to deal with this changed world. And the positive thing on that is, I think it's an unprecedented moment for political and economic philosophizing and theorizing unmatched since the era of democratic and communist revolutions. That is, the person who's going to be able to kind of grok these changes and come up with alternative structures and action plans is going to potentially have profound impact. So to me, we really need to be thinking about these power imbalances. And again, I think there are hopeful signs that we made these companies powerful. Ultimately, we can make them less powerful, potentially, particularly here in the West. in some of the developing world, you might have just one. Facebook has conveniently been bringing smartphones to the developing world that only have Facebook on them. So that's their access to the internet. And this is a whole new issue area of digital decolonization, where you might want to create your own tech. I'm involved in the digital humanism project at the Technical University of Vienna, where they're looking at a number of these questions, and it's extremely interesting. You're seeing, widening. We didn't even talk about income disparities, but the widening income gaps, right, that are in part results of automation, I think, are going to be potential problems in the future. And what did the Silicon Valley people say? And I'll conclude with this, is they say, oh, we need to have universal basic income. Everybody's got to have a working wage. It sounds really good in theory, but in practice, if you look at what people really want, I think, it's not like they want to be able to just survive. They want to be esteemed, They want to be valued for what they do. And here I think Elizabeth Anderson, if some of you know her work, philosopher at the University of Michigan, is really good, because she talks about the difference between equality of income and equality of esteem. And that's what we need to be working for if we want democracy to survive and flourish.
Yeah, thank you, Allison. And sadly, sometimes people search for esteem through, attacking others, which has been also part of our discussion. Okay, we are opening the floor to the questions. The first question is there.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you very much, panel. It was a wonderful conversation. I have a question, and Thomas is to blame for this. You're teasing me last night about my vest. I entirely agree with everything that you folks are saying, but I asked this question about what's being left from the conversation. It has to do with capital. Here's an interesting statistic, and so I was Googling the office while we were, I was messaging with the office while you guys were talking. Of the big tech companies, Allison, that you reference, 13% of the US market cap is represented by those firms. And if you expand that to include all tech, it's 33%, 32, 33%. And to Roger's point from yesterday, there's a hypocrisy that you could point to in that the liberal elite, the left, the middle, anyone who has a 401k account, or anyone who has an IRA, or anyone who depends on the market for retirement purposes, is very much a beneficiary of this dynamic. And one more statistic, if you go back to 1990, that 32% was only 6% of the market. If you go back to 1950, it was 0. So in many respects, a third of our current wealth base has been derived from this, again, dynamic, the emergence of tech. And that's I know it's a gross overstatement, but it's the trend that I'm pointing to. How do we decouple that? How do we allow democracy to thrive when I have a family member who once said to me, I don't know if I'm going to vote for Trump because I look at my IRA, my 401k account, it's going up. Why would I not? Decision-making as a democracy can be very simplistic and very short-sighted. And so I throw that question to the panel. How do we incorporate that dynamic?
You want to say?
I love that question. And those statistics are accurate, and there's this tremendous growth over time. So that's definitely contributing to your IRA and my IRA. But the question is, you can also cite other statistics about inequality, growing inequality, and who that wealth is going to. And it's really going to the top 1%. And the gap between those people and the rest of us is growing wider and wider. This is important because Thomas Jefferson said at the time of the American founding, the reason this experiment is going to work here in the United States is because we do not have the wealth disparities of Europe. with and also the class disparities of Europe. So whose wealth is it? And I just keep thinking about it. I had a student in my office the other day, and he's from Los Angeles, and you're talking about the impact on your IRA, and he's telling me about his dreams and what he hopes to get from his education. I'm trying to guide him in certain ways. And he's in love with this woman, and he says, we share the same values, and we come from similar families. She's perfect for me. He says, and we both want the same things. Our goal is to one day have a mortgage. And I just thought, wow. So in some sense, we can sit here in our ivory towers and our privilege and debate these questions, but how they look to the majority of Americans is something else entirely, and if we're not completely cognizant of that disparity, democracy will burn to the ground. That's my opinion. You're free to disagree.
Thank you, Allison. Any other question? Yeah, at the back.
So my question is for Ms. Stanger. Can you speak more to the notion of equality of esteem?
Yeah, if you're interested in Elizabeth Anderson's work, she's got a great, very readable book called Private Government that's based on the Tanner lecture she gave at Princeton, and she introduces the concept there, but she's now writing a 3-volume book on equality and egalitarianism. But this distinction she makes there is that, what humans really want is not to survive or not to have the same income levels as other people, but for their lives to have meaning and their work to be valued. And we live in a society here today where, look who the influencers are. I mean, it's a horrible cast of characters. These people that are supposed to be influencing us. It's, right up to the very top. And they're all united by what? Wealth. Well, there are people doing all these things that are so valued, like teachers, for example, who some have to hold 2 and 3 jobs to be able to make a living wage, support their families. So we are messed up on what we esteem in the United States, and equality of esteem, I think, in Anderson's understanding, would rectify that. It would make other things be valued. Because we could value the work of a plumber who's really, really good. We could value the work of a cook who makes extraordinary cheeseburgers. I do too. And I think if we each just examine what it is we value, we're moving in the direction of equality of esteem. But I like that. I don't know. The concept really resonates with me.
Yeah, but this requires a serious political action. If you have been following, how Britain is going down the drain these last weeks, you have probably noticed, they have sort of planned to remove the cap on the bonuses of bankers. They have earned since 2008 enormous bonuses. The minimal bonus they get is the kind of the yearly pay of a teacher. So it is to increase really the value of the work of teachers and others, and decent work, and that is up to the government and up to us whom we vote in to really come to those changes. Yeah. There was one more.
Yes, I'm going to reword your topic here. Is democracy compatible with the mob? And mob being social media. And my experience, I'm a lawyer. I argue cases. So in a court, you argue 2 sides to a judge. I've also run for office. When I talk to individuals who don't believe in my position, but if I talk to them one-on-one, I can convince them, even the most far right or far left. So the question is, how do we get individuals thinking about things? Because one-on-one, you can convince people, but it seems to me social media, like the mob, you don't have what President Botstein was talking about this morning. You don't have that ability to have a dialogue. And I think that's what we need. We somehow have to get a dialogue, two sides of a story into social media. I think that's the core problem. And do you agree?
Thomas, you want to?
Yeah, I think that's such a important point, and I was really, everything that President Botstein was talking about really resonated with me, because I think that an enormous part of the problem is the disembodiment of the way that we interact now. The fact that it's a mob, but it's fragmented and no one actually is with each other. So it's like it's the worst of all the worlds. But I think that you actually put your finger on something that's even more of a problem and probably puts me in the minority here. I think that the past few, at least since 2016, but probably before that, I've just started to doubt the degree to which, democracy yields the kind of outcomes that are going to be increasingly healthy. I mean, if you talk about climate, if you talk about so many things, you might be able to convince people one-on-one, but even without social media, democracy is really problematic to getting the best long-term decisions made in so many ways. I don't know what the solution is. It might be it doesn't sound good, but I've really lost faith in, I don't have that kind of just unambiguous admiration for democracy the way that I grew up being taught to believe in the term and in that idea that, the masses of people, having deliberatory power is the best way to be governed. I've just been shaken to the core by Trumpism, by the Tea Party before that, by the kind of extraordinary anti-scientific views held. So I think social media exacerbates these problems, but I think the problem is within an uneducated mass governing itself in the first place. And I'm sorry, I think that might be really, really bad to admit, to confess to believing.
Okay, I think we from Eastern Europe, still fight for kind of keeping some democracy alive. Slovenia was almost going in the Trump direction. As you know, Melania Trump is from Slovenia. Not very popular with us, but happily we changed the government so that we didn't go in the Orban type of government with a massive mobilization of people before the elections, which means that the whole kind of civil society pretty much going door to door, working the whole year in opening the issues why the change of government has to happen, and happily we succeeded, so that we don't have a kind of the doors open to total kind of authoritarian populist type of society. We'll see what happens, but it's still a fresh government. But I think, nonetheless, the ideas of democracy somehow, I think we need to fight for. I hope you're not totally pessimistic about that.
I'm not totally pessimistic, but I'm conflicted because Donald Trump might be democratically reelected in 2024.
And
I don't know what to do with
might
that.
be in the White House again. Yeah. Okay. Any other last question? Yeah, there is.
Right here. Throughout this entire panel, you guys have talked a lot about both cancel culture, but then also who elected big tech. And I think there is an aspect that we've seen particularly with Donald Trump after he was removed from technology and social media platforms, and then more recently with Kanye West just a couple of days ago. And so my question for you is, how do we sort of find this balance of when does big tech get this opportunity to remove people from their platforms? Is that a good thing? Should we have some sort of government agency that does that? But then if we have the government doing it, do we risk like a Turkey-like situation where you have dictators like Erdogan who can just simply remove political opponents? And so I guess my question is, should we be trusting big tech to remove people? Should we say you can say whatever you want? That opens its own risks. And I'm just sort of asking for your opinion on this because it's such a catch-22. Either way you go, you run into so many issues.
I mean, I think one of the biggest factors that makes it feel like a catch-22 is what experientially for those, the social media user is an opaque process by which suspension and banning seems to happen, I think if that process were really transparent, here's the rules. I mean, Charles C.W. Cook has written about this in National Review in some interesting ways, where he basically says, look, if there's 600 rules that are necessary that govern what gets you kicked off a platform, fine, just publish them so that we understand why the decisions are made. The fact that they're so random, I mean, in 2016, I was posting things, objecting to the evangelical support for Trump. And the stuff that happened to me in my comments in terms of let's throw your family in the oven, I mean, just insane stuff. And none of those people were banned. You'd protest it. It was insane. So the inconsistency and the lack of transparency is, I think, the primary reason that the trust stuff is so problematic. And at the same time, I don't think you solve it necessarily with a government agency, because I don't know that the other side of that is going to provide you the transparency and the clarity. And, you're still going to be at the whims of a different kind of coalition.
Yeah. Can I just add something really?
Allison, you answer, and then we have 2 more questions, and then we have to finish.
Okay, so I'll be really quick. There's a simple thing you can do. You can repeal Section 230 of the Telecommunications Act, which would then treat these platforms as publishers, which would make them liable for what they're publishing, and would, force them to uphold their own rules. I agree with Mike entirely that it's an enormous problem and it breaks my heart to realize that Twitter had rules that they could have shut down Donald Trump months before that they didn't put into place because they're treating prominent, powerful people differently than ordinary people. In a democracy, that can't be, especially if these platforms are, in a sense, becoming virtual public squares. And the third thing I think you can do that is just, like you're saying, render things more transparent, but let us control our newsfeed. Let us control what we see. Make that algorithm more transparent, and I think you can combat a lot of these evils.
Yeah, there was a lady there. Yeah.
Hi, thank you. So you mentioned about Russian propaganda, and I came from Kyrgyzstan, and this is a post-Soviet country, and unfortunately, like, the majority of people are supporting Putin, and they do believe that propaganda, and maybe that was too naive of me to believe that, like, access to information, social media, and all of that, yeah? Of course, I mean, that it would give people chance to somehow have alternative sources of information and then evaluate what's actually truth. And as we discussed, as we established, it's not a quest for truth, right? But so my question is, do you think, I'm sorry, I lost my thought. Why do you think this happened? And in Russia, for example, and in post-Soviet space generally, yeah, the new media landscape requires us as users to have new skills, right? And these supporters of Putin, when they see the real footage from Ukraine, they say, oh, this is Photoshop, this is fake news, this is like, they staged it, blah, blah, blah. Whereas in reality, what's staged is what is broadcasted from the state media. And yeah, so we have a lot of like villages that are high in mountains and they don't have access to internet. And the only thing they have is this TV that in Kyrgyzstan is broadcasting Russian state media. And this is the only source of information people have. But those who have alternative sources of information, they still do believe that, oh no, this footage from Ukraine is fake news. So how do you think, if this is not a quest for truth, is social media compatible with democracy? So yeah, thank you.
It's a great question. And there might be a technological solution, But the fundamental thing is that you have to give those people internet access, right? And there are a couple ways to do it. Elon Musk, you know, who also loves this book, The Sovereign Individual, from which I quoted at the beginning of my talk, he's providing satellite access for the internet to stay active in Ukraine. He should do the same maybe for Russia. And then even when you speak about Russian state media, the thing that's fascinating to me is over the last 10 days, we're starting to see some fragmentation in that monolithic voice. So what that means, you know, I don't know, but you're seeing unprecedented things being said that wouldn't have been said, allowed to be said 3 weeks ago. We don't know what's happening to those people, but there is this rumbling. And I just purchased, I'll give you another example, because Elon Musk has his satellite. I don't know Elon Musk. How am I going to get him to provide satellite access to Kyrgyzstan? But I just saw this startup venture that's putting together, set up your own internet. Really easy. I mean, and you can then network the different boxes. It fits in a backpack. It's designed by Africans, and you can wire it up so that you can provide internet to a whole village. So I think there's sort of interesting things that could potentially happen if we just decide, hey, we don't want these tech companies. We want decentralized internet access. We're all going to have our individual boxes, and we'll connect to each other and create an alternative space, a free space. Maybe it could be a project for the Open Society University Network. I love that idea.
Thank you, Allison. Although, you know, the problem is also whether, you know, critical media is allowed, whether we have, well-researched texts which are available to people, and, you know, the identification nowadays is often stronger with the influencers who are sharing opinion than, you know, people who are sharing facts. So that's another layer of the problems which the authoritarian leaders are very much, you know, using and playing upon.
Let's make facts cool again.
Yes. And the last question.
Hi. Yeah, I was waiting, sorry. Hi, I'm here. Hi. I have a question and a comment, and the question is about power. I think Allison, right? You made the suggestion that our contemporary moment is marked by this rivalry between corporate power and government. I'm curious why you think our current moment is distinctive in that sense. I think there's a history to this. Yeah. So I'd like to hear more about that. And the question is about this, comments that I've heard about Turkey, about authoritarian states, about underdeveloped or developing countries, and the way in which social media is somehow treated as distinctive, as the only venue of resistance. I would really caution against that narrative, because in many of these countries, and certainly I can speak for Turkey, social media certainly is a convenient and accessible tool of dissent that is certainly being targeted in this recent censorship rule. But as it was the case with the Arab Spring, for instance, these individual activists that become famous or important in social media often rely upon decades of organizing by civil society institutions and other social forces. So I think it will be, I'm not very comfortable with, in that way, like treating our phones in developing countries as our only means of dissent. You see what I mean? So, yeah, thank you.
I agree with everything you say, and definitely I think Arab Spring gives us, sort of chills, what can come out of, kind of a revolution which starts online. However, where you don't have critical media, or where you have censorship of the media, sometimes social media are the only outlet for the news. And that's why China and other states are very much working in, sort of killing that dissent or controlling it by also kind of having deep, let's say, relationships with the high-tech companies Allison was talking about. So if any one of us, our panelists, still wants to add something or have a concluding remark, please, this is now the time.
Roger is signaling to me that I should stop talking. How about I answer your question afterwards?
Thank you.
It's a great question.
Thank you for the panel. Thank you for all the questions, and see you in half an hour.
So thank you. So just a reminder, we have a break now till about 11:45. We'll try and start right then. And the next talk is Colin Megill, and then the Francis Haugen talk will be after lunch. So see you back at 11:45 for Colin Megill. Thanks very much. So I know people are enjoying the break, and I feel like the only way to get people to come back in is to start talking, so I'm going to do that. First of all, welcome, and for those of you who aren't aware, today is Hannah Arendt's birthday. And it's always nice that we have this conference around her birthday. That was actually the original impetus for the first conference for her 100th birthday back in 2006. So we are celebrating her birthday, and it's nice to have that spirit with us as well. So come on in. And hopefully we'll get started in a second. So as we get going, I just want to take this opportunity to thank a number of people who make this conference possible. Obviously, Bard College and the Open Society University Network, of which we're a part, help co-sponsor the conference, and we appreciate that. Our staff at the Hannah Arendt Center is extraordinary. Those of you who have worked with them know that. Tina Stanton has been here over 10 years now and is now the executive director of the center, and has been the lifeblood of the center for many years now. And we could not do what we do without her. And she makes this conference work, and it now works very much like a well-oiled machine, and it's really almost all thanks to her. So thank you, Tina. Jana Schmidt is here, our new director of programming at the Arendt Center. She's back after being here for 3 years as a fellow, and it's been an absolute pleasure, and she's been incredibly helpful in setting up the conference, but in also running the programming we do, so thank you, Jana. Jake Rivers has been around and helping out. He's the head of our OSIN project team, and those of you, we have 2 OSIN fellows here who are part of the Open Society University Network, and OSIN, as I said, a co-sponsor here. And Philip Lindsay, who's our director of communications, and he's the one making all the media and other stuff work. So thank you to this amazing team, as well as many of the, yes. As well as to a number of fellows and others. Thomas Wild, our research director, Thomas Barcher has been here. A lot of, on this last panel, both Thomas Charles-Williams and Allison Stanger are senior fellows at the Arendt Center. Many of the people here are affiliated with us, and thrilled to have you guys here. Okay, I'm very excited for this, for the next panel, and I'm going to turn it over, although he's not here, Stephen Mazie. There he is. Another group that we work with besides BARD and the Open Society are the BARD Early Colleges, which, Stephen, how many of them are there now? BARD Early, how many? 8 BARD Early Colleges around the country, and as I understand it, students from 7 of them are here today, and welcome to them. And they've been an incredibly positive force asking questions in the conference, so thank you all. And here is Stephen Mazie to chair the next panel.
Thank you, Roger. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Stephen Mazie. As Roger said, I teach politics and law at Bard High School, Early College, Manhattan. And I am teaching an additional class. I'm privileged to be teaching an extra class right now to Bard High School, Early College students around the country. They are here on campus and they're on their way back to this session. But we are learning on Thursday afternoons in a course called what is it called? Rage, Reason, and Politics, which is obviously tuned to this conference. And we have done some preparation for these, for the speakers that we've been hearing. And it's just lovely to be able to gather in person with you. And I want to thank Roger for including us and for all the stimulating conferences over all the years that we've been coming. I'm delighted to moderate this session with Colin Megill, who is a founder of a digital platform called Polis, which you probably are only hearing about right now. But it is a platform which is changing the world quietly. It's introducing a new mode of democratic politics in countries including Taiwan, the UK, and Canada. Over the past 2 days, we've been discussing many reasons why social media may threaten democracy by spreading rage and lies and hatred rather than reason and light and knowledge. This session most squarely confronts Roger's question that he left us with yesterday, which is, can democracy be saved? Can reason be salvaged? We're going to explore a different kind of social media platform, one that strives to promote consensus and solve problems rather than spur division. Polis, this platform, is, I think, well named. Of course, it harkens back to the Greek city-state where democracy was born. And the simple, stripped-down interface of the platform feels to me a little bit like a 21st century version of an Athenian assembly, where every citizen speaks and votes directly rather than through agents or representatives. In some ways, Polis, the platform, is a marked improvement on Polis, the Greek city-state, in that it does not exclude vast categories of people like women and the unpropertied and slaves and resident aliens. But as we learn about Polis from Colin, I'm going to be thinking about two other Greek words, which are familiar to anyone who's taken an introductory political philosophy class. Doxa and episteme. Doxa is opinion, whereas episteme is knowledge or true opinion. Plato via Socrates was no fan of mere doxa. He thought it's no substitute for knowledge, and most Socratic dialogues were built on demonstrating how faulty most conventional thinking is. So the Socratic path from doxa to episteme is paved through reasoned deliberation. And so as we learn about Polis, we should ask whether and how an online platform like this can facilitate that deep, patient endeavor of reasoned dialogue, rather than just reproducing and amplifying a range of opinions, a chaos of doxa on a scatterplot. We should ask if there are trade-offs when we make politics too gamified, too easy, too frictionless. So to what degree do Polis conversations promote critical thinking and reflection and actual dialogue rather than just a lot of clicking? And thinking back to President Botstein's comments today, are there limits to a disembodied discussion? We will all have a chance to engage in one of those discussions, although in embodied form here in this auditorium in a little bit. Just to test out Polis last week with my students, I initiated a conversation about the central premise of Maisha Cherry's book, The Case for Rage, this wonderful book that we discussed yesterday. And you'll all get a chance to add your voices to that conversation and get a sense of how Polis works. Before we get to that, though, Colin.
Thank you so much, Stephen, for that introduction. And thank you all for being here and for the organizers for having us. whether or not humanity builds new forms of deliberation may determine the next generation of democratic outcomes. This is a pursuit that our team has been working on for over a decade, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to talk through the platform as a tool, and then also, as Stephen alluded to just a moment ago, the platform as a deliberative method and perhaps an experience as well for all of us to have together. So first, Polis is an open source platform, and the intention is to efficiently gather and make meaning of perspectives at scale using machine learning. And I'm going to talk about each bit of that first. The first part of this statement, if you're unfamiliar with the word open source, it refers to code which is open on the internet. It's available to anyone to download. It's available to anyone to modify and to change. It's available to anyone to audit, to take and make their own, and to deploy and control the data and the flow of data for. This has meant that the adoption of the tool has spread into governments themselves, and we'll talk a little bit about that at the end, in a way where they can control the data. The public itself can control the data, which is significant both in the auditability and transparency of the algorithms used, and in the control of the data after it has been produced. The purpose of the tool is to efficiently gather, and that word is significant in the sense that we want to do this quickly with the minimum amount of interaction per person, and that gets into some of the algorithms which have been chosen, which we'll discuss, and making meaning of perspectives at scale. That is to say, if we have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of people who want to engage in participatory democracy and deliberation, are our democracies preparing for success? To offer a specific example of the current process in regulatory processes in the United States, for instance, in the case of genetically modified organisms, regulatory action has been taken in the United States on that topic and on many others through government agencies, in which sometimes over 1 million statements have been submitted in free text form. That is to say, people show up and type into a comment box and press submit, and they go into a long list, and we as a public and they as a government are expected to make meaning of that. That is participation on the order of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. Is it meaningful? Is it efficient? Does it scale? We have a baseline which is sufficiently not working that we don't necessarily consider that an organ of deliberation in democracies at present, but it is. And we'll talk about the comparison to some of the present structures, both domestically and internationally, which have been potentially implicated by changes in online democratic systems, deliberative systems. And the last bit, I'm going to try to give you the briefest overview into machine learning, if it's a new term to you. This is artificial intelligence, perhaps you've heard it as or perhaps you know it as intelligent systems, or cybernetics, perhaps in previous form. We had a previous speaker, William Davies, who was speaking about cybernetics as well, and the roots of artificial intelligence and anti-aircraft fire. Fertile room for discussion in where the technology of machine intelligent sensing has come from and where it may go and be applied. Polis as a technology has its origins in movements like Occupy Wall Street and the Arab Spring. These were an initial impulse and impetus. As a technologist and as a motivated citizen, I have been passionate personally about the challenges specifically to groups of citizens attempting to coordinate their behavior at scale in democracies. We saw that at work in the Arab Spring and in Occupy Wall Street. Social media is good. Twitter is good for mobilizing citizens and getting people out into the streets. Twitter was not as good for writing constitutions. So if we have lots of people who are motivated to participate, and we do have lots of issues and lots of different dimensions to a discussion over time, we have lots of competing interests and lots of positions that emerge from those interests and values. Can we reconcile them efficiently and scalably? Can we prepare for success, in short? Can we involve many more people in democratic decision-making in our democracies? I'm going to show you the tool because since we built something, it's significant to start from what it is that we're actually proposing and presenting and what is being used both domestically and abroad. It looks like this. The bottom part, I'll start with here, where it says share your perspective, is a text field. Open text can be submitted here. You'll have an opportunity to do that in a moment as we go to a URL. You can do this on your mobile phone from your seat in a moment at the end of this section of the talk, and discuss Professor Cherry's book. Submitting a statement is not required, and you may want to vote a little bit before you submit a statement because the ideas that you had may have already been shared. The thing which is required to participate in Polis is to agree, disagree, or pass after some consideration on statements which have been submitted by others. The fact that everyone can do this in parallel means that everyone in the room has an opportunity to engage with, in a structured and constrained way, the ideas of everyone else that have been submitted. This is, in short, the system. This system produces a data structure which is a matrix. This is significant from the machine learning algorithms which are used to consider this submitted data, because you can consider that every row in this matrix is a participant, someone who has submitted an agree, disagree, or pass, and every column is a statement. Every column is a statement. The spreadsheet, you could think of it as a giant spreadsheet, will grow as new statements are submitted and as new people enter the conversation and vote. And you can think of the results as either a 1, 0, or -1, a 1 for agree, a 0 for pass, and a -1 for disagree, or an empty cell for did not see it, did not vote on it. And I share this because while it is a rather machine compile kind of slide, what it represents is it represents not the raw text field on a site where we just dump in a bunch of text and walk away, but it represents not only what everyone had to say, which is that raw text field, but also what everyone thought about what everyone had to say. It expands the kind of usual comment field that you're used to seeing into something that can be referred to as an opinion matrix, which is something that can be analyzed by algorithms. The particular method has been coined. This is a term which was coined by Matthew Salganik, Princeton University, in a book called, he wrote about it in a paper and then also in a book called Bit by Bit. We were happy to take this on as a kind of grounding in sociology for what this method is, and it's called a wiki survey. That's one framing for this kind of system. Wiki surveys are a kind of survey. They allow people to submit any amount of information. They will take 10 votes or 100 votes or 600 votes. We have seen people vote in Polis over 600 times in some cases. They are collaborative. The survey itself is created by the people who are taking it. This is significant because it flips the agenda-setting mechanism. Public opinion surveys are frequently created by media groups or interest groups or political parties who have an agenda. Even in the case of researchers, they're still going out into the ecosystem, have to be trained to avoid bias. This flips that a bit and says, while there is still a prompt, the features on which people will vote, agree and disagree and pass, will be in the words of the population themselves, in the voice of the population themselves, and on the topics that the population itself would like to discuss. This is significant because many times the opinion gathering process is not only subject to political manipulation, but it's also constrained to those ideas which power is ready or willing to discuss, or which they're already aware. Neither of those is a constraint in the case of a wiki survey. And the last, greedy, it'll take any amount of information, collaborative, it's produced by the people taking it, and also adaptive, which is to say, every time someone votes, the machine intelligent aspect of the system is making calculations on how to best use people's time. It is random to avoid bias, but it is also weighted so that if statements have consensus or if they're particularly useful in identifying groups, they are brought forward. And they are brought forward to be voted on, and the machine system is an agent which is making decisions. It is sensing the situation in the opinion space, so to speak, and it is making it is actuating, in the robotics term. It's making a decision. It's making a decision as to what statement to show next. This is a form of machine learning called unsupervised learning, which is to say there is no presumption of what clusters exist beforehand, what opinion groups exist. However, machine learning algorithms are capable of clustering in one form that you've most often encountered. This is in recommender engines in e-commerce websites like Amazon, or in preference clusters and taste clusters in platforms like Netflix. These are both platforms that use recommender engines, which are a form of collective intelligence, to demonstrate that there are that if you group people based on their behavior in a system, that you can predictably predict the next thing they'll do. While this is one of the reasons that it is significant that it's open source, because our implementation of these kinds of going out into the data, discovering what's there, and then clustering are able to be audited by the entire data science, statistical, mathematical community, computer science community, in each country, in any country that the system is being used in. Every different organization can confirm for itself that the math is doing what we say it is. The system scales. This is an example of a conversation that was run in Germany, which saw nearly 2 million votes cast by 33 million people in a German political party that used it to deliberate internally. This is a function of the constraint of the system. That is to say, if we have a constraint that we can only agree, disagree, or pass in response to everyone's statement, we cannot reply directly to anyone else. We can submit a new statement into a giant pool, though, of statements. This provides a specific constraint and allows the system to scale into the millions of votes and tens of thousands of people. This is the German political party that used it in that case. Polis has been used as an input to deliberative processes, most notably perhaps in the case of, at nation scale in Canada, this slide first, in the discussion about visual arts marketplace and the differences between copyrights between visual art and music. And the general benefit to using deliberative online software is that in an afternoon or in a week, a large number of geographically distributed citizens can participate in a deliberative exercise. And these are different sets of assumptions. Can we make meaning at scale across an entire country in real time? The assumption that we can, and the assumption that we can build systems that leverage machine intelligence to make meaning of the data that results, is an assumption that has motivated our team for a decade now. One of the most impactful studies that we can report out is the case of regulating Uber and online alcohol sales and a number of other issues at national scale in Taiwan. There was a process called vTaiwan, which first used scaled-up deliberative processes in Polis in the context of facilitated rulemaking that used Cornell Regulation Room, if any of you are familiar with that, as a deliberative method, and used a kind of map of opinion groups, in this case of Uber drivers and of Uber riders and of taxi drivers, to bring them into a common space, understand what the differences were between those opinion groups, and then understand what the commonalities were between those opinion groups. To offer a few examples, was that in fact no one between these two opposing groups thought that taxis need to be painted yellow. Perhaps surprising, but it was not a blocking factor. Significantly, even though the taxi organizations were asking for the government to make Uber illegal in the country, no one thought that app-based ride-hailing was a bad idea. Everyone thought that UberX drivers should have to carry passenger insurance. In fact, the actual issue under discussion, under debate, was whether or not Uber should have to pay domestic taxes. This, of course, was not the way that the discussion was playing out at national scale. It was those Luddite taxi drivers who don't want technological progress. This was, of course, a completely false debate, which we could show. Nothing to do with app-based dispatching. Everything to do with a foreign venture-based company coming in and barnstorming in and not having to pay taxes, being subsidized by the venture industry, and the combination of no taxes and venture subsidy meant that a foreign competitor was going to outcompete a domestic industry. That is the actual issue at play. If we can get there, we can regulate quickly and intelligently, and many of the common points in the Polis conversation ended up becoming law straight away and directly, and that was a major success for the idea that collective intelligence platforms could be used to produce new law. Just this past week, the UK government has released a case study from Policy Lab, which is kind of an internal think tank. They have deployed their own version of the technology, which again means that they control the code, they control the data which has been produced, they control the system and all of the input-output, and they have released a case study which implicated the voting behavior of 2,400 UK civil servants, and produced a case study resulting from their work. I'm happy to share links afterwards as well to any of these. There was a recent Ann Applebaum piece in The Atlantic as well, which focused on two solutions, which they had referenced. Polis was one of the solutions. This article is available at that Google search term. Ours, as well as a colleague and good friend at MIT, that develops another system called Cortico. Deb Roy at the Center for Constructive Communication at MIT was another solution in addition to Polis, which was mentioned here. Also, this past month, Twitter, their paper is forthcoming. The blog post is already up. Twitter has released a system that first was used in a smaller kind of walled garden approach to testing a program called Birdwatch, has now been rolled out globally, and Birdwatch takes the idea and the kind of implication of clustering and then looking for commonalities between the clusters, a metric that in our paper, our methods paper, we call group-informed consensus, and has rolled that out as a method for addressing misinformation on the platform at scale in their own open source implementation that builds on Polis's ideas, and they'll cite that in the forthcoming paper. Also happy to share that back with Bard when it releases if there's interest. There are a number of limitations to systems of this kind. As the number of comments scale, the systems can falter because you cannot expect people to vote on 1 million statements, so the system can become overwhelmed in that dimension. So 1 million people can vote on 100 statements in parallel, but 100 people cannot vote on 1 million statements, and so there is not symmetry in the constraints of the system. That is one limitation. Asynchronous voting, which is to say that this system can be used over the course of a week or a month, and voting can happen, can mean that some stakeholder groups show up early, leave their comments and vote, and then don't come back. This is also depending on the usage and methodology. If we use it in real time, everyone's here at the same time. If it's used over time, then there are specific constraints and methodological considerations there. And because it's a machine intelligence system which is producing clustering, there can also be difficulty integrating results. That is to say, do politicians understand the results, even if it's open source? Are they confident in the results which have been delivered by the system? I will end by saying that the significance of open source in this space is worth discussing because method design is core to constitutional republics. The idea that we would be operating on rules and algorithms that we cannot audit as citizens is not acceptable at any level in a democracy. We must have algorithmic transparency in deliberative systems. These systems are here, they are real, they are already having impact across democracies. This will advance, and as a result, we must consider that the values that they encode can either produce a new set of public goods and build public wealth, or be sequestered and alienate us from our own democracies. I will now transition to discussion, but as we transition, I would welcome you all to go to this URL, and I'll read it out just in case there's any ambiguity in the characters, and engage in a discussion of Professor Cherry's wonderful book that she presented in her talk yesterday, that was kicked off by the Bard High School and College program college and high school program of which we have students here in the audience. So this conversation has been started by the students, and now you can add your own statements and votes on top of it and build on top of that, and we can have an experience which we can discuss as we go. So the URL is pol.is/34ITMNWAUT. And I would welcome you to join us there as we vote and then discuss. Thanks so much.
Colin and
I think I've got mine. Do I have mine?
Is it on now?
You got it.
Colin and I spoke about whether we should give you time without us talking for you to do this work, this voting, to think about these various comments. And the conclusion was, I think we can talk while you do it, right? So we'll chat a little while you engage in that conversation. So we'll have two conversations going on at once, but I think it'll work. And I want to ask first, since I chose this as sort of a class discussion question to get discussion moving on Professor Cherry's book, it's a particular type of question, and it got me thinking, what kinds of questions are best facilitated through Polis? Are there some issues that are more ripe for Polis analysis than others? And what have you found in terms of where it's been applied, where it's been most successful, not where. We can talk about where separately. What sorts of issues are most amenable to this work and which may not be?
That's a great question. Generally, if the question isn't actually controversial, like should we have lunch today or not, and this extends to all kind of, is the sky blue and kinds of questions. These have too little, we might say, dimensionality. These have too little disagreement to really be useful. And so, to use a specific example of Brexit, if we ask the public, should we leave the EU or not, that is a very broad topic that has many different potential discussion points in it that implicates potentially thousands of issues. If we play that out at a referendum, it's a binary referendum, or we play that out at a deliberative exercise which implicates many thousands of topics and subtopics, we can kind of use that as a reference. Polis or another deliberative system could be used to begin at the kind of highest level, should we leave the EU or not? But it is perhaps better to move down into some, rather than trying to solve every issue, right? This is not how perhaps Congress would approach it. In another deliberative body, if we look at the way that things are broken up into committees, we might say that we're not just taking a vote on a law that's baked. We want to go before the cake is baked, so to speak, and we still have ingredients. But we also want to make sure that the issue has enough kind of dimensionality in it that we can have a productive discussion about it. And so we want to go early when there are plenty of, and so not just what, but when. We want to go early when there's still room to have a discussion and things aren't already assumed. And we want to go on an issue which has some controversy.
Okay, that's very helpful. So it seems like a kind of Goldilocks. It can't be too trivial a question or nothing will fly. And if it's too complex, too gigantic of a question, then maybe it's not well suited to agree, disagree comments. But something in the middle and something that's maybe with practical solutions that could come out of the question.
I think that's fair. And so, like any survey methodology, there is a bit of survey methodology design implicated, but there is room for open-ended questions with Polis. And that's really what the kind of savior in that case is. We can say, we have a problem, let's discuss it, and actually just leave it at that, given that there's a prompt, and the prompt is open-ended. That's okay.
I'm thinking about other types of questions that could be possibly addressed, and I was thinking back to an oral argument at the Supreme Court that happened a couple weeks ago about the Clean Water Act. And this actually brings back the point about Chevron that Roger made yesterday, which is this question about how much leeway should administrative agencies in the federal government have to set policy and set guidelines. And so the case involved, without getting, it is in the weeds, I won't get too in the weeds, it's a case asking what the reach of the Clean Water Act is, what counts as a water of the United States, and when, or how far away from a water of the United States can the EPA regulate in terms of toxins or other bad things that might go onto the land that could seep into our water. The whole purpose of the Clean Water Act is to provide us with clean water. And I was sitting there thinking that, these are very smart judges who are trained in the law, but they're being asked to answer a question about what forms of pollution are dangerous to the nation's waters. And as smart as they are in their own realm, that seems like a question for experts, for scientists, for the EPA, and to say, oh, the water has to be contiguous, or it can be 40 feet away, or if there's a berm in the middle, then you're okay. It all seems sort of random and not well reasoned. So that's a long wind-up to a question about how it is that, is it necessary for a good Polis conversation to proceed and for positive results to come out of it, that the citizenry are informed on that particular subject? How much do they have to know about it, and is there a way to gauge knowledge of that issue before just throwing it out to the public to comment?
That's a great question. So I don't believe that mass participation is necessary, or general participation is necessary in every deliberative exercise. I think in the case of Uber, we can see that we have taxi drivers. Well, they are experts in their lived experience. So are Uber drivers. So are taxi and Uber riders. And then the general public may show up. But in fact, many of the cases in regulation, even if it's implicit, even if it's because our current methods of asking for participation are kind of quite poor, and adjacent to that, we have rooms with dozens of industry lawyers who are willing to go through a code line by line. This does implicate participation. The people who show up are interested. We do have methods of engaging experts in our democracies which are not necessarily in code. They may be college friends of people who are regulators. And this is, I think, a kind of unspoken but absolutely critical bit of unspoken methods design in the bureaucracy itself. And obviously, Arendt has a number of things to say about bureaucracy. I think relevant to the conference and her thinking perhaps to say that we have a lot of implicit expert network behavior in that is not in any kind of code, but is in a lot of just the working practices of the bureaucracy. One significant thing about deliberative systems and their history, if we go back to the Cold War, in the Cold War, pre-internet deliberation, there was a method, Murray Turroff, it was Rand Corporation innovated something called Delphi method. This is kind of a pre-internet deliberative methodology. The idea is, let's estimate the number of nuclear weapons that the Soviet Union has. They ask some number of scientists in the hundreds or thousands of scientists, give us your estimation. The method works like this. We're going to ask you this question as a prompt. How many do they have? So you're going to say, okay, well, I think they have 1,000, I think they have 50, I think they have 10,000, and you're going to justify your response. Why do you think that? You take all of those answers, you facsimile them, pre-internet, and you mail them back out to everyone. And in subsequent rounds, you ask the experts to converge in a kind of collective intelligence exercise on one answer, that everyone is having to justify their answer subsequently, and they're engaged in a series of successive rounds. Now, one of the interesting things about that is that is the government approaching an expert network with a deliberative exercise before the internet. And I think that there are a number of really fertile examples of governments having the leeway to do this that you can kind of see in the case of Uber. This is not an election. This is a regulatory action by an agency. And that regulatory action has all manner of leeway in who they engage and when and how.
That's a really good answer. It really helps clear things up. How has the the decision reached through the Polis process about Uber in Taiwan, how has it played out? Are people happy? Are Uber drivers and taxi drivers profitable and not cursing at each other?
Right. I believe that the outcome afterwards was that the taxis didn't have to be painted yellow, that everyone needed rider insurance, and the sticking point was the taxes. And so I believe that Uber withdrew from the company, withdrew from the country as a result of not being willing to agree to the local taxation regime in the precedent that would have set for other countries that they were in. I believe that was the case.
Okay, so a pretty happy ending.
I think for the taxi drivers, yeah.
Right, okay. One feature of Polis that we haven't talked much about yet is the lack of a reply button, which I think is really interesting. The idea is, I think, that the replies on Facebook, on Twitter, are the source of a lot of the rage and the virality and the hatred and the trolling that happen. So on the comments that you're now reading and then adding, all you do is vote, is say agree or disagree, and then add your own comment separately. But there are no threads, there are no replies to replies, there's no actual electronic discussion going on. So I wonder if you could talk about a couple dimensions of that decision not to put a reply button in. One is it a conversation, really? It's called a conversation on Polis, but is it a conversation if no one is actually responding in words to each other's comments? And second, if the premise is correct that adding a reply button would ruin the whole project because everyone would just be jumping down each other's throats and it would turn into Twitter, is that a sobering lesson about maybe the impossibility of reasoned discussion without it devolving into terrible forms of discussion?
Well, I think one of the interesting bits perhaps in mechanism design, which is to say building a website for people to talk to each other. When I say mechanism design, we'll just say that too. The number of lurkers, that is to say people who show up on a social media platform and read and don't write, they might like or they might retweet. That's a different interaction that they can have. Most people do not write. Most of the content is created by very few of the people. And so when we discuss what is and is not a conversation on Twitter, that decision that the primary way of driving a conversation is by writing something means that you have to either have an anonymous account. First you have to think of a statement. That's actually a high tax activity. You have to summarize what came before, add a new thought. That's a lot of calories. Liking is almost no calories, right? In glucose spent. And so the idea.
But the reward is high if someone likes your post.
That's right. Plenty of dopamine on that end of it. Yeah. So the idea with restricting replies also is to say, lurking is. The primary action is to engage 100% of the people that are here. The secondary action is the high tax action. And so from a design standpoint, it's intended to capture, as we saw, potentially tens of thousands or millions of votes from participants. And we should actually see how many votes we've produced now. I can maybe briefly summarize the conversation as well. That might be a good time to do that.
This would be a great time to do that.
Okay, so I'll briefly say that, so this is the conversation. I took a screenshot before anyone in this room participated. This was just the students. So let's take a look just briefly at the output. What you'll see is some shaded areas. These are, you can think of this as a group of people who voted similarly to each other, internally consistently, across many issues. So Group A voted together on many issues and distinct and separately from the other groups. So in this case, Group A, which is 4 people, 4 of the students, all of them agreed on Statement 9, that anger is a negative emotion. Group B and C disagreed. If we look at another statement, we can see that Group C, all of them agreed on comment 16. In my opinion, anger or rage is the cure for a lot of the problems in the world. I also think violence goes along with that. This differentiates Group C from the other groups. However, we can see that comment 10, statement 10, anger is productive, had no disagreement. All of the groups, despite their agreements on other topics, agreed on this issue. This idea is, in our methods paper, we term this group-informed consensus. That is to say, whether there's large groups or small groups, we identify different worldviews. If there are different ways of voting consistently, can we find certain statements which bridge them? And this idea of bridging with statements is significant to finding places where we can start a conversation.
So Polis helps clarify points of disagreement in putting people in these different shaded categories, and it shows where the bridges might lie between them.
Yes, that's right.
Shall we proceed to see how the voting has evolved with more people taking part in the discussion?
Yes, I realize that, let's see. Okay, so I can see the clusters, and you can see the clusters on your devices. They are not going to appear here, though. And so we'll have to just look at our own devices for that. So I'm just going to briefly take a look. Yeah, actually, if you want, if we can look together. Okay, we'll give everyone just a moment to continue to vote as well.
So just to give you a little background on the seeded statements, so I typed in before my students convened last week, I typed in 14 or 15 statements, some of them drawn from Professor Cherry's book, some of them, I was trying to think, who is someone who has said kind of the opposite? And I thought Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg is a great example of someone who says, you know, her mother told her that patience is the way to make change in the world. Showing resentment, showing anger will never persuade anyone. And she had a particular context behind that as a woman who was bringing cases to the Supreme Court to try to get them to look at the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment as an amendment that's not just about race but about gender. And she was there speaking to 9 men. She built this slow, steady, if any of you have followed her, I'm sure many of you, most of you have followed her career. Before she was a justice, as a lawyer, she devoted herself to making constitutional change through these quiet and not rage-filled types of presentations to the justices, and also by appealing to their interests, by showing how gender inequality hurts men sometimes just as much as women. So I took some comments from her as alternative takes on anger and rage to those of Professor Cherry, and thought that that would be a good way to have a balance, some sort of balance between the case for rage and the case for moderating one's rage or not showing any rage at all. And then students added their own. I don't think as you scroll through the comments, you don't know if they were seeded comments or if they were added later by participants, right?
You might be able to tell based on the number. So if the number was very high or past, I believe 29, so I believe statement 30 and on would be.
Okay, so that's your clue.
Yeah.
So can we analyze what's going on here and then see what you think?
I believe there were 29 statements before, and there are 47 now, and so that's that's some statements that have been submitted by the group here as well. And then perhaps I'll point out, if we click on Group B and we click on Statement 14, we can see rage, even good rage, should generally be avoided to prevent the spread of destructive forms of rage among racists and others who propagate injustice. And so Group B fully disagreed with this. There was no one in Group B who agreed with this. On the other hand, let me see if I can find one for Group A. So Group A was more likely to agree with the statement, violence is rarely a positive solution, which is statement 30. And let me see if I can find one that's later. I'm not sure that I can because it's a PowerPoint, and so I apologize, but you'll have to look on your device, and I can say the number of the statement. Oh. Thank you. Thank you a ton.
The crack tech team in the back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Big tech. Thanks for coming through for us.
Yes, so we can see Group B in this case disagrees with statement 14 about whether rage should always be avoided. And we can see that...
Oh, and I'll just add, before you flip, 14, I typed that in this room yesterday during the discussion of the case for rage as something that most people will seem to disagree with in the room. And even as I was typing it, I was disagreeing with it. But it seemed to be a good way to gauge what people think about the alternative take to Professor Cherry's central premise.
And then, on the other hand, if you would click majority opinion and then number 31. So this was a statement that was submitted by someone in the room during the talk today. Tightrope, risk-reward issue. There is absolutely a place for rage in moments of explicit, pending, and obvious harm. And despite disagreement on the other issue, there is agreement between the two groups on this. And what might seem like a subtly different phrasing, what might seem like a contradiction, there is universal agreement on between the groups. And that is the subtlety with which we have seen across many conversations, across many contexts, across many countries, Bhutan and Pakistan and East Timor, and also the UK and Canada and New Zealand, that the case that when someone in the crowd has a phrasing, has an angle by which they understand, I know what people really think here, and that is a bit of a game. There is a bit of a game to find that statement.
So there's an incentive to be the one who writes the very popular statement that bridges previously disagreeing groups.
I have been in a room with an individual who was the person who submitted that statement in a national scale conversation, and he was very excited. So I think anecdotally, yes.
And this is all anonymous, but whoever wrote number 31 must be feeling pretty good right now. Right? That's much better than a like on Facebook. Oh.
All right, well, here we go.
No longer anonymous. But I want to analyze the wording of it and why it's such a attractive statement. There's a sense of certainty to it. There is, the word absolutely. There is absolutely a place, no doubt in anyone's mind, that there's a place for rage. In what sorts of moments? In moments of explicit, pending, or obvious harm. So that could be a very narrow range of moments, right? They could be rare, quite rare. But I think it attracted, aside from the style, which is lovely, I think it attracted a lot of votes because of that certainty about something narrow. So it's still, I think, narrow disagreement, a narrow agreement, despite the fact that everyone seems to agree with that statement. I don't know if that made sense.
Well, to go back to a methods design standpoint, hopefully this demonstrates the idea that we can have many issues, many ideas submitted simultaneously. We can have lots of parallelized voting, that is to say, everyone is voting at the same time, everyone is submitting issues at the same time, or statements. And the result of that is that we can quickly identify consensus. We don't have to have everyone speak one at a time and everyone listen and then someone speak. That's not in parallel, that's serial. And so, frequently in town meetings we have that kind of a constraint as well. And so to the idea of whether this is a conversation or not, I believe it's a map. And if we understand a map, if we understand a topology, a landscape, mathematically speaking, if we start from that assumption, we can have a different kind of discussion when we do engage in dialogue afterwards. Which is perhaps one way to consider what these platforms might be used for in a democratic system, is to say that they might be inputs to existing or even novel democratic kind of structures or organs or processes.
Well, that's a helpful answer to the question that I started with about whether this is just a series of opinions being registered or if it can promote dialogue and be the basis of a more informed discussion where people already kind of have the sense of the range of opinions on a certain question.
And to the degree to which Twitter has now adopted the same methodology, the way that it works in Twitter is that if a comment is flagged as misinformation, step one, it will be entered into a program whereby Twitter can sample randomly from all of Twitter, step two. then those people who have been sampled to discuss that particular tweet which had been proposed as misinformation, maybe by someone, maybe by a faction, maybe not correctly, can add labels or annotations to it, step 3, which are then voted on in this same manner on the Twitter platform and Birdwatch by that population, step 4. The statements which are like this, which are group-informed consensus, are identified, step 5, and then step 6. Those are added now underneath of a tweet. So if you see a tweet that has Birdwatch underneath of it, this was the process that you've engaged with today, which has produced it.
Maybe one more question, and then we'll get to audience questions. One of the features of Polis that you don't have access to is the moderate function. So the people who create conversations can see various pieces of data about them, and they can also moderate them. They can reject comments. They can add more comments. And I was thinking about the word moderate and the fact that I'm a moderator here. It's sort of a funny term, and the idea of moderate is to eliminate extremes, and I don't know if I'll have that task really for the rest of our session. But when one moderates a discussion like this, is there some worry that in the hands of someone who is not seeking the true democratic view on a question, that they could moderate out certain comments that are too popular, or that to try to steer the conversation toward an outcome that the conversation starter would like to see?
The answer to that is absolutely yes. And so the Polis conversation that we're having today is sandboxed and isolated from every other conversation, in the sense that you have you have control of it. You can prevent certain statements from being added, but you can't do that for other conversations. And so that means that the moderators, the ability of citizens to find trusted moderators who are aligned. For instance, I have seen organizations do exactly what you said, and I've seen groups of journalists that create internal guidelines for their newspaper to use Polis, which have had 11 people in a room on a Zoom call thinking through the minutia of what comment would be moderated and when and why. And so I think that from a methodological standpoint, there must be a rubric for that, which is, and having the data be open data afterwards is also implicated there. Can people see during or afterwards which statements have been allowed or not allowed? Can they confront the moderator during the conversation or not? Ultimately, though, I think that all of that is just booster rockets for whatever the ultimate system is. We just need to get case studies that are, there will be many good case studies and there will be many problematic case studies, because the tool is just a tool. It is still subject to whatever process and political process it gets ingested into. And since it's open source, we have limited control now at this point as to where that is. It's been ingested into the by Policy Lab into the UK government to be used with civil servants. I expect very responsibly by them, but as tool builders, we have certain constraints that we can operate under, and then those who will use the tool will have others. But I think that the best result would be for citizens to be able to vote with their feet.
Okay. A great final word before we get to questions. Who has something you'd like to raise? Let's start with the student in the back. Bella.
This is right. Good.
You've got it.
So I guess something that caught my eye was that there's no gray area for when you agree or disagree. I'm like an avid, what is it called, survey person, or like personality type person, and they often have choices to strongly agree, in the middle, and then vice versa for the disagree. And I was wondering if that was purposeful for you to have that black and white, or maybe do you want to implement that? I don't know, but yeah.
Great question. We did decide early on not to use a Likert scale. That decision was intended so that we could produce a binary matrix, which is the 1, 0, -1. But sparse binary matrix is the first input to to all the subsequent algorithms. However, yes, we are in the process of adding more signals, and the way that The way that we're approaching that is, in fact, on an issue on our GitHub, and it's being discussed openly. And so if you'd like to read that and respond online along with the community of data scientists that's working on it, you can. And so I'll let you know where afterwards. Great question.
Maybe we'll, okay. Jaden, go ahead, and then we'll give an adult a chance for once.
So the 2016 election polls, they predicted a sweeping victory for Hillary, but as we all know, that was drastically incorrect and inaccurate. So personally, I think that part of the reason why that was the case was because, first of all, the strict prompts that wiki polls usually have, and also non-response bias. Because Trump voters may have, this anti-institutional feelings.
I agree on non-response bias. I agree.
Yeah. And I think it also made them unwilling to respond to polls conducted to the mainstream media, by the mainstream media. So my question was, do you think that Polis can reduce this reluctance to, for them to share their opinions, and so that we can more accurately predict our election results and prevent the mass false hope and unforeseen surprises that happened in 2016?
My hope for deliberative systems, machine intelligent deliberative systems, is that instead of the application of polling at the very end of a process that is completely captured, and we're in a binary vote horse race situation based on party platforms that have been baked without much public input, based on, and back and back and back, that we're engaging the public in the formation of the agenda and in the discussion of direction and goals and values and things like that. And so my answer is that we can change categorically the place in which we engage people. And the fact that we engage them so late, I believe, is part of the non-response bias problem. People are making a rational decision, I think, in hanging up the phone or not picking it up in the first place. They don't have to participate in a horse race with their phone ringing off the hook in a swing state. They don't have to do that. They're not being paid to. They're just being hounded.
Professor Mehta. Feel free to hand out mics to anyone with hands up, and we can just proceed that way.
Oh, there we go.
So, Colin, one of the things I think is a big difference between democracies and authoritarian regimes is that democracies, conversations or public policy in democracies is often constrained by what happened in the past. Is there some mechanism whereby this Polis has a sense of the past? Since this is a kind of very recent thing. And the reason I ask this question is I think ordinary conversations are constrained by the past. So if somebody said, has your view changed? 6 days ago you said this. What has led you to change your view? Does your, is it an application or device?
Yeah, we could say deliberative system or system.
Yeah. Can it accommodate that?
That's a wonderful question. So I think there are a few parts to it, and I would like to answer each in order. First, I'll say that could Polis be run in rounds, where you have a conversation and then you add to it and you add to it and you come back to it and you perhaps, and the answer is yes. You could start a new conversation with the same statements. You could run a second conversation later. You could fundamentally change the design of the system and add to it to allow changing votes. One of the reasons that we have not allowed changing votes is that we wanted the system to not be quite so stressful. So in other words, if I ask you to vote on 47 things, and then I say, you can change your mind on any of them. Suddenly, we have a very different experience where I'm having to give you an interface to go back through all of your votes, reconsider them in light of new votes. And so one challenge there is that there's an added bit of stress and the amount that you have to keep in your mind. There's a desire with this system to allow the individual to consider deeply one statement and then vote and move on. And if there are perhaps changes subsequently, there is not presently in the system a way to change your vote. But this has been discussed quite a bit over time, and I could certainly see systems or variants of the system that did allow that. And so one way that could be implemented is in changing a vote from an agree to a disagree. That is one way.
So, but everything you're
yeah, you're good.
Everything you're saying is about the future.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way you can acknowledge the past? Because policies are often constrained by the past.
Right.
And, you couldn't have done these tests.
Right.
You couldn't have done this process, whatever you call it.
Right.
To people sitting in 1945.
Right. Right.
So is there any way that this system can acknowledge the past? Because some policies are.
Yes,
it's
absolutely.
called
This is
Polis.
a very important and deep question, and I think one of the responses is dependent on whether we consider that machine intelligent deliberative systems will be a thin slice. You'll have a process, and then this will produce a map, and then that map will be interpretable by other steps, and then there's policymakers and there's delegates perhaps from each of these groups that are going into the process, or there's a citizen assembly, that if it's a thin slice, that it does not bear the responsibility for what you describe, and it just has a specific job. And in part, as technologists, part of our intention in creating new political technology is just to demonstrate that even just using it as a thin slice is even feasible at all. But I think that if we extend this to consider that we might begin to eat backwards and eat forwards to other part of the processes and integrate parts of into a broader system which might produce law, that it becomes very important that we're able to look backwards towards previous dialogue and discourse and perspective and constraints, and in some cases expert knowledge is another great example of that. Then I think those produce different organs and potentially steps of these processes that I do personally expect that as we get each of those sections right, we will then begin to kind of glue them together. But I think that it's likely that each of these will be produced in a slice on its own and then be assembled into something greater. That's a wonderful question.
Has there ever been thought to the idea that maybe before participating in a particular poll, that participants would need to read a position paper or two on an issue,
yes.
or read Maisha Cherry's book, or at least a chapter of it?
Yes, in past discussions and in present discussions at national scale in New Zealand that are run with their large media organizations and the government itself, with professional facilitators that we've been working with there since 2016. This is always the case. They're producing summarizing readings, which are available, and someone can come in and just start going and voting, or on their way through, they have access to all sorts of good information, summarized information, and we see these sometimes on ballot initiatives. There are processes in the United States where ballots will come with some background information, or media will produce voting guides and things like that. And I think that for this to really be good, this slice can exist, and it implies maybe a whole bunch of other stuff both before it and after it. And I think New Zealand is one of that group. It's really exciting. I have a number of case studies that I could share, out afterwards via links as well, if there's interest.
That sounds very rich, because just taken as it is, the comments could just be a stream of claims with no warrants, no reason giving.
Yes,
just here's my view. You agree or disagree. Right.
Yes.
Okay. Who has the mic?
Yeah. Hi. So my question is, the problem or the withdrawal of democracy that now we face happens. Some of the reasons are that the participation, that the moderate people, the people that hold in the moderate political view and social views are they are shrinking, and the extreme minds just active. That's true in voting, and that's true on social media. So how your platform would be different from the social media platform to not attract or just give the place, the voice to the extremes people again. So how do you make sure that your platform being used to bring back the inclusion to all people and to just not work toward reducing reason again? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. I think that, so if we consider, let's take this this statement: anger is a negative emotion, and I'll answer your question in the most concrete way that I can from how the system actually functions first, and then perhaps go more broadly to democratic design. From a systems perspective, the system does not consider that extremism is undesirable or really even identifiable separately from differences. Is it an extreme opinion that only 4 people think one way and the rest of the conversation agrees with them? They're in the minority. We have seen what might be considered an extreme opinion, on the other hand, in other cases. I'll take a conversation from New Zealand. They had a conversation on housing and affordable housing. Well, there were some choice words. There were some choice words for landlords. Some rather extreme statements. And it turned out that everyone thought that. So I think if we consider the content of the statement in the context of consensus, or the lack of consensus relative to the content, we might come to a different assessment of what we consider an extreme statement. That is one thing that I've come to think building these tools. And if we, I'm happy to pick that point up over lunch as well, because I think it's a particularly I think we could talk for an hour just about what we consider extremism in online discourse and in media. Because to say that Malcolm X was extreme, or to say that he was representative, I think that we have to understand representation in the context of the people who are being represented in a democracy, who may hold markedly different views. And I don't particularly think it's safe to make presumptions or assessments about whether the content is extreme, or whether just because something is held by a potentially minority viewpoint or by a majority viewpoint is necessarily extremism. I think that label is likely to be revisited in a dramatic fashion in the next generation of both tooling and systems. And then I'm happy to, I think we could talk for an hour about that, and so I'll stop maybe on a dramatic pause. Okay.
Hi, also thank you for your talk. My background is in deliberative democracy and thinking about using this. My thesis was based on this. So
I'm in trouble.
Very, very interested. So when I first read your statement, the efficiency, gathering, and making meaning of perspectives at scale by machine learning, I was very pessimistic about that statement, because I feel that deliberative democracy is a meaningful inefficiency. It gives the space that inefficiency is meaningful for people to make sense, to have the space to understand, empathize, and create almost like a collective paradigm shift. However, I think you did a great job of presenting this, because I think that now I can see this as a tool to be able to aggregate different ideas and then have discussions based around those and make sense in those types of discussions that are a really meaningful way. But I guess my big question for you is, how do you find the distinction between using this tool to be used for like a learning space to be able to understand more deeply, rather than it being a polling tool that then can be manipulated in a way to generate democratic justification for something that is uninformed? And I think that's what we've been talking a lot about in this discussion, is kind of uninformed ways that we put out things on social media. but the democratic or the deliberative democracy space really promotes this space of sharing and getting on the same level and agreeing maybe on a consensus with somebody who has a very different view. So I guess I'm just wondering, how do you navigate that space in trying to use this tool to promote that discussion and not further perpetuate these polarities?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. One of the concrete things that I can say is that we've had for the past decade a strategy of guiding the adoption of the technology quietly into spaces by people who we thought would use it well. And that is technologies are neutral in a sense. Hammer can build a home, you can hit someone with a hammer. I mean that in the truest sense. You can objectify it. We have to consider the context, but I don't think that it's neutral where we aim the tools. I have spent a lot of time and energy to frame the usage of this tool as a tool that is for deliberative democracy. And I think that to the degree to which we have licensed it in AGPL v3 format, it is significant that even if a major company, for instance, picks it up, any advancement they make to the tool still contributes to public wealth, or they're legally liable, right? They can't close source it as a result of that. So those are two things that are possible to do. You can license it in a way that keeps improvements in the commons first, and you can guide it and shape the adoption of it intentionally. And while those are both, one of them is easier than the other. One of them is something you do on day one, and then one of them something you continually do. I think that that's one specific answer. I think that and I've got to go backwards now well, I think part of that went to your initial Greek, what you were saying about, does it become knowledge? But I'll say that I really appreciate, thank you for sharing that, thank you for reading, and thank you for being open to changing your mind as well. I think that what you describe and the way that you described feeling one way and feeling another is something that I feel as a tension. That if we're going to make certain assumptions about constraints, that we're going to allow a soccer stadium-sized group of people to communicate with each other, we're going to have to anticipate some thrown sodas, right? That we need some constraints. And on the other hand, we potentially want to, like in V-Taiwan, punt to deliberative processes where, for instance, perhaps a member of each group or three members from each cluster that's been identified who are representatives of that could go engage in some subsequent process. It's not to say that it's the only step. And so I think that they're not necessarily opposed, but the tension between them and the compromises we make, we're likely to make different compromises at each step in these deliberative processes. I also don't think that with different compromises and potentially with an enormous amount more investment of time on the side of the citizens, that we couldn't build a different set of tools that have quite different goals. And I will say that for the amount of time that we spend thinking about politics and following politics and time that we spend on the horse race, if we were able to engage more meaningfully, especially in things that we're particularly knowledgeable about, nurses and healthcare discussions, things like this, right? Uber drivers in deliberative dialogues, I think that the idea that someone might spend 20 or 30 hours within deliberative systems over the course of a year would not be at all surprising. And I think is actually potentially exciting because people might make different calculuses in their own life about where and how they spend time engaging in participatory processes.
We've covered a lot of ground. Thanks so much. Join me in thanking him for a great presentation.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder, we're about to have lunch. And during lunch at 1:15, there will be 2 breakout sessions today. One in Olin 204, Rage as the Common Sense, led by my colleague Mia Inoue. And one in Olin 202, Sounds of Protest, by Stephen Garabedian. So I hope you enjoy lunch. Feel free to join the breakout sessions and have a chance to talk a little more between yourselves. And we will see you back here at 2:30 for Francis Haugen on scaling on Twitter, Facebook, and the danger to public reason.
Check. You're also getting the lectern mics. Testing, testing. What's the issue? Does it keep resetting the mic it's using? So you can like do that. I mean, yeah, you should change it. But you can also, I mean, it's working, but that's from the carrot in Zoom. Yeah, and in Zoom. Slamming it shut. Okay. But then your speaker for Zoom should not be the volt. It should be whatever you're. We're not using any. Oh, you're running Zoom on 2 different machines? Oh, I see video. That is just going to pull the audio. I don't know how that guys. A couple seconds ago. So you're like 2 different people. That's great. No, I'm just doing the sound upstairs. No, I'm a student, but I graduated. Oh, that is Zoom does it automatically. I don't know if you need to worry about it. And then it's coming in there too. I wouldn't. Seems happy. This is clipping though. Check, 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 check. Ha. Ha. I guess that's not a, yeah, it's a clip light, but it doesn't sound bad. The red. We can just turn the gain down more, probably. Check, 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 check. Yeah, that's good. Check. Yeah. Glad to get the hours. Super random question. Is this like a technically good monitor? Yeah, yeah. I just happen to have the same one I got for like $5 like 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, I always enjoy it. Yeah, yeah. I just wasn't sure if it was like had some kind of reference.
Up there without anybody. Did a great job.
I mean, it works. For me, that's all I cared about. But for you guys, yeah. And then, so if you're on the Zoom on that computer, you like tap the mic on that computer and see if it comes out of the main. I did see it a little bit, just like tap the case of the laptop. So how are you sending audio from the Zoom call? Where's that?
Running to the.
Oh, PC. Oh, okay.
which is, yeah, this one.
Yep, and so, I pivoted.
Yeah, I guess that's. So here's my work. So if the audio input is
Hasn't changed on
yeah, I
crime.
think you need to do this
Now
now.
voting 96% with Congress's most
they
radical
talking to this mic,
politicians who want to
it's gonna
defund
play
police.
Oh, sure, I guess you could on Zoom. Or you could just, but yeah, it works.
And abolish
You could
cash
do
bail.
all the sound on this, because it would automatically like out of it. That's what I was. I mean, yeah, if you need that for video purposes, but it seems like nothing else is plugged into it, so I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I think that's your best. That's all right. Oh, they gave you. That's what they were trying to do. But it didn't look that good. So when this is going in, it works perfectly. There's no loop. Now, if you go mute yourself on my computer.
1, 2.
Oh, that's why exactly did that? What, it must have been because of this mic. Oh, that won't be a problem because of your. My mic shouldn't. But so now do you even check?
Probably screen. Ooh. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me? You probably need to get a microphone or something. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Because I don't hear any of you guys.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4. You see it? Hear me?
Oh, there. Yes, I hear you now.
Okay, there you go. In real time?
Yeah, it sounds like it. I can't tell. I'm in the hall, but
Oh,
it
yeah.
sounds close.
All right. Well, it works in theory.
Okay.
Great.
All right, coming back.
Hello, anyone?
Francis, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, this is Philip Lindsay, Communications Coordinator at the Hannah Arendt Center. Thank you for being here.
Happy to be here.
I am waiting for Dylan Sparks to get back to the bathroom, from the bathroom. And then he's going to get up on stage just so we can do a very quick test of everything, make sure everything's running smoothly. So we'll be with you in just a few short minutes.
Delightful. Okay.
Hi, Francis.
Hello. Oh, I forgot there's a film crew at 3:30, but you can come with me for it. We're gonna go to the Capitol, so we could go wander around after the Capitol. No, yeah, you can meet us at the Capitol. That seems fun.
Francis, maybe just mute yourself.
Francis, are you ready to do a quick test?
Yep.
Okay, great. So if you could go ahead. Can you see Dylan on your end, Francis?
I can.
Okay, great. So Dylan, why don't you say hello, speak into the mic, just any tests,
Actually, Alex, you
specific
don't have my
tests we
jacket.
need to run?
I'm cold.
Any specific
Hi,
tests
Alex.
you guys need to run?
Dylan says hi, Alex. Dylan says hi. Alex says hi.
I like
He's
the
gonna miss.
I like the painting
There we go.
behind you.
I know there's it's some Airbnb.
That's cool.
Looks kind of dour.
Nice jacket.
Thank you. I've got the tropical problem going on, which is I know it's not that cold in DC right now, and I'm freezing.
Do you have the fuzzy socks?
Ooh, that's a great idea.
Yeah,
Have fuzzy socks, can travel.
yeah. You can do anything with them. I've got some tough
Keep going,
questions from
Victory.
yeah.
Yeah. Wait a second. Oh, amazing. Good.
Good to see you. reset here and not moving on. Hello, everyone. I'm going to try and start talking and bring people in if they're outside. It's great to see you. We are about to start the final two sessions of our 2 days together of our conference. It's certainly been exciting and thrilling for me. Think about rage, reason, the tyranny of social media. And I think we're going to end with some very high notes. So I'm looking forward to that. Before we do, let me just do a few things. One, a few more. First of all, I did it before, but some people say I didn't, so I will do it again. It is Hannah Arendt's birthday today. It's an exciting, this conference started in 2006 on October 14th, 2006, to celebrate Hannah Arendt's 100th birthday. And it was sort of a one-off, thinking, oh, we'll do it, and suddenly, 15 times later, here we are. We missed a couple of years at different times. So just always like to acknowledge that Hannah Arendt, who really is the political and philosophical inspiration here, is with us, hopefully. I just led some people up to see her gravesite, which is on campus. So if you haven't seen it and you'd like to, maybe after the wine and cheese, anyone who wants to, we can walk up there and see it as well. In addition to the Hannah Arendt team, which I mentioned earlier, who's done an amazing job of putting this conference together and making it work, Tina, Yana, Jake, and Phil, I do want to also acknowledge Charlotte Albert, who's a former, and Tobias Hess, two former students of mine who have graduated and can't stay away and come back and volunteer for us for 2 days. Tobias actually has been working for us for a few weeks, helping to do social media, put the conference together, and their help has been incredible. Also, Steve Mazie and Dumaine have helped us bring the Bard Early College students here. I don't know if they're here right now, but they'll be here soon. And all of those people who are involved in that has been really wonderful. As you may have saw or heard yesterday, Radio Kingston has been here the whole time, and in fact, I think went live sometime today and yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to thank Erica and Jimmy from Radio Kingston for continuing to work with us and bring people from the Kingston community into the Arendt Center community. HB Live has been doing an amazing job broadcasting this out to our growing internet audience, so I want to thank them. And then all the other vendors, food, Bard, and departments at Bard have helped out. It's been a real team effort, and I'm incredibly grateful for all the help that we've had. The next panel is being moderated, and this has happened a few times in the last 15 years, by another one of my former students, Dylan Sparks, who graduated here in 2019. So I'm thrilled to have Dylan back. This is what happens when you go to Bard. You come back and you moderate panels at the Hannah Arendt Center. So if that's what you're looking forward to, it's a great place. I'm going to let Dylan introduce this panel. Immediately following this panel, we'll have a really special event as well, including this one, where Wyatt Mason will be moderating a discussion with Jamil, Kochai, an incredible Afghani author. And so that will be at 3:45, and then there'll be wine and cheese, and then anyone who wants to can take a walk to the gravesite. Enjoy the last afternoon of the conference. Thank you all for being here, and I'll let Dylan introduce the final panel, or final two panels.
Great. Thank you, Roger. It's always great to be back at Bard. I'm just waiting for Francis to join us.
Hi.
Hey, Francis. As Roger said, my name is Dylan Sparks. I graduated here in 2019. It's always great to come back, and this conference never fails to be an interesting part of the calendar every year. Today, we're very fortunate to be joined by Frances Haugen, perhaps best known for blowing the whistle on Facebook almost exactly a year ago to the day, when she went live on 60 Minutes, revealing herself to be the source behind a series of articles that had been published in the Wall Street Journal. So Frances, your disclosures were made to the Securities and Exchange Commission as well as to the US Congress, and came at a pivotal point in a kind of almost decade-long campaign by activists and civil society around the world to mitigate the harms caused by social media platforms. Shoshana Zuboff, the author of Surveillance Capitalism, has famously said that digital has to live in democracy's house. And I think it's widely accepted now that your disclosures have helped many governments and activists around the world make that more of a reality. But prior to your work at Facebook, you also held various other positions in Silicon Valley, including working at Yelp, Pinterest, and Google. And in many ways, your own life and professional journey has tracked that of Silicon Valley's. The rise of these companies, which helped elect President Obama in 2008, they fueled the Arab Spring a few years later, and they were perceived as these unstoppable democratizing forces for good, but they're now viewed very, very differently. So I'm curious if you could kick us off by talking about your own professional journey and experiences that led you to Facebook to begin with.
So I began at Google in 2006, straight out of college. So I was part of the first graduating class at Olin College of Engineering, which is a brand new engineering college at the time. And I landed in Silicon Valley, and I got to work on ads for a year. Like, I didn't get to choose my team; I got placed there. But from that point on, I worked on, and actually, it's interesting that period of time. You know, we have a lot of these conversations around things like privacy, and you know, back in the mid 2000s, they just weren't conversations that were really forefront of mind. Like, I remember when because they had acquired Urchin, which became Google Analytics, for the first time, the ads team was having like these really intense conversations around like, how can you use this data in an appropriate way? Like, what does it mean to, like, what are people's expectations on privacy? Like, should we have an explicit privacy policy? And the idea that like an ads team wouldn't have a privacy policy sounds crazy today. You know, if you were a company the size of Google was back then, you didn't have a privacy policy, people would be asking very public and very loud questions. But it was just, we had different kinds of conversations around the internet back in the mid 2000s. Over the course of my time at Google, I worked on search quality for books. I co-founded the search team on Google+. I worked on the knowledge graph, like how do we model facts and knowledge, how those facts relate to each other. I got very, very ill and ended up having to relearn to walk. And unfortunately, my manager did not believe I was sick and thought I was faking. And so I left Google. But that led me on a much more interesting journey than I probably would have otherwise gone on. So I ended up working at Yelp for a year, or about a year and a half. And then I went to Pinterest for another year and a half or 2 years. And because I went to those places, I got exposed to new kinds of ways of interacting with data. So at Yelp, I got to found like the data product team. Like, how do you make products and experiences out of just data? And at Pinterest, I got exposed to recommender systems for the first time. And one of the big things that's happening right now in society, like from a legal perspective, is we're starting to have questions around laws that like really, core laws to how we govern the internet, things like 230, how does something like 230 interact with recommender systems, right? So a recommender system is, instead of like a search engine where you say, I want this, and it comes back with a thing. It, based on a variety of factors, it shows you stuff that you might like. And for context, back in 1996, when Section 230 was written as part of the Online Decency Act, there were no commercial recommender systems in the world. There were few experimental ones that were like collaborative filtering around email. But the first commercial recommender system didn't happen until 1999 on Amazon. It was like one of those, like, you bought this, you might like that. The first one in a social network was on Facebook in 2011, so 15 years after that law passed. The first on Twitter, like algorithmic recommender systems, was on Twitter was in 2016, so 20 years after Section 230. And now we have a case in the Supreme Court, Gonzalez, that's asking the question: how does a recommender system apply versus a blog with comments? A blog with comments, a human chose to have you see something, versus in a recommender system, Facebook makes choices about how they design these experiences, and they have differential effects based on those choices to show you more or less of certain kinds of content. Should Facebook be responsible for those choices? And so I ended up at Facebook after Pinterest. I had a recruiter reach out in January of 2019 and ask if I wanted to work on civic misinformation. And I ended up accepting because I had lost a friend to misinformation back in 2016 who had been vital in the process of me relearning to walk. And I never wanted anyone to feel the pain that I felt losing him from my life. And while I was at Facebook, I got to watch, we went from the era where there'd been one mass casualty event, there'd been the ethnic, the mass casualty event in Myanmar. But we hadn't yet moved into the world where it was a pattern, right? So during the time I was at Facebook, we saw the second one, which was Ethiopia. And then we saw everything that took place around January 6th. And it's just been a very interesting arc. Like, I've kind of gone from the, innocent era of the internet, where like the internet was just exciting and beautiful, to kind of the adolescence of the internet, or like, now we're like waking up into the early adulthood of the internet, where, you have to ask questions about what is the role of these systems in society, and like, what do these platforms owe society in general?
Yeah, it's a rocky adolescence. So I'm
as it often is.
Yeah, as it often is. So you mentioned the civic integrity team that you joined at Facebook. Could you maybe explain some of the technical measures that you and your team were working on in advance of the US 2020 election? And then explain
sure.
how they would have helped prevent what happened on January 6th had your team not been disbanded in December?
So some of those things are, so the very easiest kind of intervention that can be done on Facebook, and it can be done tomorrow. It would take literally pulling up a file, changing some fields, pushing it out, is something called rate limits. So when you post on Facebook, how many times per hour is reasonable? Is this a convert? Like, if you and I were having coffee together and I monologued at you for 30 minutes, I think in general we would say I was not engaging as appropriately as a conversational partner. When someone's on a social media platform, should they be allowed to post once an hour, 4 times an hour, 40 times an hour? What about comments? When I worked at Facebook, there's a concept known as, are you setting your limits to protect people or to protect machines? So if your fear is that people hyper posting is going to break various systems, because now like they're flooding the channel, you'll set one kind of limit. If you're trying to create a system where you're trying to prevent, say, robots from having outsized influence, you'll set a different kind of limit. So if you and I were to sit down and say like, hey, how many comments does a real human write per minute? We probably would say things like, a real human writes at most maybe 1 maybe 2 comments per minute. You know, when I was there, you could write 60 comments per minute. Like, it was clearly not meant to keep the system maximally safe. It was meant to provide limits such that if a bot was badly written and wanted to spam out 5,000 comments a minute, that it couldn't hurt things, or 100,000 comments a minute, it couldn't hurt things. In the run up to January 6th, in the run up to the 2020 election in the United States, Facebook came in and set a number of those rate limits to safer positions. So they said things like, you know, when we talk about people inviting people to groups, how many people should you be able to invite to groups in general per day? So, you know, if you set a limit at 200, so you said you can invite up to 200 people per day across all your groups, that's a pretty human limit. Like, how many people really know enough people that they need to invite more than 200 people to groups per day? The reason why they set it at that level was that prior to the election, that limit had been at the order of like 3,000 people per day. And it wasn't just over all groups, it was per group. And so one of the things to keep in mind on social networks is that people follow a power law. So, you know, if we looked at how many people the median person invites to groups per day, they probably invite about 0 people per day, like on average, or like 0.1 per day on average. But as you get towards the extremes, like towards the 99th percentile, you start seeing people who invite hundreds of people per day. When you have systems where you have really, really high rate limits, you basically are saying, I'm okay with having the outliers having outsized influence on the system. What happened in the run up to January 6th was, because they had just dissolved the civic integrity team, you know, right after the election, there was no one on deck to say, hey, we're starting to see this surge and all this like stop the steal stuff. Like, you know, QAnon is like getting a lot louder than it was before. Oh, interesting. There's some people walking around and mass inviting thousands of people per day per group. You know, the top person who invited people to stop the steal groups invited 300,000 people. And they were able to do that because they had multiple groups and they invited the maximum number of people they could each day to each of those groups, day after day. You know, these little tweaks make a huge difference, or things like live video. Because Facebook wants people to see live videos when they're live, they boost their scores. They say like, hey, based on the factors of this video, you would have gotten this score, but because we want to make sure it gets out to as many people as possible while it's live, we're going to give it a score multiplier. That score multiplier before the elections, you know, a couple months before elections, was like 850 times the score I would have otherwise earned. In the run up to the election, they said, hey, you know, we can't really control live video. We've had these mass shootings. We regulate people commit suicide, people commit murder on these things, on live video. They broadcast these violent events. You know, given we know we can't control it, maybe we shouldn't boost the score by 850 times during this kind of danger window. So because there was no one on deck to say, hey, things have gotten really dangerous, they, on January 6th, you had people actively filming live video, using live video to coordinate as the crowd surged on the Capitol. And because none of the safety mechanisms had been turned on, you're still boosting at 850x. So anyone who could have possibly been eligible to see that video did see that video contemporary, like in real time. And so it's these little kinds of things where, you know, when you look at the list of things that were on election day 2020, because there was no one there to break the glass to say, hey, the fire is raging, those things were not on at 5 p.m. on January 6th. But when you looked at it even a day later, after things had become chaotic, they were able to turn all those on within 24 hours. So the idea that like, it shows you how much Facebook was asleep at the wheel after they got rid of the core team that was responsible for making sure Facebook was a positive force in society.
Yeah, and I think it's a great illustration of what power the company and many others like it have to introduce friction into the system to make it safer, but consistently choose not to because it hits their profit and their bottom line.
Well, I wouldn't even go so far as to say add friction, right? Like they were actively amplifying before. And they could have just said, hey, we're not going to intentionally spread a thing that we know is dangerous. So it's not even about adding friction.
So over the past 12 months, since you made your disclosures, you've been speaking a lot to governments, to regulators, to policymakers about how they are seeking to address this problem. You know, I did a quick back of the envelope count, and I feel like you're at 24, parliamentary testimonies at this point. So you have a great kind of insight into how people are thinking about this in the kind of public sector. You know, there was that famous congressional testimony a couple of years ago where the senator asked Zuckerberg how the company actually made money. And I feel like your disclosures have helped give regulators and legislators more information about what can be done. I'm curious about what has surprised you about those conversations. Like what people, was there a surprisingly high level of knowledge? Was there a surprisingly low level of knowledge? If you could maybe share your analysis of that.
I would say like the thing that I was most struck by was, I've now, in addition to all those parliamentary committees and those kinds of things, I've talked to a lot of individual senior governmental leaders across Europe, across South America, as far away as Australia, Singapore. And what's really shocking to me, or it's not shocking now because I've had this conversation so many times, but it was in the beginning, was the level of shamelessness Facebook used when interacting with governmental officials around the world.
The lobbying, right? Like what they're
not
lobbying.
even lobbying. So like governments were asking really basic questions around accountability, things like how many people speak the language of the country I'm in. How many moderators do you have that are speak French? How many moderators speak German? And over again, Facebook would, and every single governmental official would say, they would always ask these questions to me with this exacerbated tone. They hadn't asked Facebook once. They'd asked over and over again over years. They'd be like, hey, we think there's a problem. We think that there's stuff happening. Can you tell us how much you're investing in keeping French safe, keeping German safe, Spanish safe, Dutch safe? And every single time they would say, we don't know. There's no way we can tell you. And I only learned later on what the actual precise answer was they were giving. So the answer they would give, I learned this from an attorney, like a federal prosecutor in Brazil. He said, Facebook said, we have no idea what languages our moderators speak. So there is no way for us to tell you how many moderators speak Brazilian Portuguese. And if they had instead asked, hey, how many hours do you have allocated to moderating Brazilian Portuguese? Facebook knows that answer, like it's in a dashboard. But Facebook is very, very, very willing to just like, if you don't ask exactly the precise question, they will just glance off the question. And that level of willingness to mislead, that level of shamelessness in terms of saying like, I don't owe you anything. Right? Like as long as I am not directly lying to you, like lying by omission is not a problem to me. And I found that incredibly shocking, right? Like the idea that there's like no regard that they owe like democratically elected governments the rights to very simple amounts of information.
Can you maybe explain to us why it's important to know about how much is being invested in each language? Like what are all languages moderated the same? Like are some languages more safe?
So a core part of my criticism of how things are going right now on the social platforms is Facebook has told us for years that the only path forward is through content moderation, right? That when people come and complain about any problem, they'll go, oh, I know, that's so sad. But we have this really hard choice to make. Like you have this hard choice to make. You can be safe or you can be free. You can be safe or you can have freedom of speech. And the thing that they don't tell people is that when you focus on content, which is like a Band-Aid on after the fact, versus designing products to be safe from the start, you have to rebuild those content moderation systems language by language. You don't just because you make English safe doesn't mean you automatically make French safe. You have to go and repeat that investment again in French. And it sounds like not so crazy. You're like, oh, like, we can do most of Europe, maybe 20 languages. The reality is there's like 4,000 or 5,000 languages in the world. And when you look at the most fragile places in the world, they often are very linguistically diverse. They often have much smaller languages than English. They're often also poorer, right? They're often more peripheral. They're often more unstable. And like if you look at a place like Ethiopia, Ethiopia has 120 million people. They have 6 major language families and 95 dialects. You literally have to retune these safety systems like a hate speech detector. If you're going to bolt on safety after the fact, you have to go and retrain, you have to rebuild that hate speech detector, that content moderation for each of those Ethiopian dialects. And even at the height of the violence, they were only supporting 2 of the 6 language families in Ethiopia. And the reason for that is supporting the 3rd most popular language in Ethiopia is actually more expensive than supporting English, because there's so many fewer trained labelers, like people who actually say, like, this is hate speech, this is not hate speech. Like, these systems don't scale with linguistic complexity. And so the focus, Facebook has spent hundreds of millions of dollars spreading this idea that the only path forward is content moderation. And it distracts us from solutions that actually would scale to the most vulnerable places in the world.
And it seems like the design choices that you described that were set up to protect the US election, so what you're saying is those would be universal, they would apply to all languages, and they wouldn't be as problematic for things like freedom of speech and expression. So what you're describing, a false choice has been kind of spread in the public discourse to their benefit because it's a smokescreen.
Yeah, so I'll give you examples of stuff that's really low-hanging fruit. Should you have to click on a link before you reshare it? Should you have to actually know what you're spreading before you spread it? Should you be able to, a large volume of the misinformation out there spreads on these very, very long chains of reshares, 100 reshares deep. After something gets beyond friends of friends, imagine a world where you said, hey, you can say whatever you want. If you're willing to go copy and paste that, if you're willing to put a little effort in, you can say anything you want. But, you don't know who wrote that. It's beyond friends of friends. You have to make a choice. You have to have intentionality in spreading that information. You can't just have a reflex. It sounds super simple, but that moment of intentionality, that pause, that conscious choice to share, decreases misinformation as much as the entire third-party fact-checking program. It's huge. Only it works in every language in the world. You don't have to translate that feature language by language. It's about the design of the product and system itself.
So I guess what you're painting a picture of impunity, and we're at the Arendt conference, so I'm trying to get some brownie points. So Arendt famously wrote about this idea of the banality of evil, where seemingly small functions that an individual can play can contribute to a much larger industrialized, system of evil. In your opinion, what culpability or responsibility do people have who choose to stay working at these platforms, knowing, everything that we've seen from your disclosures? And obviously there's been a lot of other work done by civil society around the world. You talked about Ethiopia. There's been a lot of work done in places like Myanmar and Brazil to highlight the negative externalities of these social media platforms and how they have, life or death consequences in many situations.
I think part of the banality of evil in these situations is, right now the reputational damage of Facebook is so high that you could get, so at these tech companies, there's like little ratings buckets. So it's like, are you someone who misses expectations? Are you someone who misses some expectations? Are you someone who meets expectations? Are you someone who exceeds expectations? Are you someone who greatly exceeds expectations? Or Facebook's favorite, someone who redefines expectations. Right now, you can take an offer at Facebook and only do enough to meet expectations, and you will likely get paid more than someone who exceeds expectations at Google. And one of the things that I think is so interesting about Facebook is, like, there are people at Facebook right now who could be saying, hey, I'm going to do 35 hours a week on the job that I was. I'm going to spend 15 hours a week. You know, maybe I would have had to work, 50 hours a week in order to get exceeds expectations, or 55 hours a week to get exceeds expectations. I'm going to take that difference and I'm going to go volunteer on the ethnic violence team. I'm going to go volunteer on the election protection team. I'm going to accept that I'm going to get meets expectations in order to claim my own agency, to say like, hey, I know you have limited headcount inappropriately to some of these critical problems. I'm going to go give my time. Right. And you'd still make more money than if you've got exceeds expectations at Google. Yeah. That kind of the reason why people don't do that is people genuinely, like, there is an ideology there that is self-reinforcing, which is unless you toe the line, that Facebook is just a mirror. All these bad things have always existed out in the world. The thing that the problem today is that you can see them. Like, if you don't believe that, like if you believe Facebook has culpability, people will very rapidly begin like looking at you with a little suspicion, like, are you dangerous? And so, yeah, it's very interesting. Like, it's definitely a system of ideology that self-reinforces and self-heals.
So if we think about the pipeline of people going to these places, most of them are college educated. We're at a liberal arts college now. So when I was here, apologies to professors, but I had to take a math class. I wasn't taking math, but we, at institutions like this, you have to take classes from departments outside of your major. So what do you think we could be doing at education institutions, particularly for data scientists and computer science majors, that makes them perhaps more conscious that if I'm, writing this line of code which is going to tweak this algorithm, what might the real world impact be on someone's, experience behind the screen?
So one of the things that I think we have to talk about as like a civilization is that we're getting to a world now where computer science is complicated enough that, if you don't like use every elective you have to take more computer science classes, you make yourself less qualified to go work at Google, right? When I was at Google, even in the mid-2000s, they were acknowledging the fact that because bioinformatics majors, so bioinformatics majors are not slouches, but bioinformatics majors, because they had like a little bit less computer science, they were having trouble passing the coding interviews, even though they often were amazing programmers once they got to Google. One of the kind of like out there ideas that I've been suggesting to people is like, what does a world look like where we take CS majors and we say, we're gonna give you a fellowship for an extra semester if you want to stay and learn more about the world. I don't think I am that broadly educated. I have an engineering degree, but I because I went to a novel engineering college, I got probably the lightest weight engineering degree you could get in the United States. I got an electrical engineering degree from Olin, but I got to take a bunch of history classes. I got to take a bunch of humanities classes. And I really wonder, what does the future look like if Europe is minting computer scientists who literally were not allowed to take any humanities classes? They got accepted to the IT college. They didn't get accepted to the university. And then in the United States, you have students opting in to not take humanities classes because they want to get those dream jobs at places like Google. We have to be having conversations around like, how do we either continue to reach out to computer scientists over their 20s and say, hey, your education is not over, right? You graduated from college, but like there's a bunch more about the world that you need to learn if you want to be a safe contributor. Because right now we reward the people who have the least context on how to wield the power that they have.
That's super interesting. So you mentioned what's happening in Europe. You've spent a lot of time over the past 12 months speaking with policymakers in both London, where there's an online safety bill, which is going through a legislative process right now as the government crumbles. And then there's the Digital Services Act, which is seeking to regulate at a European level the types of things that you've been talking about, design choices, linguistic equity, and things like that. But one of the things that I'm most excited about with pieces of legislation like that is access to data for researchers and civil society. Could you maybe talk about why measures like that from democratic governments are so important in breaking open the black box that has been so elusive all these years in trying to kind of evaluate societal harm of these platforms?
So I mentioned earlier the idea that Facebook has spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to tell us that the path to safety comes through content moderation. The reason why they're able to spread this story, even though, part of why the depth of my disclosures is so deep, is because I wanted people to understand what Facebook knew about their own systems and what experts, basically the foremost experts in the world at these kinds of systems, thought were the actual paths to sustainable safety. But the reason why Facebook only spread that narrative was that they knew that it was a very divisive one, that no one, like almost no one, is willing to go hold a placard on the street and say, more censorship, please. But if people knew there were all these little trade-offs happening every day, and that there's some very simple knobs that could be turned. One of the things I've been doing a lot of speaking about recently is around teen mental health, self-harm, eating disorders. And the idea that even things as simple as effective ways of helping people go to bed likely would reduce the mortality and morbidity rate of these products substantially. Facebook doesn't want you to know that you have options, because people would protest on the streets for things like, hey, every app that makes money on ads needs to have real and effective, evidence-backed features that put control back in users' hands so they can go to bed. That's the kind of thing someone would protest on. People say, there's enough kids have died. You have to give up a little bit of profit. I'm really excited about the DSA because it is like a generational law. It allows us for the first time to ask independent questions, develop our own public muscle of accountability, and muscles have to be worked. Like, we can't just receive guidance from Facebook and then apply it. We need to come up with our own theories, because those theories will be things like, hey, one of the major levers for preventing a bunch of different of these harms is just giving people back control, right? I am really, really hopeful that we are on kind of a nascent edge of a field where, like, maybe 5 years from now, students sitting in the seats in the auditorium right now are going to be, instead of taking a math class and studying calculus or differential equations, that they might take a class in the physics of social networks, because they could learn a lot of those same quantitative concepts. They could learn about differential equations. They could learn about mathematical modeling, or about how different kinds of systems cause different kinds of patterns, how to analyze data. Right now, there are hundreds of people in the world who really at an in-depth level understand how the product design choices and the algorithms all interact together to lead or avoid away from these social harms. I really think we have to develop a new field of study that's not just about researchers and civil society people. It's about teaching, like, a broad set of the public intuition on how these systems work, because our democracy is moving ever more online. And we invest a huge amount as the public in schools of architecture because we believe, subtle choices about how your auditorium is shaped, or even how your chair is shaped, change the thoughts that you can think or the conversations you can have. Why aren't we investing a similar amount of money in understanding and designing online social spaces?
So we've spoken a bit about regulatory progress happening in Europe. I'm curious about what your take for avenues for progress are in this country for platform accountability. Obviously, it's a very different political and legal framework to navigate. But I know you've been doing a lot of thinking about that, so I'm curious about what you think is realistic and perhaps what your dream scenarios might be.
So I think in the short term, the thing I'm most excited about is the Kids Online Safety Act, which is it passed out of committee 28-0 in the Senate, sometime in the last couple months.
In California,
it's
right? This is a California
No,
bill.
no, no. This is Senate.
Okay.
No, that's the I think it's the age appropriate design code, California. But there's a bill called the Kids Online Safety Act, and some of it's modeled directly off the DSA. Other parts of it are about privacy, about risk assessments. But it gives academic data access for the first time about lots of parts of these platforms. And it's the first bill, first big tech reform bill to pass out of Senate or House committee in the last like 25 years, maybe longer. And so it's one of these things where calling your senator, calling your representative, and asking why it is we can't bring the Kids Online Safety Bill up for a vote, given it passed out of committee 28-0. Like, think about how few bills in the United States these days can pass out of committee 28-0. We need to do that because this may be one of the only chances we get in the next 2 years to be able to pass a bill like this. The other thing I'm really excited about in the short term is something called the Platform Accountability and Transparency Act, PATA. And it's the first bill in the United States that is around questions like, should researchers have safe harbor? One of the tools in Facebook's tool chest of inaction is if you're an academic and you start asking questions that hit a little too close to home, Facebook has a history of threatening to sue you or actually suing you. And it has a massive chilling effect on academic freedom, intellectual inquiry. So PATA both gives access to data for academics, but it also says, hey, Facebook can't silence critics that start accurately describing what's happening on these platforms. In the long term, I'm really hopeful for things like there's some large class action litigation happening right now, especially around kids. And I think that is, in the United States, we never regulated tobacco, we litigated it. So I'm hopeful that something will happen there. In my request to the SEC, I really want Facebook or Mark Zuckerberg specifically to have to either sell or give up some of his stock, because right now he has 56% of the control of the company in terms of votes. And if he was required to disgorge some of his illicit profits, because remember the stock price has fallen by 60% since the first article came out, far more than any other social media company in the same time period. There's that would allow normal corporate governance to step in and bring in other leadership. And I think between class action litigation for actually saying like, hey, you need to be responsible for the choices you're making, particularly around kids, around mental health for adults, kids, and around we need traditional corporate governance to take effect. I think those are things that can help push Facebook in a healthier direction.
Great. So I just have one last question, and then we're going to turn it over to the audience for Q&A. What you did was pretty dramatic. It's pretty risky to blow the whistle on a, multi-billion-dollar company, which has a history.
Trillion-dollar company.
Trillion-dollar company, sorry. Not everyone would be in a position to do that or would choose to do that. What other types of things or systems or avenues should we be thinking about in, this sector? It could be, obviously applied to other sectors, but is there, different things that people could be doing from inside the companies that don't involve, risking going to jail for 30 years?
Well, just to make sure everyone knows, you cannot sign a contract in the United States that prohibits you from giving to Congress information that you believe Congress needs in order to do its constitutional duties of oversight and governance, period. There is no risk giving information to Congress if you believe Congress needs it in order to govern. So just take that, put it in the back of your mind in case you ever come into trouble. If you work for a public company, you can also always give things to the SEC, and you don't just get safe harbor, you get whistleblower protections. I was not aware of these things until I got to talk to a lawyer. So I always try to spread the gospel a little louder. The second thing is we need to start thinking about the concept of whistleblowing more holistically. For every whistleblower like me, where you think of them as a named whistleblower, there's hundreds, if not 1,000, as many quiet whistleblowers. So these are people who talk to an ombudsman in their company. They skip over the level of their boss, maybe 2 levels above their boss to raise an issue. Maybe they pass documents to a journalist. You don't have constitutional protections for those, but that's a different issue. But you can do it in subtle ways. Talking to, you don't have to be a visible whistleblower to make a huge difference. And I think one of the things that I've been really noodling with for like the last month or so is this idea that fundamentally the management community needs to embrace the idea that lies are liabilities, right? Lies are liabilities. That when you feel you have to hide information in order to run your company, you are putting your company at risk. Because when the truth inevitably comes out, the roosters will come to roost. Our SEC complaint said very clearly, Facebook artificially manipulated their stock price by lying to the public, because if they had told the truth, they would have had to spend way more on safety. If they told the truth, a lot of people would have not used the product that did. If they told the truth, advertisers would not have advertised who did. All these things allow them to have an artificially high stock price. The secondary thing, though, is not just this lies or liabilities thing. It's that if you want to have highly performant companies, you need to have spaces where people feel that they can talk about the truth. I look at what's happening right now on Instagram. So namely that, Instagram has had an amazing, moat, a wall around their profits for a long time because they had the social graph. You went there because you want to see what has to happen with your friends. Instagram has very clearly seen the rise of TikTok, and TikTok is different in a really, really important way. It used to be that you could dual screen Instagram. So you could, watch Netflix, sit and do Instagram while you watch Netflix, or you could put, picture in picture on your phone. Now, if you do TikTok, you don't get the next video unless you flick up. There's no lean back mode in TikTok. You have to continue to engage. I guarantee you inside the company, they're seeing their dashboards, and because you can't dual screen anymore, there's minutes that are being lost every day off of Instagram. And because they have an internal culture where people don't feel safe saying, hey, we should accept being 30% less profitable to still be here in 5 years, right? Like that's the fundamental question we asked right now. And because they have an internal culture that doesn't support dissent, that doesn't support criticism, that doesn't support crossing Mark, and Mark can't accept the idea that they might not be the largest social network in the world. They're killing the social graph. And 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I wouldn't be surprised if Instagram is a husk of what it is today, because they're trying just to copy TikTok. And in the process, they're sacrificing the social graph. So healthy internal cultures of dissent are not just about preventing whistleblowers. They're about having maximally successful, healthy, vibrant companies that can compete on the global stage.
Great, thank you. It's been great, Francis. We're going to now turn over to some audience questions. We have 2 mics at the front, and we have some time. Are we just calling on people? Okay, cool. I think we have a question there on the end. There was a request if people could take their masks off to ask the question so other audience members can hear properly.
Thank you. It's Emma Bryant here. I was involved in exposing Cambridge Analytica a few years ago. And thank you, first of all, for your really important work. I mean, I am in such admiration for what you've done and your bravery. I wanted to comment on the journey that Facebook has gone through, and the optimism that I watched your testimony and so on. You actually were quite optimistic about Facebook and fixing it and trying to make things better. You seem to be a believer in this vision anyway. You've just talked about how they have told lie after lie after lie, which we know. And you also talked about this broken organizational culture. Organizational cultures are not something that's easy to fix. And I wanted to ask, how can we ever trust, even if we, see some evidence that they are making some improvements with this tweak here, that tweak there, and so on, how can we ever trust them, ever, into the future? And how do you reform such a...
I think there's two questions in there. So I'm gonna ask I'm gonna ask myself an implicit question you asked, which was, I think you were expressing some bafflement that I could say all these negative things and still be optimistic about Facebook changing. And I want to be really clear. The reason why I talk about, I'm so relentless on it. We have to save Facebook. Like, we have to do whatever we can to get Mark out. We have to do whatever we can to save this company. Is Facebook dug a really, really dangerous hole for us. They went into some of the most fragile places in the world, and they said, hey, if you use Facebook's products, your data is free. If you use anything else on the open web, you have to pay for it. And as a result, the internet converged onto Facebook in those countries. Now, there's 1 billion or 1.5 billion users in the world for whom Facebook equals the internet. This is like the core thing I've been repeating for a year. Facebook equals the internet for at least 1 billion, 1.5 billion internet users who live in countries with 3 or 4 billion people. Network effects are real. It doesn't really matter how much Facebook kind of falls apart, degrades over the next 5 years. It is very, very likely Facebook will still be the internet because of those network effects 5 years from now in those places. And those places get the least security, the least safety features. They get the least investment. It's extremely dangerous. I keep pushing for, we have to save Facebook because we cannot leave those people behind. Like, we have seen two ethnic violence incidences, and we should expect to see more. We should see substantially worse violence over the next 5 years as things like Starlink start rolling out, where instead of having a version of Facebook that's mostly text and a few pictures, they start getting mostly pictures and video. It's going to be very different. But the secondary thing is the question of, how do we trust them? And I have never said we should trust them. I will never trust them. I don't think you should trust any private company, especially private companies that are running critical public infrastructure. But that's why transparency matters. That's why setting up systems of incentives and checks and counter checks matters so much. Because every other comparable industry is kept safe not by even singular laws. They're kept safe by what I call an ecosystem of accountability. And that ecosystem comes from having litigators that understand what it means to cut a corner. If you cut a corner, they're going to hold you responsible and someone gets hurt. Investors that want to optimize for long-term success. There's a lot of major Facebook stockholders right now who are like, God, we did not realize how much liabilities were on the books. We don't even know what questions to ask. That was intentional. They kept the information back because they didn't want people second guessing them. It's concerned citizens that understand what's possible because, like I said before, no one wants to march on the street for more censorship. But, if you could have a list of 5 things that could lower the teen suicide rate that's attributable to social media by 90%, do you think people would march on the street for those? Probably. At least the parents of kids who died would. Their friends and family would. And so it's one of these things where I don't think you should trust them, but that's why we need to change the incentives and the rules. And I believe, because we've seen it before, cars used to be way more dangerous than they are today. The fatality rate for cars used to be about 3.5 times as high as it is today, back in 1965. And a single person played an instrumental role in changing them. So Ralph Nader read through 100 pending court cases on one car, the Corvair. And he said, this is not a question of bad drivers or a particularly dangerous stretch of road, bad weather that day. This is about a system of development, a system of opacity, a system that values growth and sales over safety, where they've hidden critical information from the public for years. Like, this is a pattern of behavior. This is a system problem, kind of like Facebook. And once that book came out, we passed the we founded the Department of Transportation. Within a year after that, we got our first seatbelt laws in the United States, saying every car has to have a seatbelt. The world can change. They're going to change. The world can change in really profound ways. And I believe, given every single time before, like every time we've invented a new form of media, it's been incredibly disruptive. A lot of people died every single time before. A lot more people are going to die. I know it's kind of a downer. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. But every single time before, we have figured out how to live with these new communication mediums, be it printing press, newspapers, telegraph, radio, doesn't matter. We figure it out. And we're going to figure it out again. But we have to do the work to actually push it through.
I do hope you're right. Thank you. That was a really helpful explanation.
Hi, thank you again just so much, and also for doing the work to tell us more about what we're allowed to do in terms of whistleblowing. I was really struck by the end of this conversation about, first, the conversation about the culture within Facebook seems reminiscent of the culture within NASA around the time of the Challenger disaster, and then also the Columbia, where there was that culture of not being able to say this is wrong, or not knowing where to go if you saw kind of the limit testing, the norm testing, and where you become, what is it? It's you become numb to deviancy. But I was also struck by the fact that it seems like we have the tools already in place to fix so many of these problems, right? That we can insert some of that friction back or reduce some of the forceful pushing forward. And if you could say something, do you think that's related to that corporate culture? Is it something about tech that makes us want to find new answers as opposed to implement the old ones? If that makes sense.
I think it's a question around transparency and externalities. So right now, the only metrics that Facebook has to report out of the company are things like how many users do they have, how many new users do they have, how much consumption did those users do, how much ads revenue came in from those users. You know, those are the kinds of things that Facebook knows it's going to have to like stand up and say truthfully with the highest degree of accuracy they can every quarter. All the externalities that paid for those numbers are invisible. You know, they have a transparency center, which is like one of my favorite works of art. You know, I really want to start doing YouTube videos where I'm like, let's look at this graph. What is it trying to say? Was it effective in how it used technique? You know, like they're not truthful communication. They're persuasive. They're quantitative persuasion, right? So part of it is that we have to actually make the externalities visible. I'll give you an example. Every single major advertising driven product on the internet has an estimated age for every user, because enough adults lie about their age that if you want to effectively target, you know, a 40th birthday vacation trip to someone, you need to have an estimated age for them. And the reality is, between our friends, between the content we engage with, between how we behave, how we hold our phones, a variety of things, how we move our mice, they know how old you are within half a year. Like, you can't hide online. We give so much data, and there's so many little tweaks that we can figure out. Let's imagine Facebook had to publish of the people it believes are 14 years old. How many of those 14-year-olds were on the platform a year ago when they were 13, 2 years ago when they were 12, 3 years ago when they were 11, 4 years ago when they were 10? Like, imagine they had to publish that data every week or every month. They would work a lot harder to get under 13-year-olds off these platforms. So it's those kinds of things where we have to think about, like, what is the minimum amount of data that these platforms must show to the public, such that we can monitor the externalities and see if they're actually working hard enough to drive those costs down, to stop offloading them onto the public.
Okay, I guess I can go ahead. I'm a little concerned about the devil's bargain here, which is that we're looking to deal with the issues that have been created by the profit motive. And when I'm looking at the issues that are created by regulation and the government. So, for example, we know that Israel is in charge of moderating Palestinian posts. That seems a little peculiar, but that's not creating a safe space for Palestinians, that's for sure. China is in charge of moderating the posts in China. I'm quite sure that the US State Department was in charge of moderating the posts in Venezuela. And so as I say, when you think about the tool, and we're the person who has, the entity that has no power is the public. And I don't think that transparency is a big help there. Because we don't have transparency about what's called national security. So I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I'd love to hear it.
So just to repeat, since my first Senate testimony, even though you see a lot of news articles saying like, I'm a dark horse for censorship, I have said very clearly, very consistently, content moderation as a safety strategy is ineffective, right? So Facebook's own documents say for hate speech, they only were taking down 3 to 5% of hate speech, but they claimed they were taking down tons. It doesn't scale. It leaves behind the most vulnerable. It makes us feel safe when in fact we're still dangerous. The kinds of things that actually make us safe are ones that are about product design, not about focusing on content. So like you said in there, like the Israelis are the ones choosing what the Palestinians can say. Well, what if instead we said, let's design products such that we don't have to focus so much on what is said, because we know that there are humans in the loop who modulate these things. So for example, Be Real is like one of the fastest growing social networks in the world. And every day, the concept that has made so many young people sign up for it is when you look at your life on Instagram, or someone else's life on Instagram, that's not a real life. That's like the highlight reel. It's like the most photogenic, like most optimized moments of their day. And not all your friends post, only the ones that like want to post that perfect life. Be Real says, we're going to send you a notification at some time of day, and you're going to have 2 minutes to post a photo simultaneously of your face and of what's around you. And when I've read reviews of this app, largely by millennials, they're like, Be Real is so boring. Like everyone's lives look so boring on Be Real. And it's like, yeah, it's because they look like their real lives. Like you don't have to feel insecure about your life because like it doesn't stack up to this beautiful Instagram thing. But it's interesting. The app wasn't designed because they were like, we need to make an app that's hard to spread misinformation on. They designed an app where they were like, we want to make an app that's really optimized for connecting with your friends and family. It happens to be because the content disappears after a day, because you have to mutually follow. You can't have one-way follows. So there's not really an incentive to like build the influencer culture. Things don't persist. There's no visible likes. There's a bunch of these things. It makes it a substantially safer app by default. You don't have to moderate it because you can't add text onto that photo other than like going and like photographing your computer screen, and maybe you could spread misinformation that way. It's just harder to make it dangerous. Or no one has said that dinner parties are dangerous, but people spread information in those contexts. Safe social media is designed such that good speech can answer bad speech. It's not a thing where like right now we're so focused on content moderation because extreme speech gets distributed, and thoughtful speech taking apart some misinformation is boring and it doesn't get distributed. So it's these things where we can either slap on content moderation at the end, or we can build things that are by design safer. The second thing is I'm really, really a big proponent of we need transparency around content moderation systems. Facebook has been coming out and saying, Francis's criticisms aren't legitimate because only 3% of content on Facebook is now political. One, very misleading stat, because that might be true in English. It's definitely not true in any language where they're missing a civic classifier, like a political classifier. But two, what does it mean to be political? Like we, the public, should be able to get examples of like what content was considered political and like how was it downranked. Transparency is a way that we can push back as the public and say, should these systems be operating the way they're operating? And so I just want people to be really intentional about like, we should be able to see what content gets the most distribution. Like where are these algorithms picking and choosing winners? If there is content moderation, what's being taken down and what's being left up? Are we inadvertently creating things where counter speech gets taken down as well? One of the things that I've seen across the world is that in the United States, they at least try some to make sure that, say, an advocate against violence against women, an advocate for gay rights, an advocate for African Americans, that their accounts don't get taken down because they get misclassified as being violating. I've talked to countless activists in Brazil, in France, in Germany, in places that don't speak English, where they make very crude, ineffective content moderation things. They don't invest as much as they do in English. And as a result, people who talk about violence against women and fighting against violence against women, their accounts get labeled as being people who harass women, right? Because they use some of the words. Or people who are gay get violated as having homophobic language because they talk about hate speech against gay people. That's counter speech being taken down as good speech, or it's being taken down as bad speech. We need transparency in how these systems work so that we can do counter pressure, so we can organize, so we can do boycotts. We can't use the levers that we have to get more just systems if we can't see what's happening.
Okay. Hi, my question is, what would you advise for teenagers and or adolescents on social media and on Facebook to stay safe?
I strongly encourage you to install an app on your phone that does rate limiting. So, using social media after 10 p.m. is illegal in China, right? I'm against paternalistic interventions. Like, I don't think we should come in there and say, like, you can't use it after 10. But I do think that you should set your own limits. I think you should go in there and say, how much am I using it per day now? Do I really want to do that? Put some limits on yourself. You'll be happier. You'll sleep better at night. I think things like be careful about what kind of social media you choose, right? Things like Be Real are intentionally designed around some of these cognitive biases, mistaking the life that you see on Instagram for a real life. There's also a bunch of just interesting emergent systems. So like, I actually think of dating networks as social networks, because they are. There's some really cool innovation happening in that space. So there's an app called Thursday. Thursday doesn't work 6 days a week. It's based on the idea that you shouldn't be mindlessly swiping every day. You should be out living your life. And, I think it turns on Wednesdays so they can go on a date on Thursday. It's like, hey, like I'm going to do a limited number of options so it doesn't feel like the catalog's infinite. So you'll actually consider these people as people. And like we don't want to dominate your life. We're going to show we respect you. We value you by letting you go off and have a life. Things like I think it's called Blue Fever maybe. We're even figuring out ways to have anonymous social networks that are designed for safety, places where you can have these intimate, vulnerable conversations, and they're architected in a way that you can both have anonymity and feel and have psychological safety at the same time. You don't just have people harassing people. And so I think part of it is be intentional. Like, what are your goals for using social media? What are you trying to get out of it? And then seeing if you can get that via alternatives, and invest in your real life, like invest in in-person life. Holding events, getting together in person is hard. Have conversations with your friends about how much do they spend time online? I keep saying to people, I know this sounds radical, but what if, as a radical action of vulnerability, of being like, hey, I want to show that I want to be a good friend to you. Saying like, hey, I'm willing to show you my Instagram feed if you're willing to show me your Instagram feed. Because every single time I have talked to the parents of a kid who's died, they've said, after my child died, I looked at their phone and I realized for months they had been looking at incredibly depressing content, right? The algorithm had sucked them into a hole. Being open with each other about what is the algorithm feeding you is a thing that will save lives. So things like that too.
Okay, I think we have time for one quick question and one quick answer, and then we're going to wrap up. So does anyone?
So earlier in this conversation, you sort of outlined a bunch of ways in which Facebook and social media companies in general could sort of limit hate speech without just going through and marking different words and whatnot. Why don't these companies go and do that, particularly now with all this backlash that's occurring? Would it really affect their profit margins so much? And what can we do as citizens of a society and as voters to sort of force these companies to adhere to these ideas and to create systems that work to prevent hate speech and to prevent these types of events from happening?
So step one, take out your phone, write to your representative and say, we need to pass COSA, Kids Online Safety Act, and we need to pass PATA, Platform Accountability and Transparency Act. Now, these are low-hanging fruit. We desperately need the ability to see what's happening on these platforms so that we can build a larger conversation on like, where do we go from there? The second thing is, as long as the incentives stay the same, we should expect their behavior to stay the same. The reason why, I've been fascinated watching the Twitter Elon bot fest because like the number one danger on social media from like a social stability perspective is bots, right? Information operations with bots can amplify messages very, very quickly. They can selectively, and it doesn't have to be misinformation. It can just be true information that hits on a cleaving line, like that's divisive. The reason why Twitter doesn't take those bots down is, if you have 1% fewer users, your stock price can fall 10% or more. There have been times when Facebook's number of users have gone down by like 1%, fraction of 1%, and the stock price has fallen by 20%. We don't have accounting standards for users, just like we don't have accounting standards for these other externalities. And because we don't have accounting standards for, what is a real user, how hard do you have to try to find the bots, you end up in situations like what happened at Twitter, where literally there were executives who were blocking efforts to take down bots because it was going to hurt their bonuses. And so it's these things where incentives are real. If we don't have legally mandated transparency, they will continue to hide the externalities and the public will keep paying them. We just won't be aware of it, or won't be aware of how bad the problem is. So start from the truth and we'll build up from there.
Great. Thank you so much, Francis. It's been great to have you. And thanks everyone for your questions.
Thank you, Dylan, and thank you, Francis. And now I want to welcome up Wyatt Mason and Jamil John Kochai for what will be the really rousing end to this two-day conference. So please welcome Wyatt and Jamil.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I hope that the inner experience that I've been having while watching these fantastic panels over the last 2 days mirrors yours, which is sort of a state of encouragement and then discouragement and then encouragement, often kind of within 60-second periods. So listening to that wonderful previous conversation between Dylan and Francis Haugen, one has to feel encouraged even as one quickly feels discouraged and back again. And I think it's important with the kind of bipolar framing of this conference between rage and reason that we recognize that there is potential within those two spaces for something livable. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And I would like to bring our attention to the beginning of the conference, which is when Roger started us with rage. Sing, goddess, Achilles' rage, black and murderous, that cost the Greeks incalculable pain, pitched countless souls of heroes into Hades' dark, and left their bodies to rot as feasts for dogs and birds, as Zeus and his will was done. It's a translation of the first lines of Iliad, an epic poem in 15,693 lines by the poet we call Homer. Roger started us there. The first word of the poem in Greek is rage. And as this is a foundational text in Western literature, we could say that the cornerstone of Western literature is a consideration of rage. Leaping ahead to Homer's so-called next epic, which is Odyssey, which follows chronologically from Iliad, the story of a part of the fall of Troy. The Odyssey, the story of part of a journey by one of the Greeks' warriors, Odysseus, a very clever fellow, back home. The American critic Guy Davenport says that the Iliad is a poem about force, and the Odyssey is a poem about the mind's ability to conquer force. And those two texts now, foundational in rage and then foundational in reason, make this kind of what we might call arbitrary framing, not at all arbitrary. We could say that the Western idea of human dealings pivots there. Epic poems by Homer and subsequent epic poems that are lost were not texts, they were sounds. They were delivered aloud by professional people called rhapsodes, and rhapsode comes from a Greek word which I won't try to pronounce because I'm not a classicist, and my classicist friends here will shun me publicly and shame me, as they should. It means to sew songs together. So we should rid ourselves of this idea that these are poems in the sense of written things on paper that in isolation we sit and appreciate, which of course is something we should do. However, we should recognize that foundationally poetry was sung, and that if you can imagine that the job of someone was to recite from memory nearly 16,000 lines, how would that happen? The Odyssey and the Iliad are divided into 24 books. We do not know in each case whether those were decisions that were from the time of their recitation or whether those books, so-called, were divided many years after, hundreds of years after, when they were actually transcribed. What we do know is these episodes, say in the Iliad, 24 chapters, each of equivalent length, could be recited in an evening. So were you to wish to hear the Iliad, you would have to sit or have the pleasure of sitting and having someone recite to you every night for 24 days. You would take that in with your body. You would hear it, and the little hairs in your ears that are responsible for hearing would grant you the privilege of being connected to another intelligence directly through your body. The poet Frank O'Hara, at the end of a great poem, says the only truth is face to face. And we might say the only truth is voice to voice. We are sound bodies, we resonate, we come into this world naked and screaming. That's our first song. It's a song that does not have words. So those songs become language. That's focused examples of sound that differentiate ideas one to another. Language then becomes not auditory, but text-based. We learn to read texts. And rapidly, text become hypertext in our lifetime, becomes texts that we send, which becomes posting, and then shaming, and then canceling, and then raging, and then here we are, welcome. A philosopher more quoted by people like me, senior fellow, Arendt Center, writer in residence here, mostly spend my time writing literary criticism for the general public. People like me, so-called, love to quote Ludwig Wittgenstein, because they don't understand philosophy. That would be me of that level. And his poem, the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, is a wonderful poem to quote from in ignorance, because it has so many phrases which one can meditate over like koans. And I have, and so I mock this attitude, but I also want to assure you that it's not something we should mock. One of my favorite of the things that I've extracted from the Tractatus, which is the logical philosophical tract, which again I don't understand, is the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. That's a translation, okay? He wrote in German, so I don't have the ability to offer anything better than that. It's interesting, we can look at that two ways, can't we? This idea of limits. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world. Well, then shouldn't we free ourselves of the limits of language by internalizing as much language as possible, by being able to express ourselves with extreme subtlety and grace, so that we may differentiate between emotional and intellectual states? Or, in that limitless absorption of language, are we positioning ourselves in a way where it's easy to falsify feeling, easy to cloak meaning, true feeling, from not only others, but from ourselves? And when we limit language, wouldn't we do better if the limits of our language are the limits of our world, to communicate in as clear and straightforward a manner as possible? What would that mean? Language is a system. We agree on it. We agree on a grammar that will allow us to be clear, is the hope. And we agree on meanings of words, which we then attempt to define through their use. I was really struck by Frances Haugen's idea of our having with Facebook a system problem, or with social media companies in the aggregate, and how we have to approach these as system problems. And I was encouraged by what she had to say, as I did by Colin Megill in his presentation earlier of his project Polis on constitutional democratic progress. And I think that's all true, but I think the system problem we really have is language. Everything that we're moving through in these 2 days is ultimately a language problem. A post on Twitter is a language problem, isn't it? A response is, etc. And that system problem does have solutions. I return us to song. I return us to the idea of having a body that vibrates when we actually hear something that has meaning and is meaningful to us by virtue of how we feel it, okay? Feelings that are more complicated than simply the first word in the Iliad. One solution then is song. And I have the honor of both introducing a very young and an encouragingly excellent American-Afghan writer, Jamil John Kochai, who will be giving us the pleasure of a reading of one story, which will take about 15 minutes. And then he and I will speak for a few minutes. And then, of course, as you would expect, you will be able to ask him questions. A few words about Mr. Kochai. He was born in 1992 in a refugee camp in Peshawar, Pakistan, to Afghan Pashtun parents. And 12 stories, which are recent, just published in The Haunting of Haji Hotak, are set in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and the Bay Area, and they're locations that track close to his family history. His father left his native country of Afghanistan in 1982 during the Soviet occupation, and his father made his way to Alabama to start a new life, then returned to the Logar province, where his family hails from. In the late 80s, he wanted to start a family. He met his wife there, and they attempted emigration and found themselves in a camp in Peshawar, Pakistan, where Mr. Kochai was born. A definition of song in the dictionary of your Apple computer that comes from actually Oxford is to articulate or utter words or sounds in succession with musical inflections or modulations of the voice so as to produce an effect entirely different from that of ordinary speech. To do this in a skilled manner as a result of training and practice. I do not hesitate to call the 12 Stories and the Haunting of Haji Hotak songs. And he's been laureled, Mr. Kochai has. His first novel, 99 Nights in Logar, was a finalist for the Penn Hemingway Award. His stories appear in the New Yorker for the most part. He's won a Best American, he's been included in the Best American collections, the O. Henry collections, and has won a number of prizes, which are only the beginning of a long and fruitful literary career. I ask you to welcome him warmly as he reads for us, won't you?
Thank you, Wyatt, for that beautiful, beautiful introduction. And I want to thank all the organizers for this conference for inviting me here today. It's an honor. The story is called Enough. Rangina does not know what to say to her brute of a son who will not stop shouting about pills or land or a stolen envelope of cash he meant to donate to the orphans of Logar, because he's rambling now, absolutely rambling in front of her beloved daughters come all the way from Fremont to visit Rangina in this lonesome living room her son has decided to paint the most despicable shade of blue, just sitting there, the poor girls, watching their old mother get harangued by her only living son on the earth, who is shouting, "I found the torn envelope in your drawer of photos," and of course there's no way for her to respond to all of his accusations without weeping like the child she had been, once married off to a 60-year-old nomad at the precious age of 15 or 14 or who knows how old exactly, though Rangina did recall she was not too old to be playing with the dolls she fashioned out of clay from the edges of the rivers near where her youngest son would one day be murdered, when her mother approached her in a coat of ash or dust or snowflakes and informed her that within the year she would be married and moved and pregnant, again and again pregnant, leading to so many little unmarked graves in the apple orchard beneath the falling blossoms, as if Allah, all praise be to Him, were saying, "Look, I know, but then there's this," until the baby stopped dying with the birth of her eldest son, the survivor, the rambler, still somehow rambling beneath the half-lit ceiling light he has failed to fix for the past 3 months, no matter how many times Rangina moans, "This darkness will swallow me," his massive frame blocking the television and the fake fireplace in the cabinet containing Rangina's favorite photograph of Watak, his head shaved, his mustache barely sprouted, his soft lashes sparkling with frost, his lips slightly parted as if he is about to speak. But then his older brother, the survivor, speaks in his place, rambling about the pink pills from Target CVS instead of the pharmacy at Rayleigh's, which was where Dr. Ahmadzi had sent all her medications before he died, before her eldest son moved the family out of their 3-bedroom house in Broderick to their 5-bedroom house in Bridgeway, despite the fact that she secretly preferred the smaller house and the bigger bedroom she shared with her eldest grandson, just 6 at the time, and so meek and so gentle, he would hold her hand every night to fall asleep. And then there were the ancient oak trees in the backyard and Faisal Market down the road, only a mile or so, a 15-minute walk for some dried mulberries or kishmish or fresh bread or a conversation with another Afghan. While in Bridgeway, she was surrounded for miles by nothing but houses, her white neighbors and their houses, her white neighbors and their dogs and their houses, their vicious dogs, always barking, always yapping and lunging, always on the brink of tearing away from their owners to rip open her insides like she had seen the communist dogs do in the pits of the orchards where her children had picked apples while searching for her eldest son who, thank Allah, all praise be to Him, was not eaten by those dogs or blown to pieces by the bombs or shot near the bank of a stream, her white neighbor's dogs preventing her from going outside and taking a walk and shedding the pounds piled up on her belly and back and thighs, and, she supposes, the valves of her heart. Otherwise, why wouldn't her son stop rambling that she had forgotten to take her blood pressure meds or had accidentally hidden them in the sheets of her bed, only for her son's snoop of a wife to find them one day and claim that Rangina was hoarding them to gift to her only living sibling on the earth, who, yes, perhaps, is an addict and a swindler and a wife-beater, but who also has very severe heart problems. And when you consider the state of Logar, that is the ongoing years of bombings and shootings and random roadside executions, the Khalqian, the Soviets, the Mujahideen, the Taliban, and the Americans. Well, how could you blame her poor brother for deciding to steal? Is it even stealing? A small slice of the land that should rightfully belong as much to her as it does to her son, the rambler and his viper of a wife, always watching, always listening, whispering, informing Rangina's brute of a son whether or not Rangina is taking her pills or stockpiling her napkins or shutting off her oxygen tank to keep it from overheating, or waking up in the night unable to breathe, or telling the truth on the phone to her daughters, or spitting loogies directly beneath the corners of the carpets where no one looks except, apparently, for her son's snoop of a wife, a Farsiwan, you know, like Rangina's mother, a weak-willed woman. Her son's wife laughs at everything, eats your insults, doesn't say shit to your face, but then reports every word back to her husband, who rushes Rangina, a big man, rambling about respect and kindness, though he certainly doesn't ramble very respectfully even now, even in this lonesome living room finally filled up with all her children, rambling in front of her beloved daughters, come all the way from Fremont with their little babies just to see her, rambling so loud she can barely hear Alex Trebek say, on October 7th, 2001, Operation Enduring Freedom began in this country. By December, the U.S. had dropped 12,000 bombs and missiles. With the weary resignation of a dying man, the same resignation she had seen in the long-haired boys she hid in her home, in the soft grass of the cow's pen, between ambushes and firefights, boys so young they could have been her sons, boys so beautiful they could have been dreams, all of them armed and dying and pretending to be prepared to die, and her son among them, her eldest son, just as beautiful, just as young, just as resigned to die in the wake of his younger brother's death, but now alive, now old, now ugly, now angry, now pacing up and down the living room, now yanking at his beard, now re-rambling along with her daughters, the traitors about the pink pills Rangina has inadvertently lost, the pills he says are for her heart, but which, in fact, Rangina found out were for her mind, picking up on the words anxiety and mania and panic, words she remembered and repeated to her daughters, her trusting daughters, from whom she learned that the words referred to ailments of the mind, not the body. As if Rangina had become a madwoman, as if she couldn't beat her entire family at checkers, as if she weren't still memorizing surahs every night and day, as if she weren't at the very peak of her mental faculties, no matter what her son's wife had to say behind her back when she was talking on the phone in the yard, beneath the cherry tree, all day in the yard or in her bedroom or at her brother's house, leaving Rangina most days all on her own in this house so empty, so dark, so quiet, her grandchildren in their bedrooms playing games, watching TikTok, leaving her alone with her couch and her breathing tubes and her television and her favorite photo of Watuk and her oxygen tank, which, she had heard, can sometimes randomly explode in this house made of sticks with its fence barely 6 feet high, barely an inch thick, completely incapable of protecting her from the neighbor's dogs or the registered sex offenders that live 2 blocks away, let alone burglars and rapists and Richard Ramirez and Eddie Gallagher and Robert Bales. Nothing like the walls of her home in Logar, 20 feet high, 4 feet thick, and strong enough to withstand rockets and missiles and bullets from the communists coming for her second eldest son, Watuk, whom, nonetheless, they killed by the bank of a stream, near the water, rushing water, so heavy, so light, so early in the morning that frost still nipped the leaves and snowflakes fell mysteriously from the heavens, as Allah, all praise be to Him, had intended, had always intended. But then there she is, her son's wife, complaining in whispers to her traitorous daughters about having to constantly lift Rangina's oxygen tank onto her dresser, then back onto the floor, then back onto her dresser, then back onto the floor, about the aching in her wrists, as if Rangina's withered lungs hadn't been ceaselessly aching since the night her body absorbed so much smoke and debris from Soviet cluster bombs. She had ash leaking out of her nose and ears and lips, a trail of ash following her from one end of the world to the other, from Logar to Peshawar to Birmingham to Hayward to Broderick to Bridgeway to her favorite seat just in front of the television, blocked by her rambling daughters and her rambling son. And now his rambling son, that is, the very same grandson she had sung to sleep for 5 years, the same grandson whose ass she had wiped until he was in first grade, until they moved him into a room with his brothers in this too big house with its too many doors, too many windows, too many lights, too many televisions, too many memories. As in, for example, the night her son's wife discovered that her brothers had been murdered in Logad for nothing, for no one, in snowfall, just a mile or so away from the spot where Watuk had been murdered for nothing, for no one, in snowfall. 40 years earlier, and Rangina held her son's wife in her lap and wanted very dearly to tell her the story of how her own younger brother, the jokester, the prankster, laughing at everything, inventing jokes out of dust, out of horror, out of sorrow, had been pinned one snowy day between two trucks in Kabul, how his internal organs had been crushed and bled, but his heart kept pumping just long enough for him to look about, to raise his arms, to gesture for help, and to whisper a final message into the icy ear of a stranger who disappears forever, who might be dead, who might be living, just walking and sleeping and praying and eating and dying with Rangina's beloved brother's final words knocking about in his head with a summary of last week's episode of Ertugrul, just another memory, a story that begins, but once in Kabul, amid snowflakes, a dying boy gestured. Not knowing that the dying boy was Rangina's dying boy, that those words, that story belonged to her. But of course, she didn't remind her son's sobbing wife of the story of the death of her brother or the death of Watuk, because Rangina knew what nobody knew, the weight of his body heavy with water, because she had heard the gunshots from her home, because she had known it was him before she had known it was him, because she had rushed out onto the wartime roads like a mad woman, her hair unveiled, her nostrils burning with the stink of gunpowder and blood, because though Watuk was twice her size, she had lifted him out of the stream, all sodden and punctured, light as the day she had birthed him, because Allah, all praise be to him, grants power to his bereaved, because she was the first to find Watuk, as if he were waiting for her. Then, now, there, here, her boy, her boys, forever silent, forever rambling. And Rangina wonders how much longer she is supposed to just sit and suffer her entire family rising up against her before she says enough, before she shouts at her rambling son and his whispering wife and her nodding daughters and her muttering grandson, enough. Enough rambling, enough advice, enough pills, enough nightmares, enough lung damage, enough ghosts, enough beautiful dying boys, enough bomb smoke, enough burning apple trees, enough staring white neighbors, enough heavy breathing, enough Watuk, enough panic attacks, enough addict brother calling for money, enough spite, enough grudges, enough heartaches, enough dead, enough sins, enough son's wife having to wash her in the tub because she can no longer stand up under her own weight, enough waffles, enough Watuk, enough ongoing occupation, enough Taliban, enough Bushes, enough Clintons, enough Massouds, enough puppet presidents serving white masters, enough Watuk, enough unanswered prayers, enough brothers' jokes turned into sad stories, enough aching in knees and back and lungs and heart, enough breathing tubes, enough inhalers, enough pills, enough beaten mothers, enough gunshots and films, enough wounded, enough babies dying, enough hateful eldest son, enough rambling, enough advising, enough calming, enough loving, enough hating, enough generations of grown children rambling, enough. Rangina shouts and rises up out of her seat and strips off her breathing tubes and limps outside, her children at her back, at her sides, circling and pleading and still somehow rambling. Where? Over and over, where? Her stupid children and her stupid grandchildren, her whole stupid family, too big, too small, too loud, too quiet, too fast, too slow. To Logar, she says, without saying, and climbs into one of her son's salvaged Civic sedans and grabs the key out of the cup holder where he always keeps it and almost runs over her daughter, backing out of the driveway. She straightens the car in the cul-de-sac and spots her son running toward her from the house. Shifting the car into drive, she plans to head down Brother Island Road onto Golden Gate, onto Jefferson, onto the freeway, onto I-80, onto SFO, into the international terminal toward the Turkish Airlines ticket counter, where she'll unstitch a seam scheme in her purse and pull out a stolen bundle of cash meant for the orphans of Logad and buy a first-class ticket to Afghanistan. In Kabul, she'll exchange her dollars for Afghanis and call for a taxi and pay extra to travel down to Muhammad Agha, to her old village in Noe Kale, to the bank of the stream where Watuk once died, and she'll climb past the chinar trees and down into the water and stare up at the leaves and the birds and the clouds and the jets and the ghosts and the drones and the angels and the cosmos and Allah. All praise be to Him. And she will float in peace and in silence, except apparently for the blasting of a car horn her eldest son had failed to repair only days earlier. The same eldest son is now slumped beside Rangina in the salvaged Civic she has just crashed into the pole of the lamplight she watches every night from her bedroom. The horn blares louder as the rest of her family surround her car and are once again, but her boy, her firstborn, the one who lived through the cold, through the hunger, through the mountains, through the war, her survivor, her rambler, is so quiet. It stirs her dying body into action. Shards of windshield tumble from her arms and shoulders like the first snowflakes of a new season as she reaches out to feel for the pulse of her only living son on the earth. Thank you.
Give this man a water bottle.
Is this okay? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What a story. And what a reading. It's incredibly moving. And I think we should just feel that for a moment while we wait for the water bottle. I read that story several times. I wrote a piece for the New York Review of Books about Jamil's work, and I read the story several times, but to hear it is a different experience, which is not to say that the written form of it doesn't produce the same experience. It's a different experience. To be in a room with the voice of the person who wrote it. We're going to talk about this story, but I want to begin. It's quite clear from the story that you have a deep, passionate, personal knowledge of what you write about. And I gave the teeny tiny thumbnail sketch of, the trajectory of your family from Afghanistan to here. In all bios, you're listed as a, Afghan-American writer, yeah? Can you talk about what it means to be, first and foremost, someone who comes from Afghanistan as you make your way to your art, which is the focus? But would you mind beginning there?
Yeah, of course. I came to this country when I was a year and a half, but every couple of years, my father was fairly adamant about making sure we would go back to Afghanistan, and so we would spend a few months there. But even beyond that, I think, in my household, all of the stories, everything everyone always talked about was always rooted back in Afghanistan. And so from a very young age, I think, the sort of the root of my literary imagination, I think, of my drive towards storytelling, it was all rooted in Afghanistan. It was all rooted in this small village in Logad that my mother and father and grandmother and my grandparents, that they all loved and that they had lost to this war. And so as I was growing up here in this country, and as you were, you get as you get older, you get these different artistic or cultural depictions of Afghanistan, and it was largely very negative. And it was largely focused on violence and on, you know, these enemies across the sea that had to be murdered. But of course, you know, the stories that I had always grown up with, there was violence there, and there was sorrow, but there was also immense joy, and there was also, you know, life there as well. And so much later in my life, as I began pursuing this career in fiction writing, it just seemed very natural to begin writing about Afghanistan first and foremost. And since then, I've ventured into different territories. I write a bit about Sacramento now. I write a bit about the Bay Area and Davis, and I've even got a story set in Iowa. But Logad is where it all began.
As a young man who was growing into himself in the United States, you say you made these trips back to Afghanistan and how important it was to your father and to your family to have that opportunity for you to, you know, understand your roots. How did it change for you? Two ways. One, you'd heard these stories then, and I think at a certain age, right, first grade or second grade, you spent an entire summer there, I think for the first time, yeah? And your first novel depicts a 3-month period of time in Afghanistan, which I don't want to superimpose over your life experience, but I would wonder how, you know, we have narrative, we have storytelling that comes from the family tradition of orality. Homer comes out of orality, folklore comes out of orality, song comes out of orality. How did meeting reality, so-called, complicate or change the way that you understood what it meant to be from that place, what it meant to be displaced?
I mean, that's a fantastic question. You know, this odd thing happened when I went to Afghanistan for the first time. It was when I was 6 years old. We went to our home village in Logad, and the entire time that I spent there as a 6-year-old, I just remember it being incredibly joyous. It was the first time that I was surrounded by all these cousins and all these family members, and you know, I felt so deeply beloved there that it was this emotional sense that stayed with me throughout my life. And so even from a very young age, as I was growing up, you know, I associated Logad with this deep feeling of being loved. And so, you know, I think that only made me more interested in the stories that I had grown up with. And so, you know, so I did come from this oral tradition of storytelling, and in fact, I would say that I was quite fortunate because my father and my mother and my grandmother especially, you know, they were fantastic storytellers, and all their stories were told to me in Pashto, and so, you know, I ended up carrying that with me into these different visits. And so I would go there, and you know, and it did this thing where I would go from location to location, and I would try to rediscover the places and the stories. And so I would ask my father, you know, is this where you went to school? Is this where you walked 2 miles every single day without any shoes? And is this where, you know, you almost got killed by that camel? Is this where, and of course, you know, is this where Watuk died? And so all of those locations, they took on this added layer of meaning to me because I'd already been growing up with them, and then over the course of my life, as I kept revisiting, it just kept becoming more and more monumental because the memories were piling up and the stories were piling up, and it just became even more significant with time.
And it's so interesting because, you know, one of the things that an imaginative writer, all writing is imaginative, so let's just say a fiction writer in the conventional sense of somebody who is working from the imagination and building a world from it. One of the necessities for such a writer is the ability both to observe and then to depict what is observed so the reader can see it. I find fascinating, I imagine it feels terribly unfair to anyone else who would write fiction that you had this whole real world that you were constantly fact-checking against the so-called fictional world of the oral tale. And so that it was almost like you were in school for writing from being 6.
I think so, you know, but I do have to say, you know, that did come with this very intense feeling of, you know, how would I phrase it? I constantly felt disappointed in my own depictions of Logad. When I first began writing seriously, you know, I'd grown up with such fantastic storytellers that I always felt like my stories never lived up to theirs. And when I wrote a scene in Logad, and when I would try to depict the landscape, it never lived up to my own vision. And so, you know, I think perhaps that's sort of rooted in, I think that might have actually assisted me in my drive to continue writing Logad, just because I feel like I never get it quite right, and I keep going back, and I keep just getting re-mesmerized, and then I'll write again, and again it's not quite right, but you know, it's part of that drive, and I think it's part of that sort of that futile goal toward you know, like the perfect story or the perfect scene.
Hardly futile. Without that goal, then one doesn't write the next story, does one?
That's right.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
You gave a reading last night at which this was mentioned, but I think most of the attendees here wouldn't have heard it. But in your first novel, about this story of a lost dog, or that's the pretext for the story as it unfolds, late in the novel, it's a novel in 99 parts, in 99 Nights in Logar, and late in the novel there's this astonishing thing that happens. The text ceases to be in English at a moment when absolutely the reader wants it and needs it to be in English. And it's, I think it's 6, maybe even, it's one of the longer sections. It's 6 or 7 pages. And it's not like, haha, reader, I'll give you a parse on the next section. It's just, sorry, not happening. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that choice, its implications, and its need in light of what you just said about dissatisfaction.
You know, and it's funny because that section it upset quite a few people, and I you know, it wasn't my intention to upset anyone. That was fundamentally a craft decision. I'd gotten to this point in the novel. I knew the entire novel was working its way up to this one story. It's about the story of Watak. It's the story that I tell repeatedly in all of my work. And I got to that point, and I knew I needed to tell this story. And as I began, again, it was that futile feeling of, I knew I wasn't going to get it. I tried the scene in different tenses. I tried different perspectives. I tried different voices. I tried, and I got to this point where I was completely stuck. And for weeks and weeks, I didn't write a word. It was this horrifying, terrifying feeling. And then one day I went back to my father. And you know, the story of Watak, it's based on a true story. My father's younger brother was murdered during the war, and my father, fortunately, you know, he's been incredibly supportive of my work and of my attempts to sort of record or retell, you know, his stories. And so he told me the whole story again. And it's a very difficult story for him to tell. Even to this day, you know, it hurts him a great deal. But for my sake, he told the story, and he told it beautifully. But he told it in Pashto, and I recorded the whole story, and I would listen to it, and I would listen to it over and over again, and I'll try to figure out, how do I now translate this to the text. And I just couldn't do it. And I got to the point where I was like, I just told myself, well, why can't I just put this story as it is, in the same language that my father told it, in the beauty of his voice? And if some of my readership won't be able to grasp that, then I think there's something in that as well, because much of my novel, it's about language, and it's about translation, it's about inaccessibility, and it's about these gaps in understanding, and it's about absence as well. And so if that section just existed as an absence for the reader, but still maintained sort of its, I don't want to say purity, because it's not exactly purity, but there's something about Pashto in its original text, as my father told it, that I wanted to maintain and preserve it, sort of as to honor his story. And so that's what I did, and I put it in there. And my editor initially was quite hesitant about it, and my agent had some questions about it. But when I sort of explained to them what I've explained to you, I was very fortunate that they were like, okay, let's do it. And then that's what we did.
Yeah, and it works so well, and it ends up being moving through the resistance it puts in the way of the reader, and that push is a force that the reader feels, not excluded but weirdly included. And this ambition to, you know, include is certainly in a more atomized way present in the language of The Haunting of Haji Hotak, because you include, I think I counted them, something like 60 Pashto words, which are transliterated but are not defined. And so there's no hint of exoticism or just sort of like, these are being put in there just to be precious and to, season the text so that it has a certain, no, these are just the words that are the correct words. I'm putting them in and you'll figure it out, or you don't need to. And I loved that aspect of it because it suggested once again that the reader is to come to what you're doing. And yet formally with the stories, you just told an extraordinarily sad story about your father's loss. And in the first book, a certain inability to imagine it, yeah? And it raises the question, how does one give form to experiences like that, which certainly would include rage? And so, for me, in a lot of the stories in this collection, all of the stories are formally ingenious. The collection is framed by two stories that are written in direct address, beginning and ending. A you is implicated in the beginning and a you in the end. Two totally different yous. And as we move through the 10 stories between them, there are different formal approaches. And they have no hint of kind of cleverness or like, ooh, why don't I try that? They all feel germane to the thing you're trying to do. So I think you will discover that when you read this collection. But giving form to rage, is rage a feeling that for you has a particular experiential meaning for your background?
It's funny. I think at times rage can be debilitating. It can be paralyzing, especially when I'm writing and I begin to consider these the last 50 years of ongoing warfare, the superpowers that have invaded Afghanistan, not once but twice, two different superpowers, two different invasions, two different occupations over the last 50 years. The war crimes that have been committed there, the bombings and the slaughter and the drone strikes and the night raids and all of these atrocities, and even now the continued the sanctions that have been leveled against this country, one of the poorest countries in the world. That's sanctions that are largely going to starve and harm the poorest and the most vulnerable people in the country, not the current regime. And it can be debilitating and it can be paralyzing. It can leave you just sort of unable to think through anything. But there's also a way that I think rage can be propulsive, and I think there's a way that rage can be deeply, profoundly inspirational. I think back to some of my favorite writers like Frantz Fanon or Malcolm X, who when they write, the rage seeps off the page. They don't hide from rage. They don't. Frantz Fanon especially, he has these passages, and I first came to him. He's a theorist. He's a psychoanalyst. It's going to be boring writing, and then you read it, and the page weeps with anger, and I think that was deeply inspirational for me as well. So that when I'm looking at a story now, and when I'm trying to capture that sense of rage, then I'm trying to capture it through the form of the story itself. I'm trying to capture it through the language essential to the story. So for Enough, which is a story about a very angry old Afghan woman, the entire story it's a single sentence, and I made that decision because it made sense to me in that instance that the sentence would just go on and on and on, and that there wouldn't be any space for a breath or for a break for the reader. And I just wanted the reader to be sort of overwhelmed by the immensity of everything she's gone through, but also by the immensity of the emotion present in the story as well. And I ended up I tried to do that through the language itself. And so I think there's a way, I don't know, I guess to master rage through the form.
What you do with the semicolon in your fiction, I kid you not, it's just the varieties of ways that you use the semicolon to be able to produce different effects, which are these varieties of emotional and tactical modulation that the stories possess. And your use of repetition, your use of what amount to almost Homeric epithets, in which you have these tags In this story, I'm not going to quote it properly, but rambling is a word which keeps up over and over, repeats over and over again, and her frustration at all the rambling. And first of all, the story's called Enough! Exclamation point, which is a little different. It isn't, not to correct the author, a story in one sentence. It's a story in one sentence that ends, and then a number of shorter ones bring us to the end. But it's a change. It's when she gets the car, essentially, and she makes that decision to go back to Afghanistan, right? And then we learn that her attempt doesn't go far or well.
That's right.
But what I'm struck by in the story, and which you may have heard, is the repetition 5 times during the course of it, the incursion 5 times of the phrase, "Praise be to him," right? So talk a little bit about that interruption of a deluge of rage by those 3 words, 4 words.
Yeah, you know, I mean, those were moments. Again, yeah, I feel like I'm contradicting myself because I say that I didn't want the reader to take any breaths in the story, but those are the moments where I think the reader sort of is allowed a breath in the midst of the story, and you know, it's meant as an evocation. It's meant as a sort of prayer. It's meant as a sort of you know, as a moment in which you know, the narrator, her sort of, I suppose that would be sort of her philosophical backbone. You know, this narrator, it's very much, you know, it's based upon my own grandmother, who was a deeply faithful, deeply religious woman, despite the immense suffering she'd gone through throughout her life, and so, you know, the moments in which I think she would tell me this, that she would take the most respite, that the moments in which she was most at peace was while she was at prayer. And she would do these 5 daily prayers up until the very end of her life, God rest her soul. And it became this, you know, this ritualistic, but also this meditative time for her throughout her life, you know, up until her death. And I think that's what I was sort of attempting to accomplish or to replicate or to mirror in this story is this prayerful moment, it's this meditative moment amidst all the sorrow.
So in the interruption, in the course of a day's rage, there's this return to moments of faith and prayer.
Exactly.
Okay, yeah. So formally, that's just, I mean, it's ingenious, I say from the outside, but that's, you know, looking at it. As we experience it, it's a different thing altogether, because the form of the story produces the experience of the grandmother's rage and faith, and then the tenderness and sorrow of it going essentially nowhere. But it goes one place, which is to us. And so that's the ultimate, you know, beauty of the tale. And so many of your stories manage that kind of transference from character to reader and the experience of it.
And I should just briefly say that
yes,
I don't think there's anything kinder you could say about myself or my writing than to compliment, you know, my semicolons and my punctuation and my grammar, because I'm such a dork when it comes to my sentences, and I spend so much time on them, and I've studied them for so long, and to hear you say these things, it's just, you know, you're making me blush.
Happy to. You know, all writers want to be complimented on their syntax and their punctuation. So if you're at a party with a writer, and you really want to meet them, and you're really shy, you just say, "I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to talk about the colon you used in the sentence on page 526," and you will have their undivided attention.
That's actually genius. I can't imagine a better way.
It's true. Don't let this get out, though. Shh, keep it between us. Spiritual life in fiction. It has a narrow but deep tradition, and it's much misunderstood, I think, as a subject for fiction, because it so easily suggests some kind of evangelism at work, as opposed to an attempt at a depiction of faith. And there are contemporary writers who, in subterranean ways, are preoccupied with putting faith on the page, and one of them would be unlikely as it seems, George Saunders, who's a practicing Buddhist and whose stories, the longest ones in every collection, are an imagining of the Bardo, the walk towards death. And it's not like he puts prayer flags at the top of the story so Buddhist tale. Rather he's figuring out an allegorical way to subterraneanly do something with his understanding of what an individual's relationship to something unseen but deeply felt can be. And I wonder formally in the story that we just discussed and you read so beautifully, there is absolutely a cunning use of the idea of prayer in the form. I wonder what, in your acknowledgments, you acknowledge a higher power. Yes, and you quote from the Quran. And
That's right.
I would, if you're comfortable with it, I wonder if there have been challenges for you as a man of faith, as a man who comes from a family of believers, and who knows the Quran so well. How is that in dialogue with your ambitions as a fiction writer? If one could, you can say it's not. We move on, but I think it might be more than that.
No, I think it's actually sort of central to my struggle as a fiction writer. In one way or another, I would say even the stories that are not really about faith or not explicitly about faith or God are deeply about faith in God and that struggle as well. I think for me, when I think back on one of the writers that had a profound impact on me was Dostoevsky, and in particular his book The Brothers Karamazov, and in that exploration of faith, which was I found it incredibly compelling, and I found it incredibly satisfying as well because it's an exploration of faith but also of doubt, and for me those two things are always circulating around one another, and so that's not just like in the religious sense of doubt, does God exist or not, but the way that doubt I think is sort of essential, at least to my mind, to fiction writing itself. I think if you go into a story and you know what the story is about and you know what's going to happen next and you know your characters and you're not doubting yourself and you're not doubting this, like I just don't think that story will then, even if it gets written, it's not going to be the story that it needed to be. And so for me, doubt is so essential to my fiction writing process that faith sort of gets mixed into that as well.
It's fascinating. Okay. I think we should begin by taking a few questions. And so I believe there are microphones. I believe there are people who can assist. And so I hope you have questions for Jamil. I see one over here, yes, and another behind there. So we have a couple so far. Yes.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you so much for that. So as a former refugee and as a former mother of refugee kids, you just took me through the whole, like my previous life and this life and displacing and everything. And I have a question that's just related to all what you said there. So what I saw in that story is a long series of trauma and depression, anxiety, and that comes with living in the war zone and living in all the hopelessness that your family lived in, and then later being displaced, being in the refugee camp, and then come to the new country and facing a new series of trauma. So the first time when I heard you, I thought that you were like one of the adults, or at least in an age that you remembered all that. Then when you talked, I just thought, oh, you were in the age of my kids and you don't remember any of that. So you faced this experience, the secondary trauma through the stories that your family and especially your grandma told you, which is great because I didn't see that you were not part of that as an adult. My question here is that story for you is a way of post-trauma storytelling process to go through resilience and healing from that experience, or it is a way of communication with the new fellow citizens in the second country that you live in, and just asking or communicating, voicing about your story and asking for help, understanding, and seeing us as a refugee, as another people that we came from very wealthy and rich life in our previous life. And please accept us as we are, or what should we do? Should we assimilate? Should we rage? Should we voice our anger? What to do that you will see us? What was the goal of that? Was any of that was the goal? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I mean, no, I think it's both. I think you've really sort of broken through to what I was trying to attempt to do with this story. I think, first and foremost, the story it's an ode to my grandmother and to many grandmothers, Afghan grandmothers who I'd known throughout my life, who'd gone through this immense amount of suffering, all these traumas, all this turmoil, and who still, in the end, would hold your hand before you went to sleep, who would sing you songs, and who still maintained this immense sense of tenderness and love, and they didn't allow, and not to say they shouldn't have, but at least in my case, it was never this thing that she carried into our relationship or held against me or something like that. And so I think there is, if not, I think it's certainly rooted in this idea of the hope for healing, of a life beyond the turmoil and of a life beyond the war. But as you mentioned, I'm very conscious of the fact that my audience it's largely going to be Americans, and although I'm always incredibly delighted to see Afghan readers and to see an Afghan audience, I do make a very concerted effort to make sure that that my American audience does not forget everything that's happened the last 50 years, and that they do not forget everything that's ongoing, with the current refugee crisis, with the current food crisis, with the current medical crisis, and as much as possible, if my writing does have sort of a political objective, I would say it's exactly that I don't let them forget.
Thank you. I think we have several questions back there. Yeah. We have a student there and here. Yes, please.
Oh, me. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. It was very moving, and the way you were reading it is just wow. So I have a lot of Afghan students in my class, especially after Taliban took over Afghanistan, because they started evacuating. So I see a lot of emotions there, and they are outraged about a lot of things. And my question is, do you have rage? Because you do have voice. You have this book. You can talk to people. And yeah, do you have rage? And if you do, I like how you put it into the secondary trauma, because you are definitely affected by everything that was happening and is happening. But how is this rage then being put into action, or however politically we see it happening in this conference? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I would say I do have rage. I very recently came back from Afghanistan. I was visiting for a month, and I was there, and I was speaking to family members, relatives, neighbors about their experiences currently in Afghanistan. And I have little cousins that they can't go to school because there's the school ban for girls, and they were absolutely devastated by that. I have other cousins in Logar who there's been recent floodings in Logar, and it's wiped out all these crops, and then because of the ongoing sanctions, they're unable to they're barely able to feed themselves, and they're going through a lot of trouble in that regard. And I was asking them about the past 20 years and what they'd gone through living in a battlefield, living in between on one side the violence of the Taliban, on the other side the violence of the American and the Afghan government forces. And so, you know, I have to say, I don't think I do enough. I'm currently working on a piece about their very experiences. I'm working on a piece about that situation. I'm a writer, and so I'm going to write about it, and that's sort of what I do. It does feel, you know, it can make me feel incredibly useless at times. I have to say, you know, there are many occasions where I'll be sitting at my desk and typing away, and then stopping and just thinking about everything that's going on, and feeling, you know, utterly useless. That there's nothing here I can do, and you know, and there's all these people, these lawyers and social activists who've been making all these different attempts, but I guess you know, I'm going to continue to write, and I'm going to continue to try to say what I can, and I, you know, and thank you for your work as well. I'm a professor, and I'm hoping that, you know, through education and through teaching, that might be another way to sort of fight back.
Just on before we take our next question, just on the subject of I believe you had a question. If we could bring the mic down to this person, you know, on the subject of trauma and you know, how one writes about it. You know, Frances Haugen was saying that when parents who've lost a child to suicide go through their feeds after their death on their phone, you know, they see how the algorithms, I'm quoting, suck them into a hole. And, you know, in terms of the, you know, the fundamental uselessness that one often hears that writers feel, that I'm just sitting at a desk, you know, what help am I being? You know, when you listen to a story like Enough, you are being sucked into, you know, something very different. And it's not, you know, it's not, and it shouldn't be seen as a balm. It's rather something deeper. You know, the reader isn't being taken out of themselves. I feel like the reader is being put into themselves in a fundamental way. And, you know, that's your work, you know, and the feeling of failure, the feeling of uselessness is one of the motors of, I think, production, because you have to make it meaningful. Yeah?
Very kind of you to say.
Hi. Thank you very much for the conversation. Sharaglast, which literally translates into welcome to BARD. I am from Afghanistan. I'm a senior student. My name is Jamshid Mohammadi, and I wanted to say that a lot of stories that are written about Afghanistan, their central focus is mostly violence, trauma, patriarchy. But from my personal observation, I feel like they fail to talk about the origins of that. For example, the violence, the trauma, and the patriarchy, as if that exists, as if that is a part of the society in Afghanistan. I am fascinated by your work because you reflect on what are the underlying problems as to why the society in Afghanistan is patriarchal, why violence exists. So right now, I am trying to write a story of my experience of evacuating Afghanistan, because I was recently evacuated. And my question is, can we combine, for example, our story with some of the theories that are, for example, with regards to international relations, and how, for example, geopolitical aspects played a role in the collapse of Afghanistan. So I want to combine theoretical aspects of my analysis with my original story, and I wanted to ask you, how would you go about that?
I mean, first of all, to say that it's certainly something that, you know, you can do, and that you know, it's difficult for me to say right now how exactly you might go about doing that. But there are certainly models I think you can look to, this sort of maintaining a balance between a personal narrative while also bringing in the context of larger socio-political issues. I think one of the first people you might want to look to is, and I mentioned him earlier, is Frantz Fanon, who, you know, in a lot of his work, he'll bring in his personal experiences, his own memories of experiencing racism and colonization and these different things. But then, of course, he's also a theorist, so he's always bringing in these different, you know, socio-political elements, these different ideas that weigh upon his experience. So there are models out there. The main thing, and now that I'm thinking through it, I think my main suggestion would be is to look for those models. I think writers like Frantz Fanon is a good one, and I'll think about it, and I'm gonna talk to you afterward, and I'm gonna give you other suggestions as well. Okay? Yeah.
Do we have another question? Up there, yeah. Thomas.
Thank you. Listening to your very captivating reading and now listening to the conversation of both of you, what emerges for me is something like a space in relation or a world of relation that cannot be and maybe resists to be essentialized in one or the other place or anchored in one or the other territory, but create a space that exists through the way in which the story is being conveyed as a possibility of relation. I don't have a better word right now. And so my question would be the incredible momentum with this enough pushes for something. If something like that possibility of a relationality that exists in something that has to be found, so to speak, if that is a momentum and push in your project of writing. And the related question to that would be a follow-up to the previous one. If other writers or thinkers, if there are other writers and thinkers, maybe in addition to Fanon, that you see as interlocutors or partners in that kind of project?
Oh, that's a really fantastic question. I think absolutely. I think your reading is absolutely correct. I think the momentum of that story is toward this this idea of of putting these two separate objects, these two separate experiences in relation to one another, and much of my work is driven by this desire to leap between or to leap into these different gulfs in an understanding, right? And it's something that I grown up with my entire life, because I grew up with these incredible, beautiful stories, but I always had this sense that there was something about these narratives that were locked away from me. And especially when it came to the most traumatic and the most difficult to tell stories, the stories of loss, the stories of murder, the stories of the bombings, of the war, those stories became so difficult to tell that I could sense in my parents and in my relatives that there was something inside of them that I could never access because I couldn't completely access those stories. And so, I think when I write now, it's oftentimes it's rooted in this similar desire to if not to leap that gulf, if not to overcome that gulf, then to be immersed in it and to struggle with it and to think through it on the page itself.
So we have a question up here by the board. Thank you.
Hi, I loved your performance. I loved how you read what you wrote, but it also made me want to ask you, could you talk a little bit more about the craft of how you went from oral stories where people use inflection and hand gestures and they smack you on the shoulder and they point to words that are on a page and just have to have life on their own? Could you talk about that craft?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been talking about that craft for like the last 10 years. There's this beautiful novel by Patrick Chamoiseau. I butchered his name, one of my favorite writers, but it's a French name, so please forgive me.
Chamoiseau.
There we go. It's called Soluble Magnificent, and it's actually that entire novel. It revolves around that very question of how does one go about taking these beautiful oral stories with their inflections and their stuttering and their pitches and the melody and the rhythm of the human voice, and you put those onto dead letters on a page. Like, how do you capture that? And so in that novel, there's this ongoing struggle between Salecl, the master storyteller, and Wazou Deschamps, the writer, whose name also happens to be Patrick Chamouzou, I think. And it's this ongoing struggle, and throughout the narrative, it's all about Wazou Deschamps trying to write down Salecl's stories. And again he fails, and again Salecl tells him, like, you know, you're missing the entire point. And so, but by the end of the story, what ends up happening is that, you know, it's very much a story about of Patrick sort of coming to terms with his own inability to capture that narrative. But what happens is that his language, by the end of the story, it becomes so beautiful, and in his failed attempts to capture that the life of he calls it the word, oral storytelling, to capture the life of the word, he writes these mesmerizing, beautiful, rhythmic passages, even as he's sort of bemoaning himself. And so for me, that was deeply inspirational, because I think even if you fail, there's something to be said about the attempt itself. And so, you know, with that story, that was just me trying to tell a story how my grandmother might have told it. And I think it failed immensely. But I think there's still some value in that failure as well.
Would you feel terrible if I asked you to read just one little bit of that again out of context, just as potentially an answer to that gentleman's question?
Certainly.
Okay. If you just want to start from wherever you want and just go to there, so somewhere in that, you know, wherever it makes sense for you to start.
A trail of ash following her from one end of the world to the other, from Logar to Peshawar to Birmingham to Hayward to Broderick to Bridgeway, to her favorite seat just in front of the television, blocked by her rambling daughters and her rambling son, and now his rambling son, that is the very same grandson she had sung to sleep for 5 years, the same grandson whose ass she had wiped until he was in first grade, until they moved him into a room with his brothers in this too big house with its too many doors, too many windows, too many lights, too many televisions, too many memories, as in, for example, the night her son's wife discovered that her brothers had been murdered in Logar, for nothing, for no one, in snowfall, just a mile or so from the spot where Watuk had been murdered, for nothing, for no one, in snowfall.
So, I mean, just from the standpoint of how is he doing it, or pretend he's not here now, he's gone, where did he go, I don't know. We can say that we notice that he is using the repetition of from, to, and her, and him, until, too many, for nothing, for no one, in snowfall, for nothing, for no one, in snowfall. Since Homer, repetition has been a fundamental unit of comprehension for the reader. So some people will say you repeat so that the person reciting can remember it more easily. But the person who's going to remember it more easily is the person who's going to register it, hearing it, and that's the reader. So the role of repetition, I think, is your ability to weigh the moment of repetition. It's extraordinary in the way that it delivers just this incredible moment of feeling. So that's, you know, we might call it craft, but without diminishment, but it's really remarkable art. And I think we've reached the end of our time, and I want to say how grateful I am that you came and you shared your work with us and how generous you've been. And I wish you just, selfishly, I say this, more books and more books soon. So let's thank Jamil.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamil, and for Wyatt for a beautiful final, I think, elevation of our 2 days here at the very end. We are at the end. I want to thank you guys for coming, for being part of this exploration of rage and reason and social media for 2 days. Do want to thank the Bard AV team that has made this work. So thank you very much, Jake, Chris, and Baltazar. And again, I want to thank the HB Live team, which has allowed this whole thing to go out to the world, and really appreciate it. And it will be available on YouTube, on our Hannah Arendt Center YouTube channel. So you can go back and visit what you missed, or repeat it again and again and watch it. Have a great wine and cheese celebration. Have a great evening, and I hope to see you again next year. Thank you all very much.